negative.
You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather, host wrestling the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest, it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
And welcome to the NWA Podcast, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, the show all about getting color in the professional wrestling business. I'm one of your hosts, the Godfather, Nate Milton. Welcome to the February edition of the NWA Podcast, proudly presented by the good people here at Post Wrestling. Don't want to waste any time tonight. We got a special 9 o'clock time start tonight. Start time. That's how you say it in English. Full disclosure, man, I'm a little all over the place because today, I had to visit a family member. I had to visit my cousin Sam Wilson on these streets, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Feige ain't sent me $1. Kevin Feige ain't even sent me a dime. Kevin Feige haven't even signed up to the Patreon, patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network. So I don't owe this man Kevin Feige a thing. All I will say, though, is Captain America, Brave New World, don't listen to these critics out here, man. Don't listen to the noise. Don't listen to the hype. Is it a perfect movie? No. Is it a fun time? Yes. And Anthony Mackie and Harrison Ford and Carl Lumley and the rest of the crew do their damn thing. So go out there, see the movie for yourself, make up your own mind in this brave new world that we're living in. So with all that out of the way, let's bring on the crew. First of all, my right-hand man, the Falcon to my Winter Soldier, or vice versa, depending on how you want to do things. He is somebody that is known as the angry intellectual. Some of y'all know this brother as Moderna Chris. Some of y'all know this man as Mimosa Chris. Some of you even know him as the mayor pro tem of Los Angeles, California. And he is the diabolical hand behind the Luka Doncic to the LA Lakers trade that we all recently witnessed. So let's give it up for my brother, my co-host, and my friend, the good Professor Chris from LA, Kris Ealy. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
What's up, everyone, man? I was just thinking, when I was a kid, I used to live for NBA All-Star Weekend. It was like my favorite weekend of the year. And now it's just not quite that anymore, right? Because we are going head-to-head with the All-Star game tonight. And I just was thinking, if under normal circumstances, I'd have been like, hey, can we do this another Sunday? But, tonight.
You don't care now?
Yeah, I just don't care no more.
But we do care about this program and the good people out there that are watching and listening to the program. So we appreciate you for spending some time this wonderful Sunday night with us. Let's bring on the third member of our team. Some would say he is the Mac McClung of journalism, Chris. Mm-hmm. Like, this brother is a 3-time champion of journalism, and he is the youngest in charge, at least for 3 or 4 more years. Y'all give it up for the Yeek himself, Andrew Thompson, my nephew. What's good, Neff?
I only got about a couple more years, man, at the Yick status. It's almost over. Nate, August 19th, 2025, I will be 29 years old, brother. 29. It's getting close, man. But again, it's always a pleasure to be here on the NWA Podcast amongst the legends themselves. But Nate, it's 4 legends, man. It ain't just 3.
No, it ain't just 3. It's not just the big 3. It's also I was trying to do a big three, big me thing there. It just doesn't work with the way that sentence structure is set up. So let's just bring this man on, the fourth member of the crew, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all know this man. Y'all love this man. He is the super producer. He is the mustard on this beat of this podcast. Ooh. He is the Caitlin Clark of production. Ooh. Some even call him Caitlin Dark. Y'all give it up for the young legend himself, even though Young is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this song. Sorry, Ray. Y'all give it up for the young legend himself, Coach Ray Williams on the street, a.k.a. Two-Way Ray.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on now? Two-Way. Let me stop. My voice ain't it.
Oh, man. Starting off on a rough note, Ray.
Hey, Ray. I hope you're doing well, man. I hope you're not feeling too jaded today. You know.
Oh, there you go with the puns again, nephew.
Oh man, there's no correlation to that joke that just dropped on us. If you've watched the last episode, you know what we're talking about. But if not, you'll have to do your homework. But Ray, this is a big episode. The Black History Month episode is always a big one here at the NWA Podcast. How you feeling tonight, brother?
I'm feeling well. Always a pleasure to be with you, all of you distinguished gentlemen. And I think we should celebrate Black history as long as we could do it.
Yes.
With some people right. Trying to take it away, but always a pleasure.
We see you, Linda McMahon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it.
We got stuff for her today. Don't think you don't, folks.
Do you want to? That's like a great segue, but I know you got something before that you want to get, or do you want to save that to the end?
Let's save that to the end. Let's save the worst person for last.
Okay, cool. We said it. No, what I was talking about was that was going to be like the first thing we dove into, but I mean, I know we got some Black History stuff.
Yeah, no. We're not going to come out here, nephew, in Black History Month off the rip and give Linda McMahon the spotlight. No, we're going to spotlight our Black brothers and sisters, man, that have pioneered in this sport, that have made moves in this sport, that have made memorable moments in this sport. So that's where we're going to start with a celebration of that. But before we even get to that, before we celebrate those folks, we're going to celebrate you, the audience. We appreciate y'all rocking with us each and every month. And if you want to join the conversation, if you have thoughts on the latest news in the world of pro wrestling, if you have thoughts on some of your favorite Black stars and moments in Black history when it comes to pro wrestling, if you have thoughts on this dastardly woman, Linda McMahon, and the dastardly people that she serves, drop them in the comments. And if you want to cut the line, if you want to jump to the front of the line, if you want to fly to the front of the line like you Sam Wilson, Ray Williams, smash that super chat button and get the VIP status. Cut through the line, come through the velvet rope. We'll bring your comments up and we will discuss them. Also, if you just want to hear us talk about Sergeant Craig Pittman for 20 minutes, hit us with the super chat and we will do that. But before we get to any of that, real quick, got to take care of some housekeeping. Ray, Chris, nephew, and I, we are not just your advocates every month here at Post Wrestling. We are also part of the team over at the Nefarious Media Network. Ray Williams, throw that logo up there so the people can see what I'm talking about. Nefarious Media Network. We are a few days shy of a month in. Nefarious Media Network, changing the game by any means necessary. Bring it back, Ray, because we are a few days away from our first month, celebrating our first month here at Nefarious. And so we've been doing a lot of shows every Monday. We've been trying to be consistent with it. Tomorrow, in fact, we'll be having a special edition of the Avengers Initiative with myself, Brittany Monet, Jennifer Smith, and perhaps a guest talking about Captain America, Brave New World, as well as some of the other Marvel news that's come out over the past few months. So we talk about sports, politics, pop culture, music, pro wrestling, everything on Nefarious. We talk about it from a spirit of truthfulness, from a spirit of realness, and we are always on this journey, as Chris has often put it so eloquently. We are flying a plane while still building the plane in midair. And so this is a labor of love. We're trying to make some moves, trying to get some motion going. And we love your support. And there's ways that you can help us support this. First way, doesn't cost you a thing. Subscribe, Patreon, YouTube. I mean, subscribe to the Patreon. It does cost you things, so I'll get to that later. Let's talk about the free stuff first. Subscribe to the YouTube. Subscribe to Twitter, because we are still on Twitter. Subscribe to Blue Sky. Subscribe to the IG. Ray, show the people all this social media we talking about. Nefarious Media Network. Just search for it, and it'll come up, man. We need to generate, some more follows, man, because we want y'all to know, and we want y'all to let other people know about what we're doing in Nefarious, man. The other way, which costs you a little something, is the Patreon. Patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network. $5. We are back to our original price of $5. So if you missed that $2.50 deal we was running last month, I'm sorry for you. Maybe we'll bring it back. But right now in February, we ain't taking no pay cuts. Because when I wake up, Ray, I recognize they're looking at me for the pay cut. And we ain't giving it to them in February. But $5 gets you in the door for over 300 hours of audio and video content. Again, we're looking to expand. We're already in talks with people to collaborate with on this network, man. We trying to make some moves happen, because especially if you look at this world, man, not to get too deep, man, but again, some of the themes in that Captain America movie, Ray, they were speaking, man. They were speaking. And there's a lot of people in the world that will take joy and take delight in telling you what you can't do. Mm-hmm. Take joy and take delight in telling you what you are not. Take joy and take delight in telling you that you are less than. And part of the reason that we started Nefarious is because there is so much negativity, so much division, so much hate, so much false information being spread through this medium, a medium that I love, a medium that I've been putting in the work for in over 20 years. I've been putting in the work in this medium because I love it. And I know all three of my brothers love it too. And they have used this medium as a means to break people down. And that's not what we're doing with Nefarious. We lifting people up. We being truthful, telling y'all what's going on in the world. We are having a sense of joy about the mission, having a sense of joy about the work, talking about this stuff that we all enjoy, and also telling you about some of the stuff that's going on with these people in power. And so if that sounds like something that y'all want to support, if that sounds like the type of programming, the type of content that y'all want to hear, man, support us, man, because we are appreciative and grateful for everybody that's rocking with us right now. But we know we can take this thing to another level, man. We can take this thing to a brave new world. Like, I stepped out the movie theater. I didn't spend $25 on the Sam Wilson popcorn bucket. I'm gonna get it for like $10 on eBay a couple weeks from now, Ray Williams. But I felt when I walked out that theater, like, you know what? We don't have no superpowers here, even though Ray is the super producer, but everybody has a talent. Everybody has a gift that they can contribute to make the world in this country better. And we just talking about wrestling. Yeah, we just talking about Marvel stuff. Yeah, we just talking about movies. Yeah, we just talking about sports. But even through that, I believe that you can affect the difference. You can affect the positive change on people's lives. And so, yeah, the mission ain't stopped. The mission ain't over. It's just begun. So support us, Nefarious Media Network. We know y'all rock with us. So show your support, show your love, and let other people know, man, because we ain't going nowhere. And with that, nephew, we ain't going nowhere, but where are we going in terms of the stories that we going to talk about this month, brother?
We got a lot of stuff to cover, man. A lot of stuff. As we all know here on the NWA Podcast, man, as we do these shows on a month-by-month basis, of course, the beautiful work that has already been started over at Nefarious Media. A lot happens in wrestling. So it's like it's just like you're gone for whatever, a week or whatever, and then the things are turning upside down. But Nate, I know that you said you didn't want to start off on that note, but I feel like we should let's start off the show by talking about the great work that a lot of so many Black talents right now in the industry have been doing. I think we should start off with that, because I do want to parlay that conversation into a more serious conversation. And we all know what we're talking about on that front. But like, if there's any names in the industry, like whether it be, from the independents to WWE to AEW, like whatever promotion that you tuning into, right? There's any names that you're looking at right now, maybe even an up and coming name, somebody that people may not be as familiar with yet, or hasn't gotten the recognition that they should get. What's some names y'all looking at, Black talents that you think within by the end of 2025 they'll be in a better position than they are now again, regardless of their status, or have already, like, they'll sort of hit that next tipping point in their careers. I'll start it off. I think a name that we're going to see sort of take that next step in his career is Kevin Knight from New Japan.
Okay.
I can see Knight, because the reason I say Kevin Knight is because, like, he's already making those strides over in New Japan. Like, he was, former IWGP Junior Heavyweight Tag Champion with Kushida, doing a whole bunch of, independent dates. He's doing some stuff with MLW as well. And of course, as you guys know, we have a new AEW World Tag Team Champion since we last spoke. We Hurt People. The Hurt Business, are the new, the Hurt Syndicate, are the new AEW World Tag Team Champions. Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin got the gold. And, there's been a lot of conversations about who is going to be this fourth member that will ultimately end up joining the group. And I know because, Cedric Alexander had got, unfortunately released from his contract, that a lot of people were saying Cedric's name to be thrown out there. But when I'm thinking about somebody who I think could take that leap and be like a, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like a lot of potential there. I think Kevin Knight might be the guy to take the reins. Like I can see them getting back. Like when you talking about that specific position, like but putting aside, like we talking about names who we think we're doing the up and up and stuff like that. That specific position of being that fourth member of the Hurt Syndicate, I can either see, Knight, or a name that had been thrown out to me to me earlier by another great journalist in this space, Lyric Swinton, had mentioned the idea of Anthony Bowens being the fourth member of the Hurt Business. That was a great call on her part. So yeah, man, I can see one of those, but I'm really excited for Kevin Knight. Like, there hasn't been any update on his New Japan contract, like, so we don't know if he's staying or if he's going. And apparently he has offers, like, so I'm excited to see what's to come for Knight. But yeah, I mean, if he does choose to stay in New Japan, I think that'd be great for him as well. Like, to see him climb the ranks over there. But I wouldn't be surprised, man, if one of these days we end up seeing Kevin Knight in AEW, or maybe he even make his way to NXT, man. You never know what could happen. But if it's somebody I'm throwing out there, it's Kevin Knight. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see what that brother got going on over the next year.
Okay. I like that pick, nephew. And again, shout out to Lyric. We definitely need to link up with them here in the future and get them on the show, because they have some wonderful. Like, I see them on Blue Sky mostly, because I don't be at that other place that often. But I see them on Blue Sky mostly, and I enjoy their tweets. Their skeets. That's what they called, nephew. That's what they called. I didn't make it up. That's what they called.
No, that's what it's called for real.
Called skeets.
Jesus Christ, who the?
it's wild out there in them blue skies, nephew. Everybody just skeeting all day. The way is like nobody. Like, why are they saying skeet so many times? This is unacceptable.
Oh, skeet.
My answer is something that could be seen as kind of a cop-out answer, Ray. Cop-out answer, Chris, because it's an easy answer. You could say it's an easy answer, nephew, but I would say it's an absolute answer. Because my answer in terms of somebody to watch this year, we just saw him a few nights ago. This man, Ricky Starks, Pretty Ricky, what they call him, Ricky Starks on these streets. Because Ricky Starks is somebody who I feel, and we'll talk about him a little bit more later, or we could do it now, I guess. But I think Ricky Starks is somebody who we all know the potential, both in ring, but especially with his character work and his mic work. Like, Ricky is that dude. Ricky been that dude. Ricky's got the goods, and I think he can make some moves in NXT. Main roster Ricky Starks, I'm a little less hyped about, because we're gonna talk about how some of my brothers and sisters fare when they get that call up.
Hey, Nate, real quick before you continue, man. Like, y'all know how me and Chris always like to have our little funny debates. But let me tell you something. Whenever I get some on the nose, Chris give me my props, and whenever he gets,
you ready to concede the point, nephew?
Yeah. Hey, right. Chris said something on the last NWA pod, and we are going to revisit that, because now that me and Chris had said that we was gonna give it to like Mania, but like I don't even think we need to get to that at this point, because you kind of see the writing on the wall. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Nate, but I definitely wanted to give Dr. Ealy his props. You know what I'm saying? Because whenever I get someone to knows, he give me mine. So I want to make sure that we deliver that right back to Dr. Ealy. But we gonna get back to that. My bad for interrupting you, Nate.
Now, you know what's so funny, and we'll get to it here in a little bit, nephew. But Chris, Ray, and I were recording the Kings of Sport this past week with Brandon and Spills from Movers and Shakers Unlimited, and I don't know if it was on the podcast or after the podcast, but we were talking about wrestling, and that performer's name was brought up, and Chris was like, yeah, I hate to say it, but I think I was right and nephew was wrong. I was like, yeah, you might be right on that one, dog. But no, Ricky Starks to me is the guy. I don't know why you keep pulling Ricky down, man. Let Ricky shine, Ray. Let that man shine on these streets.
But hold on now, real quick.
Yeah.
We keep mentioning Ricky Starks. I mean,
Right.
Everybody thinks it's Ricky Starks.
I
The
know.
crowd was chanting Ricky Starks, but this performer never mentioned the name Ricky Starks.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what this dude's name is, because when I go to CW's YouTube page, all I see is new superstar has debuted on WWE on the NXT. When I go to WWE's webpage, all I see is new superstar has debuted on NXT. Everywhere I go online with the WWE imprint, all I see them mention, even on the show, even on last night's show, unless I'm not in the business of watching NXT pay-per-views, but I do watch the clips. And
Shout out to Brandon and David, who got a great breakdown of NXT Vengeance Day.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to those guys.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I called him Brandon.
Right. Yeah. Great. Yeah. But
the Harrington boys.
Yeah. But yeah, they didn't give him a name last night. So because people were getting at me, like I'm in group chats and stuff, and I was like, why are they giving this guy the Scott Hall treatment, you know who I am,
exactly,
but you don't know why I'm here treatment? Like, what's up with that? And then people were like, well, he just signed the papers. The ink is still wet. Just give it time.
Let it play out, Chris.
Yeah, let it play out. And then Saturday night comes and they're still not calling this guy anything except the new superstar.
So what I think is happening, I think I don't think that anymore. But like at first I was kind of on board with the idea that maybe because Ricky owns his name. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
it's his birth name, right?
That's exactly. So I don't think it's like an issue of that. But now I'm starting to think that they sort of just like playing it up a little bit. Like they trying to purposely avoid saying his name, so when he does his contract signing, he can say Ricky Starks is in it, and then they get the big pop or whatever like that. I think that's what's going on, and that's just what I think right now. I think that they're trying to they clearly see that people are,
Let me tell you, nephew, that Starkley Richardson merch is gonna fly off the shelf. Starkley Richardson,
crazy.
Yeah, I'm kind of the opinion of Andrew on. I don't think the names matter as much as they used to, because the wrestling fans are just a little too sophisticated when it comes to stuff like this, like John Moxley when he went to AEW, calling him Dean Ambrose wasn't going to do anything for him, right? So it's not like that name mattered. Some instances I do think the name means a lot more. Like Edge, maybe that's, because it was just so him for like 20 years. But even that name, I don't know how much it matters anymore. I think I'm gonna go ahead and say he'll be called by his name that he made famous, because it's not like Ricky Starks was an AEW wrestler who stunk up the joint, right?
Right.
Like he did a lot of significant, memorable stuff in AEW. Unlike Brian Pillman Jr., Alexis King, he just never really got the chance to show his chops like other people. So I do think like there's value in the Ricky Starks name. So hopefully this is much ado about nothing. But
hey, Chris, if I had to if I had to ask you like what I think that you think like similar to how I do about I think he'll do well under NXT, because I think they need like another big name in that mix. That men's division, bro. Outside of Omos and Trick, it's like, I mean, you got Javon Evans, but he on the up and up right now. I'm talking about like that's right there at this moment. You got Oba, you got Trick.
Yeah. And it looks like Trick might be getting called up too.
I think Trick on his way out. So like, Chris, just from your standpoint right now, how do you think? What would you say, Nate? Richard
Starkly Richardson.
Starkly Richardson.
I think this new exciting superstar. Here's the thing with people, and this is the thing I always have to tell people online. And this isn't just a WWE thing. This is an entertainment industry thing. People are saying to me in these chat groups that, he's friends with Cody Rhodes, so he's going to be fine. And he's got good friends, so he's going to be fine. Understand, in the wrestling industry, in the entertainment industry, what being friends with a top guy or gal does is it makes sure that you get a job and taken care of. It doesn't guarantee you a push, right? Like, look at Hulk Hogan's friends, like Ed Leslie, Brutus Beefcake. I mean, come on, man.
The nasty boys.
Yeah, look at the, Hogan had a lot of friends. Virgil was one of his friends. I mean, like, all of his friends were his underlings. So you can never judge these wrestling litmus tests by that kind of thing. And it goes the same for Hollywood too. Like Sly Stallone's brother is Frank Stallone, and he acted. Sly Stallone is Sly Stallone, and Frank Stallone is Frank Stallone, or whatever the fuck Patrick Swayze's brother's name is. Like, this is a thing in Hollywood.
Swayze brother catching a stray.
Well, I mean, it's just Kevin Dillon or Matt Dillon. His brother is Kevin Dillon. It's like, bro, that stuff doesn't mean anything. What means something is when they get to the roster, how they are going to be utilized. Right now, I'm kind of your thought, Nate. I think he'll be okay in NXT. I do think that once wrestlers get to the main roster, because I'm not even going to necessarily attribute it to race. I'm not going to not attribute it to race, but I do think
I don't see color, Chris. I don't see
right,
color.
Yeah. But I do think it's a size thing, I think when you get to the main roster, and I thought it would end when Vince McMahon left the company. But now that he is no longer there doing, like, in charge of things, it's still going on, It's like once, there's certain guys, I think you have to be a certain size in WWE. WWE has always kind of been the land of the giants. And unless you're somebody like a Rey Mysterio or a Penta, where you have, like, a good gimmick and you're someone that the kids could latch on to, I do think that size stuff is gonna hinder you. So with Ricky Starks, he's not like I've seen him in person. He's not a small guy, but in WWE, he's not necessarily a giant. So we'll have to see. The thing that means the most is if the head booker is going to see something in you. I think Shawn Michaels will see something in
Shawn is for sure.
in this talented new superstar.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if
Shit, Starkly Richardson's great.
right, yeah. I'm not sure what Triple H's thoughts are on this new superstar. Did he even do the point picture with him yet?
No, Ricky hasn't showed up on the main roster. I think that's like reserved for like main roster debuts.
Oh,
like,
okay.
That's when you get the point.
Oh,
the point
okay.
pitch.
Okay. All right.
The point pick with Mr. Want to be at confirmation hearings for people that's trying to do damage to our people, but that's a whole other conversation. But
that's how we pointed at RFK when RFK got confirmed.
Right.
but like I think the thing with Ricky is I think that NXT they need a Ricky Starks right now, especially with what Chris just said about Trick probably getting called up real soon. I think you're gonna need somebody to to take the reins and sort of just be that next man up. Because I don't think Oba's losing the title anytime soon, but I do think you need somebody that's gonna be able to fill that space in after Trick is called up. So yeah, I think Ricky will do. I think Ricky will be fine in NXT. I think he'll get a nice push. He'll be a top guy.
NXT building up its own little swag.
Mm-hmm.
Trick, Oba, Ricky.
I know. Like I think that Ricky will be fine in NXT. My question is like my reservations are about the main roster when that eventually happens. Like I wonder how that'll play out. Like I don't have like much faith in it right now. But I do have high expectations for his NXT run because I feel like I don't know what it is, but I feel like Sean is just like a more consistent than Triple H and right. I mean consistent in the sense that Sean. It seems like Sean isn't afraid to take chances, like he'll see a talent that's clearly they need that extra little push, and the NXT is diverse as hell. You can't lie on that. Like, bro, I'm talking about like just even with you talking about people of color, black people, you talking about women getting featured consistently on NXT, like they especially when they getting a lot of main events and also on top of that, they getting a lot of TV time. Like it's like it was one show late last year when like half the damn show, most of the show was like women's backstage segments, women's matches. Like like I think Sean has like a good grip on how to present his television and make it diverse. Like I always try to give Sean credit on that because it's not his show isn't. It's not just like straight just plain or whatever like this. So it's always like a different mix of characters that's trying to appeal to a variety of different people. So I give him credit on that. But
Andrew,
Rick,
real quick, Andrew, may I also mention that one intrepid reporter found out through a I believe it was an interview done that one Sexy Red was thought of to possibly sign up and be a wrestler, but then she said that she had other, like she was so busy and she had other engagements.
There was a like this again with things like that when it comes to what Ray's referring to. There was an interview that the Outlet Days had did with Sexy Red, and they was like talking about her music career and X, Y, and Z. And there was a written portion of the interview, and the reason I'm like reserved on that part is because like a lot of things sometimes get lost in translation in terms of like as it relates to pro wrestling, and like you may hear something and it sounds a certain way, but like if you don't follow wrestling that deeply, then you may like interpret it a different way. I don't think that they offered her a full-time spot to be a wrestler. I think maybe they offered her like a more consistent television role to be like something along those lines. But like I mean, again, like that maybe that because I mean in her quote, she didn't say that. Like she talked about like the parallels between hip hop and wrestling and things of that nature. But like sort of wrapped it around to like how she enjoys both and the parallels and X, Y, and Z. But the written context had noted that she was offered a permanent role to be like a wrestler in NXT, but she was like busy, with her, music and those sorts of things. Yeah. So she couldn't really commit to it. But I think that's one of those things that maybe like sort of got not lost in translation, but maybe like again, and I don't even want to say that because I don't know if the reporter maybe follows wrestling heavily, so I don't want to discredit him at all. But like I'm just going to assume that maybe the individual doesn't follow wrestling that heavily, so maybe like you hear one thing, and to our ears it sounds a lot different to an individual who doesn't cover wrestling. But again, I could be completely wrong, and maybe he does completely cover wrestling. So, but I think the idea of Sexy Red being a full-time character in NXT isn't surprising to me because I think I think Sean loves Sexy Red.
Sean love him some Sexy Red.
Sean loves him. Like I remember Sean. He had said something along
Two
those
bad
lines.
bitches.
He was like, I remember Sean had said something along the lines that he was like what was the name? I don't know if this is a real quote or this was like something that somebody just floated out online, but he was like, yeah, man, you know, we like Sexy Red would have been great if I was like younger or something like that. You know what I'm saying? He was like a young individual. He'd have loved being around Sexy Red or whatever like that. So like it ain't surprising to me that he thought that. But yeah, going back to Ricky, it's like I think he'll be fine in NXT, Nate, but the main roster sort of leaves it. It's up for grabs for sure. So I'm excited to see what he does in NXT. But yeah, that main roster, man, like we definitely gonna get into that conversation that me and Chris had last month. But yeah, take it away, Nate. Your thoughts about Ricky in NXT. The big name superstars.
This man, the new superstar, Starkey Richardson. Yo, you ain't ready, Chris. Starkey Richardson on these streets. But no, I think Ricky will do fine. Like we know how talented Ricky is, and then like you said, like Sean, all the Sexy Red stuff aside, like Sean been cooking in NXT lately. So yeah, I have the utmost faith that Ricky will have a breakout year with the NXT, and then the main roster will be what the main roster will be. But if I'm Ricky, I want to stay on NXT for a little minute. Just ingratiate myself to this new audience who may not have watched me in AEW. Get used to that WWE style, and NXT is a great place for him to kind of do some different things. Like we know Ricky's a great talker. We know Ricky has some great character attributes in terms of his performance. But maybe experiment with some things, maybe mix some things up. Like I think there's a wide opportunity right now for Ricky in NXT, whatever his name may be. So yeah, that's my pick. That's my pick for the breakout person this year, Chris.
Yeah. Do you know how long those NXT contracts are? I know they used to be like was it 2 years or something like that?
It's not all this. I mean, it's all like I know you know this, but it's all like under the WWE like contract. Right. But like the NXT deals, I think it's like on a more like on a, of course, like the pay. I think is way different. Not too crazy, but I saw a report today from Fight for that if you on the main roster, you making $200,000 to $3,000. That's like the minimum. Like they make some people on the roster making millions per year. But the NXT deals, I think it's like a lot of especially if you a PC recruit, they probably give like a 1 year deal to see how you figure out. But I think if you a name like Ricky, you probably get like a good 2 year jump, and then for the main roster they'll because
I say all that to say I don't think it's gonna hurt him to do NXT for the duration of his contract. Because if like say he does NXT and then he goes to the main roster and Triple H treats him like he treats other melanated talent on that roster, I think he could always go back to AEW, and I think he'd be in a decent spot. I can't say that about everyone that goes back to AEW, but I think he would probably be in an okay spot if he went back.
Yeah, I can see that. Like they, but I don't know if you can put that up, Ray, but he had just put in the chat. He said it was a report that Jordan Gray signed a new 5-year. She signed a 5-year deal with WWE, but it's a main roster deal. Yeah, so for talents like it's those type of situations, like they'll put them on a main roster deal, but they'll just start them out in the NXT. And like honestly, with Jordan, I don't even like I'm not mad at that. Like I think that it might be. I mean I don't really see like, especially because it's Mania season. I don't really know like where she fits in. in like main roster. So like you kind of just shoehorn her in, and then I feel like NXT could use her, and that'll be like probably some of the marquee for the Stand and Deliver show in April in Vegas.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that Jordan Grace going to NXT just makes sense, but her being on the main roster deal is like, you know, is good for her as well. So yeah, but Ray, like as far as like Ricky in NXT, and also like a black talent that you sort of been having your eye on, who you looking at, get your thoughts on both of those, my good sir.
Well, I'm very excited for the absolute future of NXT, unnamed absolute future. I think it and I'm surprised that it happened so fast, and I guess we could kind of transition just a little bit to just all the big three releases from AEW that kind of allow.
Oh, no, we go get that, right?
All right, I was just mentioning it because it seemed like, again, a same intrepid reporter as before. He also mentioned that Sunday, Ricky Starks was taken off the AEW main roster on the webpage, and then Tuesday he ends up. So I don't know what happened, because he had signed an extension, correct, Andrew, with AEW, but
I haven't heard about the. Let me check that real quick. But as far as Ricky's situation, yeah, he did. He did sign a. Not he did sign. He was taken off the AEW roster page on Monday, and then this motherfucker was on NXT the next day. I mean, and I also think that, you know, it harkens back to sort of the point that we was talking about. We talked about this on a couple shows ago here on the NWA Podcast. We talked about how Ricky hadn't been on television since March at AEW, and I think that what Chris and Nate was talking about you know, him being at the WWE shows. You know, he was at the Royal Rumble in 2023, and he was at WrestleMania, and there was the video of him in the skybox cheering Cody, and you know, it was also the thing when Punk. I think he posted it after Punk showed up in WWE, or like it was right before that. He posted a picture of him and Punk on Instagram, and you know what I'm saying. You know that ain't go over well, especially after how, you know, the whole situation went down. So I feel like the powers that be at AEW kind of felt that they knew Ricky was on his way out, so they just took him off TV. And again, he wasn't on television for months. Like he left AEW a couple days. Like he officially wrapped up AEW it was almost a 4 year Ricky hadn't been on television. Right. So and then, you know, he started working any days. He did the Defy stuff. You know, he was supposed to do some stuff for Turnbuckle Championship Wrestling on the 15th, but he got pulled because that was an NXT date. But yeah, man, like it's like it's AEW run. I look at it like this. I felt like Ricky definitely had some he definitely had opportunities. I can't sit here and lie and say he didn't, because he did have opportunities. But I think it was a lot of stop and start with Ricky. Like it was like a lot of that. Oh yeah, we're gonna get Ricky to push, because that was a lot of conversations happening around that time. It was like, well, when are they gonna go all in with Ricky? And it never felt like they really like truly went all in with Ricky. But I also think that's attributed to AEW, like, and not even just AEW, it's WWE as well. Both men's divisions on their main talent rosters are so top heavy right now. Right. And you go ahead, Chris. No, you go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, and with Ricky Starks, it's a very bizarre situation, kind of, right? Because it's like he was active a lot of 2023, won the Owen, beat CM Punk. He was doing big stuff, you know, and then all of a sudden, I think if my timeline is correct, you start hearing rumblings of him being backstage at these WWE shows.
Yeah.
And that's kind of when the brakes start getting pumped on him, you know? And I wonder I'm not blaming Tony for this. I'm not blaming Ricky Starks. I'm just wondering what happened to where this guy seemed like a priority in 2023. They did stop stuff with him. They, especially with MJF. I thought they should have went all the way with that, and they never did. They never like quite buried him. But it's like Starks somewhere along the way was looking at greener pasture somewhere else, and I'm wondering when that was like
what led to that specific
what led to that.
Like it's an interesting conversation because remember Chris, he was like if I'm not tripping, I hope my memory not tripping, but he was AEW tag team champion with Big Bill.
Yes.
He was.
I think they had the I think they had the belts. I'm looking that up right now just to make
sure.
They did. They had the
did.
belts, and Ricky just disappeared off television, and then he was gone, and he started doing media. But Chris, do you like? I'm pretty sure the rest, everybody saw it. But when he did that interview with Chris Van Vliet, and he spoke like openly about, what I'm saying, I feel like that also was like a clear-cut sign that he was probably on his way out, because he also spoke. Y'all remember that promo segment that he had with Adam Copeland? When Copeland
that one,
like he was calling like a knockoff version of The Rock.
Yeah,
and all that stuff. And I mean that was still when that was like when Copeland like first arrived at AEW, but like it's Ricky, the back end of Ricky Starks' time in AEW is like I hope. I don't think he will, but it'll be interesting to see him like sort of dive into that, because I would like Chris, I would like to know when was that point where things started to go left to the point where they kept you off television for almost a year. You know what I'm saying? Like what was that? And like he did interviews and he did virtual signings where he talked about like, I'm ready to go. Like as soon as they call me, I'm ready to go. And it was just like he never got the call. So I'm genuinely curious to know what happened, but I don't think he'll speak, or especially now since he's under WWE contract. I don't think that he'll, unless you like a CM Punk, like they let Punk, he do what the fuck he want to do in terms of like saying things and whatever like that. But yeah, it's an interesting case. But yeah, as far as his WWE running, what that could look like, I think he'll be successful in NXT. The main roster remains to be seen, but yeah, Ricky Starks is officially with WWE, and he will be appearing on the next episode of NXT as we're recording this. And that man said, I got you, Ray. But yeah, Ricky will be appearing this week on NXT to sign his official NXT contract, and we will see how that all plays out. But yeah, Ray, pass it back to you, my brother. My apologies.
No, you're all good, brother. But yeah, I feel the same way. I think he is going to do big things on NXT, but future is not as certain if he gets on the main roster, like the aforementioned unnamed superstar that you guys had an argument about. We'll see what happens with that, brother. But as far as who I think, as far as who can make a statement in the future, you kind of got a few people in mind. I was thinking, because as you guys were having that discussion last month, like I was kind of like in the middle. Like at that time, I was like 70% on Chris' side, but then I was kind of getting what kind of some of people were saying online. It's like, oh, this person's still he's getting valuable TV time, and he's still like things like that. So I think that there's still maybe a slight ray of hope for that particular superstar, but we'll see what happens with that. And
Ray,
it's better than Zazawa, I guess.
Put a pin in it real quick, because I want you to jot something down. As the producer of the Nubian Wrestling Advocates,
yes, sir.
We're going to start a segment beginning next month. Whenever Chris, and we love Chris, we love the professor, but whenever Chris goes too hard on the subject, whenever Chris maybe gets a little too negative on the subject, we're going to play a little chime, and that's when we have our segment, Ray of Hope. with Ray Williams. When Ray gives a superstar some positive affirmation, like, hey, your position is not so bad. You gonna get that push and get that brass ring someday. Ray of hope.
Ray of hope, man. Officially starting on the March edition.
Y'all get ready for the Ray of hope.
I'm actually gonna say my superstar is gonna be Lash Legend.
Ooh, how the tables have turned. It took 3 years, ladies and gentlemen. It took 3 years. Kris has finally seen the light on our good Chris, sister Lash Legend.
Hey, Kris, who radicalized you, brother?
I think she's gotten better, like my whole thing with her, because I never trip on if someone's not a great wrestler, because Jade Cargill, by like the standards of what wrestling fans and wrestling punditry expect, I don't think Jade Cargill is necessarily a great wrestler, but you can't say Jade Cargill isn't a safe wrestler. Jade Cargill is a safe wrestler, and she looks good in certain spots, and I thought my fear with Lash Legend, even Sol Ruka and people like that, was like, I'm like, this person, just the way they work could possibly hurt somebody, and I don't want anybody ever put in that position, but I think she's turned into a safer worker, and I think she's turned into a better worker. I don't think she's ever going to be like Bianca Belair, but I think she'll be serviceable on the main roster, and I think she will do good on the main roster. I don't know if the same rules for Black female superstars apply to them the way they do to the male, but that's actually a layered discussion as well. But I think I'm liking Lash Legend for 2025.
Okay,
look
Chris.
At
that, man. Look
okay,
at that.
Chris.
Look at the growth, man. Oh my goodness.
Hey, that is called growth, Chris.
I just want to clear, because I remember Chris saying, Chris never said that she wouldn't be good. He just said that he thought they threw her on TV too early.
Yeah.
I just like we joking around, we joking with him and stuff, but he never said that she will never be good. He just said that they threw her out there too early, and we was, and that was when we was having that conversation. Look at
what has happened already this year, Ray Williams. Chris is come around on Lash Legend. Our boy Omos out here winning championships in Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is happening. It is happening.
Hey Nate, so you had just brought this up, right? And Nate, I'm not even about to do a long monologue. I'm gonna just kick it over to you. I'm gonna say this, right? Omos hadn't been in WWE since April 2024. Last time he wrestled there, right? They finally say, hey man, we gotta find something for Omos to do. They send him over to Pro Wrestling Noah. We talked about this last month, Nate. And Ray, you can bring me out. You bring me out, Ray.
Gotcha.
But so Nate, they send him over to Pro Wrestling Noah. Omos shows up at Noah the New Year, treated like a big deal, treated like a specimen. They like, oh my God, like who is this? This Nate, this motherfucker pinned Naomichi Marufuji, who is the executive vice president of Pro Wrestling Noah. Put Omos over clean as a whistle.
Nephew.
Omos looked like a beast. He was in a faction with the GHC heavyweight champion. And then after a couple matches in Noah, Omos said that he was going to relinquish his belt because he was heading back to WWE. Nate, a lot of us thought that would mean he would be in the Royal Rumble. My brother Omos has not been seen.
I want to go on the record.
Hold on real quick, Chris, because I want to go on the record with something too. Paul, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, Levesque McMahon III. You got a lot of damn nerve, brother. This man Omos, okay? You sent this man to Japan, presumably so he can get some reps in. Presumably, so he can learn to work a little bit better, because he hadn't been on your TV for a minute. So you send him to Japan. As nephew says, he's doing good in Japan. Like, he's still not having those 6-star classics, but he's doing well in the role that they've given him in Japan. Wins a championship in Japan. You call him up. Hey, Omos, come on home, brother. Got big things planned for you. The week before the Royal Rumble, you bring this man home. Royal Rumble, typically a place where we see returns, typically a place where we see a lot of big spots with your big performers. Rumble comes, I'm like, okay, the only reason, logically, Chris, that you would pull this man away from the success that he is having in Japan, maybe the first real taste of success and acceptance and appreciation that he's had in this business, is to bring him back for the Royal Rumble to get this big return. We've seen what he did in Japan. Now we can take that formula and make it work here in America. I watched the whole men's Royal Rumble, Chris. Saw all the competitors. They had the new graphics on the screen, Chris, where they tell you who came in, who got eliminated, who might be coming up next. Not once did I see Omos's name on that scroll, Chris. So you telling me, Triple H, you brought this man here from a good situation in Japan to come home and sit. Make it make sense, Chris. Make it make sense, brother.
I honestly can't. I never thought him going to New Japan meant anything for him.
He went to Noah, Chris. Noah.
Noah. Yeah, you're right about that. I never thought about him going to Noah meant anything for him on the main roster. So I'm like, I think that he is kind of spinning his wheels at this point, though, and I don't think that they really have any interest pushing a guy the size of Omos. You know, I just think that I think there might be a lot of overthinking when it comes to like booking him, you know. And I think, you know, he suffers from like what a lot of these people suffer from is like, if you're not the caliber, if your wrestling isn't to the standard of Paul Levesque, of what he likes, it just might not be happening for you, you know. So I think that he's I think as long as he's getting a check, it's good for him. I'm hoping that they find a role for him.
They did him dirty though on this one, Chris.
Right, they did. I'm not even gonna lie. I think what they'll use him for is like the international tours. I'm sure they like him for like.
He could have stayed over. He was already international, Chris. He could have stayed where he was at and met up with them when they got there.
Right, yeah.
Did you bring him back just to scan him for the video game, Hunter? Because they got cameras and stuff in Japan, brother. He could have got scanned in Japan.
Hey, Nate,
why, Triple H? Why?
Nate, it's so crazy because like he really was like and again like it's like you said, it wasn't like he was like tearing the house down, but like he was presented like a big deal. Like they treated him like a big deal. Like he came out and, you know, you sometimes you can even hear the crowd doing the oohs and the ahs. And, you know what I'm saying? They were like fascinated by this dude, and I think that him being in that Team 2000 X faction with like he was in there with Ozawa and Daga and Yoshitatsu, and like you know what I'm saying? Like he looked like he was fitting in, man. And it's like, you know, like you got this big menacing presence that's in your faction, and you know Omos is looking good, man.
You think? Hold on, nephew. Hold on. Now I got a conspiracy theory working. You think Triple H saw how Omos was being treated over there, and he's like, can't let him get exposed to too much of that because he ain't gonna like it back here. Let's bring him back and bring him back to reality. You
want to know what's crazy? Like I really wouldn't be surprised because, like, I mean, seeing when you haven't been able to find something of substance for somebody for almost a full year, and then you send them to Japan, and then they immediately find something of substance
overnight.
For them to do. like, right. But I'm talking about Nate. This man in his first match won the GHC tag team title. Nate, it wasn't Nate, Chris, and Ray. It wasn't some. Oh yeah, we got to build them up. we gotta take this long period. They said, brother, you getting the strap day one. We don't have to do this process. We don't have to do this warming you up to the audience. It's like, no, brother, you are 7 feet tall. You are like a presence in his own. That is the attraction. You're getting the belt. It's that simple. It's not. We're not doing that whole thing. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. But I mean, and then even like to the point you mentioned earlier, it leads more credence to it. Of like everybody thought that maybe he was going to be in the Royal Rumble. That's why they brought him back, and then maybe they would have sent him back after, like sent him back to Japan after. But it's like you brought this dude back, and brother, Rumble was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now. Like,
let's get into this, because now you done got me hyped, Andrew. Now you done got me heated, man. Chris, the levels of disrespect on this. Not only did we take this brother, and like you said, yeah, they paying him. Okay, that's your employer. Cool. We understand how the free market and capitalism works. So you paying Omos. Okay, you can do what you want, I guess. But Chris, this brother was living good in Japan. This man was being treated like a star in Japan, like he was special. And then you call him back home, presumably to work this Royal Rumble. You make this man, Chris, get in a plane. This man is like, it ain't nothing for you and me and nephew and Ray to get in the plane, Chris. We can do that all day.
Right.
This man, Omos, 7 foot tall, got to crouch up in the plane. You riding like this, and I used to live in Japan, okay? That's not a short flight. This brother like this for 17 hours. Like this, ladies and gentlemen. That is uncomfortable. Just to come back and do nothing? Nothing, Triple H. The disrespect is palpable, Chris.
But the Rumble was it's 2 weeks ago now.
Not a peep from this brother.
So it's like you know, like I mean, and the crazy thing is like Triple H, he the one that personally recruited Omos.
That's supposed to be your dude.
That's supposed to be your guy, man. Like you went out of your way, like it's on record. That's not like a report. That's like from his mouth. Like he went out of his way. Omos said Triple H went out of it. Like Omos could have went and played basketball, and Triple H was like, "Please stay in contact. Like just when you're done with that, like call me and let me know." And then he finished up with basketball, and then he was in WWE. Now
this man could have been in the dunk contest last night. Triple H.
I think that he was recruited by Triple H for Vince McMahon. You know, I don't think Triple H ever really loved him.
Okay, Chris. Chris. Good, Chris.
That's a good
point.
I
think that he saw this guy and he thought Vince would like him, you know, so he could bring him to the roster and stuff. And Vince did like him for all intents and purposes. You know, he was doing significant stuff.
He did more under Vince than under Triple H.
Yeah, well, like, and we'll talk about that too, because Samantha Irving had some interesting comments
yes, she did
as well. So, I just think that it's just, I mean, like, to put it in perspective, this happens to a lot of guys that go to Japan that don't get like over in the States, but for whatever reason in Japan, they are just huge stars, like Scott Norton, Prince Albert, you know, when he got to Japan.
Prince Albert mentioned.
Yeah. He was like a huge star in Japan, you know. And I think like I think that culture, they just know what to do with guys like
hell, the damn Good Brothers, like they did a little something over here, but not compared to what they did in Japan.
Nothing like they did in Japan, you know. Like it's I think it's just one of those things, but I don't know. I just don't know how I don't think he's getting released or anything like that, but I just don't. I think he's going to be used when they go to Saudi.
Yeah, when they do their international tour.
Yeah, when they go to Nigeria, or I don't know if they're going to ever go to Nigeria, but if they go to Africa, anywhere, any country in the continent, something like that, I think he'll be used for that kind of stuff.
Nate said he was already international.
He was already over. Look, Valentine's Day just happened, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all had a happy Valentine's Day or Galentine's Day or a single person day. But here's the thing, man. I've been in relationships before, Chris. Anybody that watched the Kings of Sport this past week knows Chris has been in like 47 relationships over the past decade. But in any relationship, nephew, if the person that you want, if they don't want you, sometimes it's just time to go.
Yeah.
If they don't love you the way you need to be loved, sometimes it's time to go. And Omos, I'm not saying you got to go, but I'm saying you might want to talk to this man Triple H. Like, what do you want from me?
Right.
What are we doing here? Because I had a good thing over there. Yeah, granted, like you said, I'm not AJ Styles. I'm not Penta. I'm not any of these dudes. I'm not Cody. I'm not even Gunther. I'm not any of these dudes. But what I had to offer, Japan liked. So if you don't like what I have to offer, if I was just something to placate your old man, then let me go, man. Because the Homo sapiens is gonna ride with me wherever I go.
Hey, I'm telling you.
Clip that, Omos. If you need motivation, Omos, and I know you listening, brother, you ain't got to take this, Omos.
Be
the bigger man.
If
7 foot tall, Omos.
If he listening, you always welcome to the NWA podcast.
Yeah, look. If Japan or WWE don't work out, we always got space for a fifth member. If you need more room, Ray, sorry, you'll be in the background. I'm sorry. That's the way it is.
Can you imagine if that's how we finally get the Chris Omos?
Yo, the whole first hour, you, me, and nephew, we backstage. We just gonna let Chris and Omos settle their differences.
I'm telling you that'd be the funniest shit ever. But like I'm serious. Like I don't want nobody to lose. Because hey, bro, listen, you getting $200,000 to $300,000 a year.
Yeah,
at minimum.
Yeah, and
like I ain't wishing nobody lose that. But
right,
like,
yeah.
The thing I'm like, I swear I think Omos would do so well on the independents. I feel like he would get booked like crazy. Like I'm telling you, bro. Like I think Omos would do really well for himself. But I also think that comes down to like. The traveling, like, but he is a big dude, bro.
Yeah.
So like the travel, the hotels, and all. I mean, I think
why y'all should have let that man stay in Japan. They making this man get on a plane.
Yeah. So
17 hours, Ray.
I think it's just more.
You ever been on a plane, Ray, where the plane flight was so long you was able to eat dinner, watch a movie, take a nap, wake up, and you still got 5 hours? That's a flight to Japan, Ray. And this man like this the whole time. Come on, man. But ain't enough leg room in first class for that, brother Chris.
What you about to say, Chris, about the?
No, I was just the last thing I was gonna say on this is like, in 300,000 is actually decent money in WWE now. Back in the day when you're doing the house show tours, that 200,000 wasn't a lot of money because you're blowing through it with travel expenses and hotels and all this other shit. At least. Yeah, but at least now you get to like enjoy home, you know, like that's like 200,000 should go a long way even in this messed up economy.
Especially if you're smart with your money.
Yeah, especially if you're smart and putting some away.
Yeah. So we talked about Omos.
Salute to Omos. That's all we saying, brother. Know your worth, brother.
Shout out to Omos, man. But we gonna move into this. We gonna jump around a little bit, but I definitely wanted to get into this, man. Especially since we had the early. You know, I don't want to wait too long for the people to hear this discussion, man. Because this is a very important and layered discussion that we need to have. Miss Linda McMahon, leading the Department of Education. She had her the confirmation meeting, and Paul Levesque, Stephanie McMahon, Shane McMahon were all in attendance. This is like you can kind of see what's about to come from this, especially because that senator had asked that question about, you know, the teachings of, you know, African American history courses and Black history courses in public schools, and maybe that being removed from a lot of the criteria from these schools. And, you know, she didn't necessarily give a direct answer on that front, but I think that also falls in line with every other person that has been sworn in so far. Like, before they get sworn in, they always dodge the question that they don't answer, or they walk around it and dance around it. And then those hard questions that they were asked of, the things that they didn't answer on end up happening, much like how RFK Jr. and Mr. Drunk Pete Heggs left, or whatever the hell his name is. Like he a lot of things that he was asked of, said, you know, he didn't answer them, or he danced around it, and then those things ended up happening. It's the optics of the situation. I mean, I think this conversation is much deeper than wrestling, but it also has a lot to do with wrestling because you got fucking Levesque and Stephanie and Shane there, but more so it's Levesque, right? It's like when you have someone who is sitting there about to be confirmed, and I think she will be confirmed, is that there's a possibility, there's a chance that she could be the reason why Black history courses might not be taught in public schools anymore. And then on top of that, if these schools do continue to teach these Black history courses, there's probably another chance that they'll lose the funding that they get from the government. And what that means is that some of these schools will have to close. A lot of these kids ain't gonna have nowhere to go because everybody can't afford private school, bro. So it's like this shit. And again, I know it was other stuff she talked about as well, but that shit like really stuck home with me, and it was so crazy to me to see like Levesque like front and center, because I also wonder if some of the Black talents on the roster kind of felt off about that, like even if they don't know the like the ramifications of what might happen if Linda McMahon when Linda McMahon is sworn. I don't want to keep bullshitting acting like she's not gonna get sworn. She's getting sworn in, but like it's so crazy to me because like you can literally see the play that's happening in America right now. Like this is like this dude Trump is like on some like real trying to be like on some dictator shit, like some this like fascism. Like this is like legitimately what it seems like things are leaning towards. Like I don't think I don't think it'll ever get to the point of like segregation or anything like that. I don't think it'll hit that point. But I definitely think it'll get to a point where a lot of us won't be able to share the same spaces as other people. Because I feel like that line is going to be definitely drawn. Like even with now, bro. Like last month in DC, there was a Proud Boys march. You know what I'm saying? Like these people feel comfortable. There was a Nazi march in Lincoln Heights, and they got ran off by the Black people in the community. Like, you know what I'm saying? You showed up to a predominantly Black area in Ohio, and you was walking around chanting the hard R, talking all this crazy stuff, saying Black people need to die and all this, you know what I'm saying? All this crazy verbiage, and then the Black folks showed up in the community and ran them off, and you had Black people out there patrolling the neighborhoods with their guns, and because Ohio's an open carry state and protecting themselves, man, in the community. It was the same thing that happened in Columbus, Ohio. There were Nazis walking around in Columbus marching and saying the N-word and saying we need to die and all this stuff, and it's crazy to me because this current administration, they're enabling this shit, like, because it's and people like try to ignore it and act like it's not, bro. Like, why is it always that when this man is off, his Nazis feel comfortable? Like, what like do you think that that's a coincidence? It's not. These people feel comfortable. They're being enabled by this, and then on top of that, you have Elon Musk who's doing the Nazi salute on. I don't know if I can say that on Post Wrestling Utah. I don't want to get them flagged, but like they're doing the salute. And he's enabling this as well, and like I remember Chris had said this a couple months ago on the podcast. I think this is like right after the election happened, and like now I like really, but I kind of believed it then, but not so much. But like I just genuinely believe that there were that many like dumbass people in the country. But like now I'm really starting to believe that Trump got real close with Elon and asked him to like rig this election to make sure that he didn't go to jail so he could be president. Him being president was a way for him to stay out of prison. And when he made that whole comment about, man, Elon sure knows how to work those voting computers, I'm like, what the fuck do you mean he know how to work the voting? You know what I'm saying? Like it's insane to me, dog. Like where the country is heading, and like I'm not surprised that America is like at this point now, because America has always been racist. That's like literally at the root of this country. That's what it is. It's founded on racism. But I think I'm more so shocked at how like open this shit is now. But like I'm talking about people are like openly admitting that they're Nazis. Like they don't have, like, I mean, of course you got those people out there that be hiding their faces, but there are like people online who like they'll do like the salute, and they'll loud and proud about it, and that's what they feel, and they saying these crazy ass things online, and it's like this is really like America, dog. Like and it's not, again, I'm not so, because this is America's true colors right here. And you're like you seeing all this stuff about look when they say they say DEI, right? And they like people just assume that when they hear that that means black people. But like little do they know when Trump is cutting these programs, cutting these things out from DEI, like that's affecting like so many other different people,
veterans,
other than black
single
people.
mothers,
But
people that are disabled.
Disabled people, yeah.
It's crazy, bro. Like and these people, like these MAGA people, dog. They will literally vote against their own human rights, dog, just so black people don't have it. Just so, in some of these cases, and in these red pill motherfuckers, just so women don't have it. Like if they feel some type of way of the homophobic shit, they feel some type of way about transgender people, because they will literally vote against their own human rights, dog, just so other people don't have access to it. And that's also the same thing like that. And again, it's just a repeat of history. Like this has always been America and what it is, like, dog. But even when you think about like just some of like the race, but the fact that there are, I saw that JD Vance was at the AFD party, and Elon was there too, and he spoke at it, bro. Like these motherfuckers are like encouraging Nazism, like they believe in that shit, and like it's so crazy because some of these dumbass people that do that, bro, your fucking grandparents, your grandfather fought in a war to end that, and you are actively trying to bring it back just because you hate somebody, mainly because of the color of their skin, bro. And I'm so tired of people making these excuses about, oh man, this is laws, and this is about policies, and this is about grocery prices, bro. This ain't about none of that shit, man. Y'all just want to be racist.
Price of eggs still high as hell, nephew.
But still, it has not changed. And like, but I just want. Just admit that you just want to be racist. That's what you want. And this is the thing. I think that they know that this ain't what they think it is, though. Like if they know that they can't try us how they used to try our people back in the day. You can't do that no more because we not going like that. This is a whole different, like, especially with the thing in Cincinnati. When you see all them black people out there with they guns and they assault rifles and they, you know what I'm saying, they out there. And it's like, what you trying to do? Like, you really want to do that? What you want to do? Because you got all these Nazis walking around with their assault rifles thinking you going to intimidate these people, and they coming right back at you with the same firepower. And like, I remember I even saw like a tweet on Twitter, dog, and this was like the craziest shit that I read. It was a dude. I was like scrolling through the tweets of like that post that I was just telling y'all about the black folks in the community that ran off them boys, right? Dude, it was a dude in the quote. I was just scrolling through looking at him, and it was a dude in the quote tweets, and he was talking about it was like a thread that he was having with another person, but it was like the most jarring like language that he was like the blacks are starting to look organized, and you know, I think our people need to take notice of that they're not scared anymore, and we have to take action and reroute. And I'm like, you know, like, but it's people out there that like dead ass, like, I'm telling you, but they want some type of like race war or between. I'm telling they want that shit so bad, and it's like we like, again, but this is, again, I'm not trying to act surprised because this has always been America. I'm really trying not to do this like shock value because this is what it always is. It's just now they have somebody who is in a high ranking, the highest position that you get in this country, and he's enabling this shit. And he has a dude in office who's enabling a dude beside him who's
not just enabling, nephew, he's empowering them.
And it's a dude right beside him who is the richest man in the world, who is also empowering, like you said, and enabling this shit. And then you have JD Vance, who used to talk shit about Trump, but now all of a sudden, you know, he on his side now, whatever that situation is. But it really is so surprising to see where we are right now. Like, I'm talking about even some of these videos that I'm seeing, like, of people, like it was some people driving in a pickup truck, and it was some people walking down to a march, and like they was like they like drove past the car, and they like did the salute, and they were screaming white power and all this shit. Like, I'm talking about, bro, this shit is, bro, I'm telling you, by 20, and then even if we just get off that topic, this motherfucker is like literally destroying relationships with other countries. Like I'm talking about actively destroying relationships. You have other countries like laughing at us, bro, like how fucking stupid we are, and they can see that we're about to become like someone. He's going to try his hardest to become a dictator. Like, that's literally what this is. He's trying to solely governed, controlled. Like it's like even to the point where he's not even including some of the Republican leaders and some of his decision making, because he even knows that shit that he's doing is going to be like rejected by them, like or not maybe not rejected, but more so just questioned. And I don't think that he wants to be questioned because he doesn't even know what he's doing his damn self. And like the fact that this is where we are right now, and we got to deal with it for the next 4 years. Like I'm telling you, bro. Like I think by 2027. It is legitimately, and again, I don't think it's going to be back like, you know what I'm saying, in those type of times, but I definitely think it's going to be by 2027. It'll be a point where we would not be able to say the same spaces without some type of contention or some type of shit happening, bro. Like it's this racial tension, bro. Like it is like an all-time high right now. Like I'm telling you, it's not going to end well, dog. Like it's not.
Okay.
He's like actively promoting this, like, and I'm telling you, this is only going to lead to violence, bro. Like, there's no talking at this point. Like, talking isn't helping anything. Like I even saw, like one good thing that I did see is people were protesting. They went out to the y'all saw that he took over like the chairmanship of the Kennedy Center here in DC.
Yeah.
And the people had went and protested down there. They went like in droves and they like protested that and stuff. So that's still good activism to see, but it's like. I don't think that's gonna be enough, man. Like I'm telling you, I think that these MAGA people, bro, like they again, this is another thing. I used to think that like when people said it was a cult, I used to be like, I just think these people are fucking stupid. I don't think it's a cult. But like now that I'm like that, like I'm talking about having this undying loyalty to one person is like insane, and people think that other people are being dramatic when they compare that shit to 1930s Germany. Like they think people think that shit is like some type of you being dramatic or whatever. It's, bro, having this like undying loyalty, unwavering loyalty to a man who is promoting, like he's embracing, and you have people in this party who are embracing these like these racial boundaries, like they're like really plowing at home. That's not gonna end good, dog. 60 fucking people died on a plane crash. This man got on national television and said, well, if you never would have hired those DEI people, you know, this wouldn't have happened. But do you know how fucking ignorant you got?
And it was a white pilot,
and it was so white. And bro, this is the thing before I pass it off, right? The thing that saddens me the most, right, is that individual who the one who was driving the Black Hawk, right, he has a 1-year-old child and a wife. The conversation is no longer about this man unfortunately tragically died and along with other people that tragically died. The conversation now, because of Trump, is about as soon as his picture got released online, guess what all the quotes were? Oh, with that he ain't black. That he ain't, you know what I'm saying? And again, I feel terrible for that, bro, because that's like, dog, his death is not even the focal point. It's like Trump put him in the bull's eye. And it's like, well, you know, if you'd have never had these DEI people, then this would have never happened. And now his death is solely focused around people pointing out the fact that it wasn't a black driver or a pilot. That's not like, this man just died, dog. He died. He passed away. Like he's gone. He has a child, a 1-year-old child is without a father now, and a wife who had no longer as a husband. So, it's not even about that. The whole conversation is about, well, he not black because we got to defend ourselves. From like, but again, it's also taken away from this man's death, which is the fucked up part, because that's not how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be mourning these people, but you got the president of the United States who literally got on television, and this motherfucker said, well, you know, if you never the Biden had all this the disabled people, and again, when they say DEI, they mean black people. That's what they're trying to say. You coach that shit however the fuck you want to. They're saying black people, but again, we know that doesn't directly apply to black people. And then on top of that. But did y'all see the White House post Instagram on Valentine's Day? You see that shit, bro? No. They said, let me just pull this shit up real quick, because this was like the most insane shit. Like, and I'm telling you, like, this shit is a fucking joke. This is legitimately on the White House Instagram. I wish I was lying. I wish I was like being dramatic, but this is like legitimate. I'm waiting for my screen to load. But he posted a picture. It was like a little Valentine's Day card or whatever like that. It said, roses are red, violets are blue, come here illegally and we'll deport you. Like I'm being so serious. That shit is
Wow.
literally on the White House Instagram page and the White House's Twitter. Like, and it's a picture of Trump. And I think it's like the head of immigration. I guess who that individual is. The shit is like fucking ridiculous. And like I'm even seeing, but I feel terrible for these immigrants that are going to be deported to that Guantanamo Bay. But I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Like I be saying these MAGA motherfuckers trying to defend that shit, but that shit is a concentration camp. That's exactly what that shit is. He talking about he got 30,000 beds for these people, but they're about to be women and children and men as well in a remote location without no cameras. That at least there will be no access to these cameras that people will be able to see anything from these people. That's it, right? The shit is fucking crazy. That's from the real White House Instagram, and I'm like, it's so crazy to me because I know that these people, I can only imagine what these people are about to go through in these camps. Some of these people about to get fucking abused, dog. Like you think this shit is about to be fucking roses and peaches down there? They about to do some damage to these people. There's no cameras, there's no, and then on top of that, you have the president of the United States who is encouraging this shit. But people are about to be sent to literal concentration camps. This shit is ridiculous. And like there are people out here in this world genuinely who like this shit. And like you got, and again, I'm not trying to bring this motherfucker up because he's like fucking irrelevant. But you got stupid ass people like the Undertaker who make comments like, well, he makes politics entertaining. What the fuck are you talking? Like, but like, what about this shit is entertaining? What is racism? That's what's entertaining to you, motherfucker. You think him being racist is entertaining? I long missed the days when I barely knew what the fuck was going on in politics. The shit was so fucking boring. Like it was just nothing going on.
Yep.
Like, but I you know what I'm saying? I didn't hear about like he's doing some crazy shit on a daily basis that is like the most absurd, like just random shit. Like, and then on top of that, he's trying to control the free press, like banning the Associated Press, but because they're not calling it the Gulf of America and shit like that. Like just doing stupid ass shit. Like, so, and then he's trying to control the media, bro. This is why I say that, like, this is like literally fascism, bro. This is what that is. He's trying to be a sole authoritative leader where there's only a group of individuals who got the power in this country. Him, Elon, and fucking White House Secretary J.D. Vance. Like we are heading to like a dangerous point in the country. Like the racism was only the beginning, because I mean America always been fucking racist. That shit ain't never changed. But now it's being encouraged to be open about it. And I'm telling you, dog, before I'm gonna pass it over to y'all now, this is not going to end good. It's going to be no amount of protest. It's going to stop what's going to happen from happening. There is going to be a point where we will not be able to share the same spaces, and the shit is going to get ugly. I'm telling you, if it keeps going the trajectory that it is now, and we're only 2 months into this shit. We are 2 months into this, and we having Nazi marches and Proud Boy marches and motherfuckers doing the fucking salute. You got people saying "Hail Trump" and shit. Like, dog, it's about to get ugly out. It's already ugly, but we got 4 more years worth of this shit, 3 more years worth of this shit. Like it's I'm telling you, dog, it's not good, man. This shit is not healthy. This is not I mean, it is America, but this is not what America is supposed to be when you be promoting this shit about the land of the free and everybody's supposed to be treated equally and everybody get fair opportunities and we all are one and all this shit, man. This shit right here is white supremacy, dog. That's what this is. That's what it always will be about. You spare me with this bullshit about grocery prices, like how you saying, Nate, about eggs and about policies and about laws and you want a better economy. No, the fuck you don't. You want to be racist. But I'm going to tell you motherfuckers something. If you think for 1 second that people of color, black people, like they just about to be like laying on their fucking backs and taking that shit, that is not happening. You are like, I'm telling you, this is a new era, new generation. Motherfuckers is not dealing with that shit. But I also think that it also comes down to a point where we all have to be like cohesive as a unit. But I mean, I also don't think that's going to happen because you got the same people who look like us, or you know, other people of color or other different ethnicities and races who think that by them aligning with whiteness or them aligning with these individuals will make the target come off of their backs. These motherfuckers do not like you, dog. These motherfuckers literally say, Like, if you're not pure blood American, if you're not really like, and what they mean by that, bro, is if you're not white, we don't fucking want you. We don't want you. That's what these MAGA people, these people under Trump's whatever, that's what they want, dog. They don't want you in their shit. So you can try to align with that whiteness all you want to. That like that what they talk. You can try to align with that shit all you want to, dog. They do not want you in their shit. They do not want you. They do not care about you. You will always be in that group, and everybody else is in that group. Black Americans, Hispanics, Asian Americans, Indians, Eritreans, gay people, transgender people. To these MAGA people, we are all in that same group, dog. There's no different. We're all in that box. You know what I'm saying? So they may hate some more than others, but we're all in that box.
Yep.
We're never going to be anything more than that to these people. So like, some of y'all motherfuckers got to realize that you aligning with that is not going to do any good to you, because they just going to fuck you in the ass after anyway. So it don't even matter. It really doesn't matter. They're going to do you dirty, stab you in the back. You know what I'm saying? I'm like dumbfounded by people of color that even think that you can align with that shit. But like, again, I think some people are going to have to learn that lesson at some point, and I think that lesson is about to hit hard and fast. And bro, we are heading into like a dangerous time in the country. So please protect yourself, people, please. But I'm sorry for the rant, guys, but
no, it's cool.
Yeah.
All right. So much to unpack there.
Talk to him, Chris.
Originally,
my bad, Chris. I completely got off the Linda McMahon topic. So
no, it's cool.
She's part of the fuckery. She's part of the fuckery.
We can address all of this one by one. All right. So Linda McMahon, she is going to get confirmed. I believe the congressman that asked her about Black history, African American history being taught in schools is, I want to say it's Chris Murphy out of Connecticut.
That's him.
Yeah.
All right. So okay, I can't. But yeah. So her answer, I thought, was what it was gonna be. It was a non-answer, saying they have to look in, because what he asked essentially was, is a teacher going to get in trouble for teaching African American history, Black history? And she was like, I have to look into that. I'll get back to you. That's, come on, man. Like, why do you need to look into something like that? As far as what this stuff means, and Andrew, I was where you was at, where you are at right now. I was there in November. In February, I like, there are a lot of people. I feel bad for the collateral damage from this.
Yes.
I don't feel bad, and come at me if you want to. I don't feel bad for immigrants or people who thought it was a good idea to vote for Trump and thought he didn't mean any of this stuff that he said, that are in the finding out stage.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you in the finding out stage? Because you fucked around. And that's usually what happens at the finding out stage. You usually fucked around first, and now you're finding out. So it is what it is. I don't like these people, these pro-Gaza people that I was arguing with every single day during election cycle. I argue with some guy. He told me that there was no difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, and I told him that there was, and that Kamala Harris might not be perfect when it comes to Gaza, but she's gonna come to the table. You can listen to her, and she'll listen to you, and we'll come to some kind of resolution. Trump isn't gonna do that. He sees the Gaza Strip as land that he could put a golf course on and make it a tourist place. And that's just what it is. And now you guys are feeling the ramifications of it, and now you're like, oh, Black people, you need to come together with us. Fuck y'all, man. I like if you supported that shit, or if you put Kamala Harris in this box where she's exactly like Donald Trump, and this is what you're feeling now, I got Scarface's no tears for you, because we tried to tell you. I tried to tell you. I lost my breath. I got gray hair doing this stuff. You know, unfortunately, I still have my hair, but I lost my breath every month on this podcast, every month on other podcasts, other radio networks. Professor Ealy, can you do this channel? Yeah, I'll do that. Writing articles, feeding stuff to AI, going on Facebook today, going on Facebook back then, giving histories on things. And this is where we're at. So all I'm going to do now is make sure we can stop the bleeding in some way. Andrew said something that I thought was very interesting earlier, that he said, I don't think we're going to go back to segregation. I got some bad news because that's kind of where we're headed. Democracy is only as powerful as the people who are willing to fight for it, right? So what's coming now is going to be a lot of fighting for what we believe in and what we think is right. Donald Trump was not lying when he said the stuff he said. You know, all that stuff was true. With the Project 2025 stuff,
it's the only thing he was truthful about, Chris.
Right, yeah. And he tried to lie about that and said, I had nothing about it. All that Project 2025, Agenda 47 stuff, that stuff was true. And you're seeing it starting to germinate, man. These farmers right now, I'm hearing a lot of farmers, MAGA farmers, that are like, oh my gosh, we're going to have to shut down and we're not getting the money you used to be. And this is the sad part about this country and not teaching civics to people. Because when you start shutting down government agencies, what happens to the farming industry is the money that they used to get from those from those agencies, they no longer get, you know. Agriculture, agencies, pay for, peanuts to get farmed and make peanut butter and vegetables and all kinds of different stuff that gets made from government money that these farmers get, that they are likely not going to get anymore because Donald Trump is shutting down a lot of these government agencies. Linda McMahon is put into, and believe it or not, she's actually one of the less incompetent people Trump put into place. And that's not
the bar is in hell, Chris.
Yeah, that's not saying anything, because she's trash. But it could get worse. And she's there for the sole purposes of destroying the Department of Education. If you live in a
pardon for Vince if he needs it in the future.
Yeah. A pardon for Vince. He's going to get that. That's the thing. I warned about that. I warned about that in July. I said, if Trump gets back in office, if Vince is brought up on any Fed charges, he is going to get pardoned. So right now we have to rely heavily on states to charge these people, right? It's federalism in reverse. We have to look at the states to do their jobs, because the federal government is not going to do their job. You could pay for pardons from Donald Trump. There's no justice the way there used to be. It's like, if you need, like, I'm waiting on the day where Diddy calls Donald Trump up and be like, yo, how much it costs for one of these pardons, and Diddy pays him and he gets the pardon too, because there's no honor amongst these kind of people. There's just payola give me money, I'll
Pay to
pardon
play.
you, that kind of thing. I can't cry about this shit. What I'm gonna do, protect my state. Y'all protect your state. We're gonna be okay, because I do think I don't know exactly what the school district is like in like where Nate lives in Newport News or where y'all live, but I think because big cities typically we fund our schools well. The schools that are going to have to worry the most about this are those schools in red states where education isn't a priority in the first place, where test scores are already rock bottom. They're just going to get lower and lower, and people are going to get dumber and dumber.
And Chris, I was literally about to mention that as well. I believe I heard a stat that said 8 of the top 10 states that need or required the most educational government funding were red voting states, and
Right.
10 or 7 of the 10 states that needed the least educational government funding were blue voting states.
Right.
So
Yeah.
you're spot on with that.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, what did people think Trump meant when he said he loves the uneducated?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think this is the thing. Here's the thing too, because he does love the uneducated, because he could take advantage of them and they're easier to play. I told people, like, because they were saying, like, because I work in education and people thought, oh, I hate Donald Trump because he's going to make sure that, you know, people that work in education don't get paid as much as they used to or get overpaid, and you're mad and that this stuff. I gotta make this crystal clear to people. When Donald Trump is in office, I get paid more money because he fucks everything up so bad. So in my state, what people do when they're out of jobs is they usually go to university or college and take classes to make sure that they are prepared for a changing, evolving job market. So I'm getting more money right now. I'm not happy with that. You know, I don't like the fact that, you know, my money is more because of an idiot in the White House, but and this all this stuff is purposefully done. I want to let you know this, Andrew, and let every one of our people that are watching. This stuff is not an accident. People think that Donald Trump is this idiot, and he is. But what this is called, Ruth Ben-Ghiat writes about this. It's engineered incompetence. So what engineered incompetence is when a autocratic leader in a country gets in charge, what they do is they put incompetent, unqualified people that do not have the education for the positions that they're in, they put them in those positions.
Chris, a DEI hire, if you will.
Yeah. Well, we'll get into that in a second.
Yeah, right.
Too, but in the hopes of that lever of power, that industry falling apart. So you put Linda McMahon in charge because you want the Department of Education to fall apart. You put RFK Jr. in charge of the health department or whatever because you want that industry to fall apart, because you're trying to create loyalty to the sole supreme leader. That's what engineered incompetence is. It's not done by accident. Trump is doing this on purpose because he wants the country to be loyal to him, and he wants people to come to him begging, right? The thing is like you can't trust anything at the moment right now. So I used to subscribe to the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and USA Today. I stopped subscribing to the Washington Post a long time ago. I used to actually get the like the paper versions of USA Today, or not USA Today, LA Times and the New York Times at my house. But then like around 2015, the paper versions that start becoming like insanely expensive. So I was getting the digital versions, but now I don't. So I get my news from ProPublica and a couple others, Axios. I get my news from ProPublica, Axios, places like that. And then I check YouTube or Yahoo every morning, because you just can't trust the news right now, because what the news is doing is creating false equivalencies with both sides isms and stuff like that. So it is what it is, which we have to do. We got to make sure we're in touch with our local Congress people, our local governors and senators and people like that. The federal government is going to fail us, and they're going to continue to fail us, and they're going to go as far as they can, right? So don't think anything is off the table, right? They right now, Donald Trump, one of the first things he did was he signed an executive order banning birthright citizenship. It got challenged by a judge, but what he's hoping to do is get it to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court may or may not block that. You can't trust the Supreme Court at the moment. Now, right now, they're 60-40 in making decisions. They're not as bad as people think they are, but they still are pretty bad. They're 60-40 as what I'd give them on a scoreboard. 60% in my college class is still an F. So I mean, it ain't good, but every once in a while they'll make a good decision, right? But just make sure you're talking to your local people. Make sure that you're holding all these people accountable. I mean, I was hoping it wouldn't get to the point where people had to hit the streets, but unfortunately it's probably getting to that point. It's not safe to hit the streets at the moment, because Trump did say he was going to, use every lever of power he can to get people that are protesting. So depending on where you are, it might be safer to protest than others. It's not a great time to be in this country. I don't have any sympathy for the people that voted for Trump, that are getting deported and getting this bad stuff happening to them. Not because I'm unhumane, but everyone else is suffering because of you people that did this, right? And like I said, I was with Nate, with y'all, everywhere I got to. If they needed me to go on a radio station, KBLA, whatever the fuck they needed me to do, I did. I'm tired. That doesn't mean I stopped fighting. It just means I don't have that sympathy part of me that I otherwise would have. Not for the people. I do feel bad for the collateral damage. I feel bad for everybody that didn't put us in this situation.
Yeah.
I don't feel bad for anybody who's going to get theirs in the future, man. That's just me. So
yeah, I think, Chris, we need to come back to 3 words that are said during every political season. And those words are: elections have consequences.
Yes.
Like, it's not a popularity contest. This ain't fun and games. This ain't entertainment, Mark Calloway. This is real people's lives that we're talking about when we talk about elections. And, I didn't expect us to get here. What we got, Ray? What we got?
Yeah, shout out to Slim for the super chat. Appreciate you, my brother. He said $10. Shout out to Slim. He said, as a Canadian who is exhausted with the constant threats on our economy and threats of annexation, I sympathize with all of you having to live right in the middle of the storm. Scary times, indeed, my brother. Indeed, definitely scary times. And like, he's like, but when you see like this shit that Trump's doing, just to go on that point, Nate, my bad, I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro. But he was like like when he's saying the stuff about, Canada should be the 51st state. They're gonna have better. They're gonna have better healthcare. Better healthcare. What the fuck are you like?
Yeah.
Can you bring that back up, Ray, for a second? Donald Trump is not joking when he says this either. I have to make this crystal clear. He said it more than a few times. He is trying to go to war with Canada, right? I think he thinks it'll be a situation where the Canadian government is just going to roll over and take it. And that's just not what's gonna happen. But that's what he's thinking, right? So like, I know who is this?
Slim Sieber.
Slim Sieber is, I understand what you're saying, but this is serious stuff, man. He really is going to do this stuff. He really is planning on, how do I get Canada and take over it? He's thinking about conquest right now. It's unrealistic, but the fact that he thinks it is realistic makes this pretty dangerous at the moment. So I do want to draw attention to that.
Yeah. And appreciate that super chat, Slim. And I think, again, Ray, like, this wasn't the direction I figured we'd be taking this evening, but I'm glad we're here because this is the Black History Month episode. And there is nothing more synonymous with Black history in America than the struggle, than the fight, than continually having to fight these battles again and again and again. And as Chris knows, Chris is a student of history, man. For every 2 steps you take forward, there's always some group or some person or some party that wants to take you 3 steps back. And, I heard a lot of what Andrew was saying, and much like Chris, I was where Andrew was, not only back in November, but also 8 years ago during the first Trump term. And I think part of what they want, and when I say they, I mean those who subscribe to this MAGA philosophy and ideology, part of what they want is to not only get rid of the other side, but to depress the other side, make the other side feel like the fight isn't worth it. They want us to acquiesce, Chris. They want us to roll over. They want us to bow down. They want us to kiss the ring. And it's exhausting. Like being a person of color in America, being Black in America, being part of the LGBTQ community in America, it's exhausting. But we still have to fight because we know what this means, right? We know what's on the line. And so, like, bringing this back to Linda McMahon, when you put somebody up for this position, which is one of the most important positions in the cabinet, in my opinion, Chris.
It is, yeah.
Because we're talking about education. We're talking about future generations. We're talking about what kind of foundation do we want to build for the youth in this country. And when you can't answer simple questions like, are we going to teach African-American studies? Are we going to teach Black history in class? When you can't answer simple questions like that, when you can't answer questions about, how are we going to protect our teachers? Like, are our teachers going to be able to have freedom and flexibility with their curriculum and what they're teaching to our young children? When you can't answer those questions, there is very little faith to be had, Chris.
Yeah.
In this administration. And so, again, like, part of our job, and when I say our, I mean the 4 of us, but also everybody watching who is on the right side of history. Part of our job is to fight in the ways that we can, whether that be through organizing, whether that be through protesting, whether that be through educating people like Chris does, whether that be through using our voices like we do on this program. And this is a moment, an inflection point in our country's history, man. And again, if y'all forgive me because I've been feeling this way all day, Ray Williams, watching this damn Marvel movie, man. Because part of the themes, and no spoilers, but part of the themes of Captain America: Brave New World is, what does it mean to wear those stars and stripes? What does it mean to be the symbol of America? What is America's place in this world? And when you look at our reality in terms of being Americans, it's not a good look, man, because we have somebody who is woefully unfit for the office, who is surrounding himself with equally unfit people. And we have to look out for ourselves. And it's like, it's the exact opposite of what we should be doing, Chris.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Like in America, the government is supposed to, like, yeah, we have freedom, we have individuality, but the government's supposed to function like a damn proper government so that we can all live our lives and have a shot at the American dream.
Right.
And now we have to do what we've been doing, working, striving, struggling to try to attain that American dream and fight against the damn government at the same time. A government that's actively working against a lot of its people. Even people that voted for Trump, as Andrew alluded to, are being hurt by these proposed policies, by these ideas. And so it's going to get better before it gets it's going to get worse before it gets better. Like, I hate to, I'm normally the ray of hope.
I know, right?
Which is right. We're gonna bring that segment up. We're gonna make that happen next year because I feel like we're gonna need all next month because I feel like we need all the positivity we can gather. But normally I'm the ray of hope. But even me, I'm like, man, this is fucked up. And it's going to be fucked up for a while. And so your obligation, at least in my mind, is to protect yourself, protect your peace, protect your family, protect your circle, the loved ones around you. Lift people up. Lift people up if you see somebody struggling, because they want us to isolate. They want us to be divided. They want us to. The crazy thing is, as up in arms, Chris, as a lot of those folks were about having to isolate during the pandemic, that's essentially what they want from the country now.
Yeah, exactly.
Is they want us all in our own little pod, so that way it's easier to control us.
Right.
And it's frustrating. It's draining. Like, I know, like a lot of y'all are probably feeling this right now. But like Chris said, man, like we can get through this because we have gotten through stuff like, not quite like this, but the country has gotten through tough times before. But we gonna be in this mess for a while. And so like, again, I feel bad. Like, I think I have maybe a little bit more sympathy than Chris for what a lot of these folks is going through. But yeah, to your point, Chris, elections have consequences. It's a binary choice that we had back in November. You could get what's behind door A or what's behind door B.
Yeah,
door A ain't perfect, but it sure as hell beats door B. Y'all pick door B. Now you got to live with the consequences, man.
Yeah, man, and it's a sad thing because these are circular conversations that I always have to have with people about voting and that process, because it is a process. It is something that, like Nate just said, it's a binary choice, especially in like Maine, like the federal elections. It's just how it is. It's the nature of the beast. I didn't ask for the game to be the way it is. It just is. I understand the rules of the game, so I have to kind of play them. There's a lot of people out there like the Bernie Bros and stuff like that who think that we should the whole system should just collapse and all that. And it just needs to fall apart brick by brick. And who cares about this experiment called the United States of America? It's a failed experiment, whatever. I get that. The problem with that line of thinking, though, is once you start doing that, the collateral damage from everything falling apart is always going to be the poorest people that need it the most. It's not like you could do something like that. The rich bigwigs are going to be a lot safer than the people at the bottom. You know, I don't think like Elon Musk's money is going to protect him forever, but it's definitely layers of protection that poor people don't have, you know. So you really have to take that stuff into consideration. It just is what it is. And the way we fight back against this is by, you know, like doing stuff like these podcasts. We tell people, like, I'm on Facebook every day. Anytime I see some bullshit come across my timeline, I'm always debunking it, and I always have to look stuff up and make sure it's accurate and then post it to Facebook. Because the country, all these people are phonies and people that shouldn't be taken seriously, but because of the situation that we are in, we gotta take them seriously. Elon Musk is a paper billionaire. He is not as awesome as he thinks he is. He's a pro-apartheidist. He doesn't have 400 million liquid dollars in his bank accounts. His wealth is attached to the businesses that he owns.
And he ain't never invented shit, Chris. Spoiler alert. This man ain't been on the factory line making no damn Teslas.
Right, yeah.
He's bought these companies.
The difference between someone like an Elon Musk and a Steve Jobs is when Steve Jobs was alive, Steve Jobs would openly say, I didn't invent anything. We hire the best people and make sure they do this stuff for us. Elon Musk gets in front of all of these industries like he's the one that came up with this shit, right? I mean, these people are so sick and twisted that Earth isn't enough for these motherfuckers, man. Colonizing Africa and colonizing these underdeveloped country isn't enough for these people. These fools have to fly out to fucking Mars and SpaceX. Whitey's on the moon. This is the stuff they have to do. They have to.
I would have gone with Caucasians for the cosmos, but Whitey's on the moon works.
Well, that's the name of that poem by that guy from
yeah.
60s. I forget the guy's name.
Was it Gil Scott Heron?
Maybe it was Gil Scott Heron, yeah. But yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. It's like they want to colonize every spot in the universe that they can colonize, right? If they find life,
Mars witches,
right? Yeah. if they find life on Mars, they want that life for themselves. You know, they want to kill those people or those beings that live on Mars and take over Mars. That's how Elon Musk is thinking at the moment, right? Elon Musk is a disgusting human being. And Donald Trump is a disgusting human being. And all that billionaire class, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but Jeff Bezos is a disgusting human being also, right? These people, they expect their money to take care of them at night. The world is not enough for these people. $400 million is not enough. Or $400 billion is not enough. We got to be the first trillionaire, right? We need to suck up to Donald Trump so we could get to that $1 trillion the fastest, right? Mark Zuckerberg is doing it. Elon Musk is doing it. All of these, like this whole billionaire class. So when that billionaire class is doing this, we have to acknowledge the billionaires that aren't doing this, like Mark Cuban, like Tom Steyer, people like that have billions. And I'm not even saying these are great benevolent people. I don't know them, but that are not talking about doing all this wreckage that these other people are doing, right? We have to kind of know where we have to know the people we got to talk to. The Genie Buses of the world, the Mark Cubans, the Tom Sayers, the people that are like doing good stuff with their money and giving back to the communities. Vince McMahon and WWE, they are not everything they do is for optics. Linda McMahon, all the Black History Month, every month on Black History Month. I've been dealing with this shit since I was a kid.
Hey Chris, real quick, it's February 16th. They haven't even acknowledged Black History Month yet.
Well, they what they did though on King's birthday, on the observation of his birthday, they did that little video piece.
Because that's Vince's favorite human being.
Yeah. But that's the thing. It's like they don't love Martin Luther King and all that he used to espouse. What they love is this right-wing idealized version.
Talk to him, Chris.
Martin Luther King that they think existed. They didn't like, not the Martin Luther King that was anti-corporation, and the Martin Luther King that was did the Poor People's Campaign and did those kind of marches. They like the Martin Luther King that was like, oh, everybody should be equal. So as a result of everybody being equal, we need to get rid of affirmative action.
Also, Chris, not to be morbid, but they like the dead Martin Luther King.
Yeah, they like the
Martin Luther King that cannot speak out about what they are currently doing. They like that Martin Luther King.
Yeah, they like the Martin Luther King that's not alive anymore. I've seen these.
Same with Muhammad Ali. Like, you notice when Muhammad Ali was alive, when he was in his prime, they hated Ali. As soon as that Parkinson started to take its toll on Muhammad Ali, we love the champ because he's not a threat anymore.
Yeah. And then I was like watching like Glenn Beck a couple years ago. And he was talking about Malcolm X, like Malcolm X was some kind of like right-wing ideologue. And then that's where like a lot of these Hotep brothers are doing this kind of stuff too. They're talking like, because it's at the end of the day, it's all horseshoe theory, right? So what happens is the people that are extra progressive and extra conservative, once they stop believing in rules and shit, those ideologies start to meet and they become one and the same, right? That's why a lot of those Bernie Sanders voters, 1 in 4 Bernie Sanders voters, instead of voting for Hillary Clinton in 2016, they voted for Donald Trump because those populist messages kind of, after a while, they start sounding the same, right?
Okay. Chris, hold on. Time out. I know we having a serious conversation here. Ray Williams. God bless Ray Williams, super producer. I see what you're trying to do with the sound effects, Ray. I don't think it's working though, bro.
What happened?
Ray with the little sound effects when we making good cogent points. I don't think it's working, bro.
Hey, but to like just on this point, like even I think it's clear as day that this dude is trying to but let me talk about the Paul Levesque being at the hearing, right? I genuinely wonder what a lot of Black talents in the company think about that, like even if they're informed, whether they're informed or not, about like the ramifications of what's going to happen and how that directly affects our community and other communities as well within these inner cities, right? For him, he already had like a bad rap.
Yep.
In terms of, especially with that situation after the Bad Blood press conference when he was like, I don't see color. People got on his ass. I got on his ass for that. A lot of people got on his ass for that, right? You're not helping your optics, buddy. Like this shit looks horrible. Like, and I'm telling, like, bro, every time a Black person does not do well or a person of color does not do well on WWE TV on the main roster, they're gonna be looking at age like, you know what I'm saying? Like
right.
And then on top of that, even when I think a lot of people kind of started writing on the wall when when he was at the UFC show and they was parading around Donald Trump and Paul Levesque went up to him and like gave him a hug and all that stuff, dapped him up or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And like you want to know what's crazy? Like I had earlier in the day, I had mentioned her earlier. We did a podcast with Lyric Swinton, and we was talking about this is before we started recording. We had like a whole 2-hour conversation about it. But like we was talking, and she brought up something, and I had never thought about this, but I was like, I don't think it's too far out there, man. Like she was like, she wouldn't be surprised if Trump was at WrestleMania.
Oh yeah.
You good, Chris?
Okay, so yeah, no, this is actually something that I've talked about too before. So I talked about the chances of Trump being at WrestleMania. The only reason why I would say that he probably wouldn't be at WrestleMania is because of the reaction that Hogan got at WrestleMania.
They don't want that Terry pop.
Right, yeah. So that's the only thing. Here's the thing with TKO as a whole, not just WWE, but the whole TKO movement, right? They've got people on top in that company representing all parts of the political spectrum, right? Mm-hmm. Because you got Triple H. So I've never really heard Triple H talk about his politics, but for all intents and purposes, for the sake of this conversation, let's just say he's MAGA, right? So Triple H is MAGA, Dana White is MAGA, Ari Emanuel is historically speaking, he's been left wing.
Yeah, I was about to say Ari left wing, right?
Yeah, he's left wing. What's the guy ahead of Ari Emanuel? Shapiro. He's liberal. He's got liberal leanings. There's one more guy. That's the one that's ahead of Endeavor.
You said head of Endeavor. You remember his first name?
Nah, I can't think of it at all at the moment. I usually know it. But
so the power structure at Endeavor. So you said Ari, you said Mark Shapiro. Patrick Whitesell, that's who you're referring to?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
You said Endeavor or TKO, which one? Endeavor.
Okay,
let me look that up real quick.
WME, William Morris.
The Rock.
The Rock.
He said The Rock.
So it's like it's all
shout out to Black Mega Man.
Yeah. So Chris, Patrick Whitesell is the executive chairman. Ari Emanuel is the CEO.
Okay, so all these people are there kind of to like they're really trying to make friends with everybody in the hopes of staying in the good graces. I honestly do believe, I've said this several times, if Kamala Harris had won, Triple H would probably be cozying up to her because WWE, their whole thing since the beginning of time really has always been being mainstream. That's always what they want to be. That's what they want to do. That's why Vince McMahon, even though he's friends with Trump, they weren't trying to lean into that on TV because Vince McMahon wants to be in with the Hollywood bigwigs, right? He wants the celebrities coming on their shows. You know, he likes having all that shit, all that pomp and circumstance. So I do think, as far as the talent in WWE is concerned, I'm sure they're like the rest of the world too, right? Like the way their political machinations work. You know, I don't think I'm sure a bunch of those people don't like what's going on in the White House. I don't really know what power they have towards Triple H. I do appreciate them, the ones who came out against Hulk Hogan. And talked about that. Like
Chris, I was surprised to hear Seth speak out. I ain't gonna lie, that kind of shocked me a little bit. Not that I thought that he leaned a certain type of way, but I just wasn't expecting like a Seth Rollins to be like. Well,
I mean, to me, that's the easiest thing you could do. If you're in,
yeah, I'm about to say, especially at this point.
Is hating Hogan should be like the easiest thing that you could do as a wrestler right now.
Hey, so you with Chris? My bad.
No, you go.
I was talking about how like I was thinking about like the I had just wrote like read like a video piece about this. I think it was on the Inside Edition website, and like we were talking about the like we were talking about like what happened?
You ain't respecting the rules of the super chat, nephew.
Oh, my bad.
Whoever it is, they pay their hard-earned money. So we gonna pick up your point, but we got to get this super chat.
Drew, you've been getting your shots off all.
It was funny. I'm looking at Ray
brother.
because Ray hit the music twice. Nephew's like a pitcher on the mound. Like, nah, brother, fastball's coming through.
Shout out to Gordon for the super chat. He said the Yig is speaking of the factors are getting heavy. Ray, we need some hope.
Well, I'm glad you asked, Gordon. Thank you, brother. First time in like 40 minutes I get to talk.
Damn, right.
I'm playing.
That's how you feel, right?
Andrew, you've been cooking, brother.
Now it's like, Ray, why are you taking shots at me, bro? Come on, Ray.
See, they wanted to keep us divided, brothers.
You see what I'm saying? Look at Ray falling for the trap.
Never.
What were you saying, Ray?
I was just gonna say, like, I get everything you guys are saying, and I did want to quickly go back to Linda as well. Not only did she spout all that stuff about like the non-committal stuff on Black History Month, but she was also asked about the Ring Boy scandal.
Oh
and
yeah,
and how people should trust in her to keep people safe within the education system when she couldn't really do the same, when she was labeled as one of the defendants in the Ring Boy lawsuits. And she kind of skirted around that and said, oh, I have grandchildren, which is what I hate to hear when people are brought with the injustices of certain groups and then they try to bring in their own families. Like, what does that got to do with you caring about multiple, like a large group of folks? Like,
right. So
that was like my best friends are Black thing. It's like, no,
right,
But I did real quick, Chris. I did want to say I think there is a little bit of hope, and just a preview of next month. But I think there is a bit of hope, like you said, Chris, where there are people who are organizing and working on organizing on the streets. And you also mentioned that we happen to be fortunate enough to be in blue leaning states and blue leaning areas where hopefully we won't be as affected by some of these changes that are coming down. We will be affected, but hopefully we'll just continue to reach out. We'll continue to organize, continue to show up, protest, and also with the folks that are not in the White House, but the folks that are in Congress, when you got people like AOC, when you got people like Ayanna Presley, when you got, and the heavy hitter right now, when you got your girl Jasmine Crockett, who are fighting and showing that, hey, we're not going to take this stuff laying down. I think that there is a bit of hope there. And hopefully those who effed around and found out, hopefully those people will now start to see that these things are affecting other things around them, and that they take their vote more seriously, and that they'll make the right decisions come the midterms. So that's my little glimmer of hope right there.
Yeah, I wanted to say, was it Senator Baldwin that asked her about the Ring Boy scandal, Linda McMahon? I want to just make sure I'm getting these people correct who are doing it. Not that it
was. I got the Senator Tammy Baldwin.
Yeah, okay. So Senator Baldwin was the one that asked about that. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure when you said that, I wanted to make sure I'm attributing it to the right people. But yeah, man, it's we're all going to hell, so sorry.
But
damn,
that's my hope.
Yeah. So in real talk, like I said, you have to stay diligent. Right. And I am politically a Democrat. I don't like bragging about being a Democrat. That's one thing I want to tell people too, because they get it twisted with, I say I'm a Democrat so people will know and understand that I am not a Republican. I'm not a MAGA. When for me, when I don't say I'm a Democrat, when I say I'm independent and stuff, they think that's a way they could drag me in over to the MAGA side. So I just come out and say, fuck it, I'm a Democrat and I support Democratic candidates, right? But that doesn't mean all Democrats are created equal, right? To kind of piggyback back off of what Ray was saying, that a lot of these people are going to play by rules of decorum, right? Ellie Mistel said this the best. I heard him say this at USC. He came and gave a speech, and he said, what happens with these games Republicans and Democrats play, and I'll stop with this, is Democrats play chess, and Democrats are really good at playing chess.
Mm-hmm.
And then what Republicans come and do is they look at the chessboard, kick it over, knock all the fucking pieces off the board, and take the board and shove it up Democrats' asses. Because they don't believe in playing fucking chess. They believe in conquest. They believe in taking over. They believe in right now a supreme leader. They believe, some of these people believe that we should have a king. They don't want a president. They want a king. What's that verse? I think it's Leviticus. I'm not saying, I don't know. I'm not the biggest Bible person, but when they're asking God for a king, but we want a king, you know, and they get their king, and then the king is, you know, the king ain't what they thought it would be, you know. But a lot of people think that, you know, a lot of people, I've talked to people on the campaign trail that said, that they'd rather have Donald Trump as a dictator than Joe Biden as a president, you know. So, I mean, this is just what we're fighting against, right? So, and then
these people are fucking insane.
Right, yeah. And if you're a wrestling fan and you care about accountability to people like Vince McMahon, you need to make sure, if you live in Connecticut, for example, or wherever those charges are being brought up at, New York, make sure you call Alvin Bragg or whoever the DA is out there and tell them to charge Vince McMahon with some state charges, man. See what they can do. Because the federal stuff is not going to get him. It just ain't, you know. You can hit him in the pocketbooks and that's civil liability. So it's not guilt or innocence. But if you want Vince McMahon to even look at any kind of jail time, it's going to be up to the states, not the federal government.
Yeah. Before we get on to the next thing, like I was but when I was talking about like the stuff that was happening in Ohio, like when all the Nazi marches and stuff, like and again, it happened a couple times. I was like so curious as to like why why is Ohio like that? And I remember I had read, like I said, I read this it was like an Inside Edition like video piece / write up, and this is something I never knew this. This is like my first time ever hearing about this. This is like back in like the 1950s and 60s. There was a racist hate group called the Black Legion, ironically enough, called the Black Legion, and they were dressed in the KKK hoods, but in the KKK garments, but they were just black. That's what they were, and they were founded in Ohio. And and again, imagine this is the 1950s and like this was not long ago, bro. This wasn't that long ago. And these people are the same people that killed Malcolm X's father and made it look like it was an accident. And what they would do is they would target Black people, Jewish people, and non-Christians. And their motto was eliminate Blacks, Jews, and Christians. That was their, not non-Christians. That was their motto. That's what they did. And these people terrorized people all over that city and different parts of the states, and it even stretched to Michigan a little bit. Like they were like fucking awful. Like that it got to the point where a lot of Black people in these respective areas, they were so fucking scared, dog. Like they didn't know what to do. They was like, but these people are like out here trying to get us like on a daily basis. We don't know what the fuck to do. They are calling the police. The police ain't helping. And it got to the point where they was like, man, we got to do something. So they called the FBI, And who the fuck founded the FBI? We all know that man, J. Edgar Hoover. You know, the same person who was responsible for setting up a 21-year-old Fred Hampton to get killed because he was helping out his people. That same J. Edgar Hoover. And they called him to try to get help to deal with the Black Legion. And he did not want to help them. And he was just basically telling these people, like, it's nothing I can do for you. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, I really don't know. Like, and it got uncovered that the reason why he didn't do that is because there were lawyers, there were doctors, there were police officers, high-ranking officials. The fucking mayor was a part of the Black Legion. The mayor, dog, the fucking mayor was a part of the Black Legion. Was a part of a fucking racist hate group. And the reason why he didn't want that uncovered is because he knew that he didn't want the backlash to people finding out that all these people who are in these high-ranking positions are basically in an offshoot version of the KKK. And these motherfuckers are like terrorizing people. They killed like 50 people. And the shit, and the crazy shit was these people, some of these people, bro, possibly, maybe, are still alive to this day. Some of these people got kids, grandchildren, and pass these same ideologies, these people.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
And that's like but the fact that the public was calling the federal fucking gun, the FBI, dog, and asking y'all for help. And y'all told these people, we can't do nothing for y'all because y'all knew that there were so many people, so many police officers and X, Y, and Z that was in this shit. And y'all ain't want to help these people. Like, that shit is like, and I was just so curious. I was like, bro, why the fuck is Ohio like a hub for like these like Nazi motherfuckers? Like, what the fuck is up with that shit? And going to learn that that's like a fucking hotbed for where that shit started at. And it was, but I think it's more so just like the shock factor about like the true history of this country and like what this shit is really about. Bro, this shit is like the most insane shit. I don't know how anybody could call this like a great country just based off that merit alone. The fact that there's like 10 different racist hate groups that are like notorious throughout this country's history. Like, people are like still committed to some of these groups to this day. But like how Chris said,
but real quick though, nephew, because I think you brought up a good point when you kind of talked about the lineage of that hate group. A lot of times when these conversations are being had, people are like, "Oh man, that was so long ago, man. Just why can't you focus on the day, man? That was so long." Chris, segregation ended, if I'm remembering correctly, that was 1964, right? 64,
yeah.
65?
So Brown v. Board is 1954, and then the Jim Crow was still in effect until like 65-ish. So you didn't really get segregation ending until 65. But now you got just kind of like de jure, de facto segregation, right?
Yeah.
Where people just kind of find their areas and go to those areas, you know?
Like, so when we're looking at, like, let's say 65 is the end of segregation. My parents were in school in 1965. So yeah, you could be like, "Oh man, that was so long." No, it wasn't long ago, man. It was within my parents' lifetime that segregation ended. And you don't even have to go that far back, Chris. Our parents, grandparents, like some of the shit that they had to go through. And you talk about, "Oh man, that's just something in the old history books." History is a living thing. History is a living organism, Chris. At least the way I see it. It's continuously moving and changing and evolving and growing and regressing. We might be in a regression point right now. But to think that, oh yeah, man, like this all happened, that was a long time ago. Can't you just get over it? Like, no, man. Like, things have been bad. They've gotten a little bit better. They've gotten a little bit worse. We're on a continuous cycle, that hamster wheel of progress. And so it's like, yeah, like we need to continually remind people of like, this is a conversation that needs to be had, because you say like, "Hey, this was a long time ago." It so very easily could slide back, Chris. You could regress if enough things fall down, enough of these safeguards that were put in place 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. If enough of those safeguards fall away, we might be right back in the same shit. And so there's a reason that we keep bringing this up, because yes, that's history, but it applies to the present day today.
Right. Yeah. And the thing about it, though, is, and this is because there have been people going around, and I do believe this, that the voter suppression is why Donald Trump won in 2024. It's like they called in all these bomb threats in these swing states and stuff like that. And there were a lot of Black people that were denied the ability to vote. A lot of people of color that would have otherwise voted for Kamala Harris would have voted. The sad part about that, though, is the election, like whether you believe the election was 100% fair or if the Republicans stole it, the fact is the election was close enough to where Republicans could get away with their fuckery. You know, Kamala Harris needed to win by a landslide. And Donald Trump won by a small plurality, right? So there were, was it 70 some million voted for Kamala Harris? I want to say 74 million, 76 million people voted for Trump, and then 90 million people didn't vote at all. So yeah, they stayed at home. They chose the couch. So that is what we're going to have to work on. That's assuming elections happen the natural way they're supposed to in 2028. But in 2020, there's a lot of work we got to do next year. You know, there's a lot of work we got to do right now. So, I mean, the thing never stops. This train is always going to keep going. And hopefully people will get there. Man, what is that you, Andrew, with the all right, so I guess
I think the feds is tapping nephew's laptop.
All right, cool. Let's move to the next topic, I guess.
Wait, am I good now?
Yeah. You might not want to mention J. Edgar Hoover for the rest of the show, nephew. They tap
I see that.
They tap like MLK.
They about to come jump on me in a minute.
That youngest in charge label gonna be a lot less lot less long than you thought. You might not even get that year, brother.
Damn, don't put that voodoo on me, Nate. Come on, bro. What the hell? What's wrong with you?
We can't even joke about that because
don't.
As we've said, the fucking is
right. I said, hey, Ray, tell Nate don't do that, man.
Yeah, don't do it.
Hey, when we finish the show tonight, and Ray, I'm gonna need you to call nephew every couple of hours just to make sure he's still good.
Yeah.
Hey, bro. So
Black roll up on a brother.
I know, man. Shit, they gonna have to whip my ass. I ain't going like that. They gonna have to take me down, brother. Family ain't raised no bitch, man. We out here. I'm with it. But
next month we're gonna be like, this episode dedicated to the nephew. We went out like a G.
Ray, tell them stop playing, bro. Don't do that, bro.
We ain't gonna do that to your nephew.
Come on, man.
What's the next?
Thank you, Chris.
Get us back on track, Chris.
Thank you.
Like, I need my dinner. I need
putting that negative on me, Nate.
We ain't gonna put that energy out there.
Hey, Nate, I need you to renounce that before we.
Okay, yeah. I formally renounce nephew getting jumped by the feds.
Thank you.
It ain't gonna happen.
Thank you. That's it. All right, be good.
You might get jumped by Triple H, but that's a different story. I heard you talking on that podcast, nephew.
Hey, bro. So we gonna breeze through some of these topics. I definitely don't want. I don't want to keep the people. We got 2 hours, bro. So we gonna breeze through some of these.
Chris, like I got dinner waiting.
Yeah, I'm about to say, Chris. I know Chris. Like, all right, brother. But so we had we on the same day, February 15th.
Can't fight a revolution if you're starving.
Well, we had NXT Vengeance Day, February 15th, and we also had Grand Slam Australia. Some highlights from Vengeance Day, and we could just go around like y'all can just pick out what you want to talk about. But we had Stephanie Vaquer became the NXT Women's North American Champion, the first I think South American born WWE champion in the company's history. She defeated Fallon Henley to become champion. Nathan Frazier and Axiom defeated Josh Briggs and Yoshiki Inamura, and then after that match came the debut of this new group, this Shield / Retribution X group came into the fold. The individuals are in the mix. We got 2 brothers in this group, y'all. We got Dion Lennox, Saquon Sugars, who is I think that's Lucky Ali. We got Cutler James and Osiris Griffin, and they are the new group on the scene here in NXT, and that wasn't their only appearance on the night. But following that, the delegation took a little ass whooping back to back, fellas. Eddie Thorpe beat Trick Williams in a strap match, and then right after that, Ethan Page beat Javon Evans in a singles match. It was like, oh brother,
didn't love a strap match being booked in February.
The strap match, but Eddie Thorpe beating the shit out of Trick Williams with a fucking strap on TV was like seeing the reaction of some of the black people in the audience when that shit was happening, bro. Mm-hmm. Like I was trying not to laugh, but it was like what the fuck?
I don't know why they think it's a good idea to do shit like this. I really don't.
Hey, Chris, and in February, all month.
A rare miss by Sean.
Right, yeah. But I think the idea is Trick was moving to the main roster, and they wanted him to lose but not get pinned. So
he pinned him.
So he pinned him anyway. I did not watch the NXT pay-per-view. I just watched the clips. I watched.
So what happened? What happened was, Chris, Eddie Thorpe had he slid beneath Trick and slid past him, and then he used the strap to low blow him.
Oh, okay.
And then that's when he hit the knee and pin. It wasn't a clean win, but I mean,
okay. So maybe that's why they had the gimmick match for that reason.
Yeah.
But
wait a minute, hold on. So I thought since they had that strap match because I thought traditional strap match was you got to hit all 4 posts.
That's a bull rope.
Yeah. They did that with strap matches too, though.
I would say they did that with Punk and Drew.
Yeah.
But I think it's just like a very depending on how the rules or whatever like that, however you want to go. So, but Ethan Page beat Javon Evans, and then right after that, we got one on the books. Obafemi defeated Austin Theory and Grayson Waller. And then this man, Obafemi tweeted, "Don't worry, y'all. I held it down during Black History Month."
Yes,
which is funny.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious. So yeah, shout out to Oba. He funny as hell for that. And then in the main event, we had Julia defeating Bailey, Roxanne Perez, and Cora Jade, fatal forward for the NXT Championship. And then right after, sorry Ray, sorry you had to see that, brother. But right after, Stephanie Vaquer, the new Women's North American Champion, made her appearance, and they had a moment with them in the ring. They both held their titles up, and then the sirens went off. Jordan Grace officially in NXT as a part of the WWE title roster. Like it was mentioned earlier, she is under a main roster contract, but she's starting off in NXT, which I think is a smart move because there's no reason to throw her in the mix when Mania season is already underway. Yeah. Very smart move. So yeah, that's what happened at Vengeance Day, man. I don't know if y'all got any extra talking points that y'all want to get into or thoughts about the show, but I can get in Grand Slam Australia.
Real quick, just a strap match aside again. Like, come on, Sean, you've been doing so good, brother. You must not have consulted with Sexy on that booking decision. Sexy would have told you no, that ain't the one. HBK.
My bad. I forgot to mention this after the Oba Grayson Theory match, the new group with Dion, Saquon Sugars, and Osiris and them and Color Jane. They showed up and they beat the shit out of Oba. So yeah, there you go.
So we won, but we lost. The story of Black America. Yeah. We win, we lose. We fight, we win, we lose.
We did get this new Creole superstar.
Starkey Richardson. Starkey Richardson in the building.
That shit about to be so funny when he show up on Tuesday and he be like, Ricky Starks is signed with NXT. I just know they gigging this up. But if he does change his name, I just hope it's not some stupid shit. Like it's not nothing.
I'm done crying over these names.
That's what I said. That shit happens all the time.
I think sometimes it's a good thing. Like I do think with Pillman Jr.
That's Ray's favorite wrestler, Lexus King.
Lexus King.
And Lexus King is a name he used on the Indies anyway. That was his first name too. So
it's no Flex Cavana.
Right.
There you go. A little jaded.
Jaded right now. But I think for me, the biggest moment, other than there was some good matches. Obviously, you're gonna get that on NXT. But I love the closing moments where we saw Stephanie, where we saw Julia, and then Jordan came out. Because even though we know Jordan's not going to be there for a super long time, it almost kind of felt like this is a modern day reimagining of the original NXT 4 Horsewomen. Now we just got to find out who's the fourth woman.
Yeah.
Who's gonna round out this quartet? But yeah, like I just the potential of match work between the three of them. Like I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Just don't put them in no strap matches.
I was about to say, nigga, shit. You talking about Jordan shit? Stephanie and Julia might not be there all that damn long.
That is true.
Like I don't know how long each of them gonna be. But I think they'll stay for a little bit. But if you talking about that fourth slot, I mean, you could say Roxanne Perez, but she about to be on her way up, though. Like Roxanne about to be out of there. I mean, I think it's gonna be a competition to see who's that fourth person. Like you got Jada Parker, you got Kalani Jordan, you got, but I mean, in terms of like matching their in-ring ability, like the Jordan, the Julia, and Stephanie.
Yeah.
Again, that's why your best bet is Roxanne, but she out. So if Roxanne on Monday Night Raw tomorrow, she about to be in the
MAGA v Stallion. MAGA v Stallion. This might be your time to shine. He the Lions in the building.
Now with them fucking Stone Cold Steve Austin knee braces she got. Fuck that.
Stop it, nephew.
Nah, brother. That MAGA the Stallion.
MAGA v Stallion.
That is crazy. But yeah, man. But we are Nathan Frazier and Axiom, like they've been mentioning this on WWE TV a lot. The idea of like them sharing the ring with the Hardys, and they had like a segment on TNA with the Hardys when they ran into the Axiom and Frazier. So I'm going to say this now. NXT Stand and Deliver, Las Vegas is going to be Axiom and Frazier versus the Hardys. Saying it now.
Okay, I like that, nephew.
And there's going to be a confrontation between them at because Santino Marella made an appearance on the show last night on Wednesday, and he said he was going to discuss some ideas with Ava, and they have their Roadblock show that's at the theater at Madison Square Garden. And I think they're going to do like a lot of NXT versus TNA or some type of integration, and I think that's where we'll get the Hardys' return to WWE. So yeah, that happened. And we have AEW Grand Slam Australia. The first match of the night, Will Ospreay and Kenny Omega, fucking banger with Kyle Fletcher and Big Tate, Konosuke Takeshita. This motherfucker Takeshita has 3 different contracts, and he is signed to New Japan, he is signed to AEW, he is signed to DDT Pro Wrestling. That motherfucker is in demand in the best way possible. But yeah, Will and Kenny, dude, and Fletcher and Takeshita as well. Like this was my type of high pace, fast pace, just fucking straight to the throw everything against the wall. Like I love these type of matches, man. And you got 4 of the best in your company right there, in-ring professional wrestlers of your company. Omega, one of the goats. Kenny the man, but yeah, like it's that was a great match. And then you had Mercedes Moné defending the TBS Championship against Harley, Cameron, and the crowd, and all, they had their hometown girl, their home country girl. Harley had the people behind her. Harley has a fucking doll that is over with the crowd that looks like Mercedes Moné, which is hilarious. And I'll say this about Harley real quick before we move on. She is like the definition of like maximizing your minutes. Like, cause she like. Harley has no reason to be in the position that she's in. And what I mean by that is like she genuinely, you can tell she's like hungry to have some type of success, and like she's not letting her foot up off the gas. Like she's not she's working the hella indie dates. She's working like she's not like just because she signed AEW, she ain't like just phoning it in or trying to just ride off the paycheck or whatever. Like she genuinely wants to be that person, and I think there's a story to be told about one day when they eventually circle back around to Harley and Mercedes. But Mercedes as well, man, like four belts, 3 different companies and different companies, man. Like I'm glad looking back at this that she bettered herself, man, because you could tell this was what she always wanted to do, and no matter like you know how people they like to throw that label on, they be like, oh, she's cocky or she's arrogant. Well, motherfucker, if I was that good too, I kind of be that arrogant a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Especially when people be talking shit on your name all these years. You finally get to talk your shit. So shout out to Mercedes. We had the Death Riders, John Moxley and Claudio Castagnoli. They defeated Cope and Jay White via technical submission. And it was a Brisbane brawl. Very cool moment. I'm pretty sure you guys saw it where the crowd sung Metalingus They sung Adam Copeland's theme song. He had a nice little moment.
I got you.
I'm not as big on the Death Riders thing. We all talked about that. I'm not really, it's like and then we got Cope and Mox at Revolution. I think Christian Cage is gonna cash in and ruin Edge's moment, Copeland's moment. So I think Christian is gonna be AEW World Champion by next month. So and then we had Kazuchika Okada, who defeated Buddy Matthews. What the fuck am I keep calling people these WWE names for? Buddy Matthews for the AEW Continental Championship to retain his title. There was a moment when Buddy made his entrance and he like tweaked his ankle a little bit, so that you kind of see that a little bit throughout the match. And then the main event of the night, fellas, Australia's home country, the home country lady. We got 2 shows, fellas, with a women main event of the show. We got Timeless Toni Storm, accompanied by Luther, defeating Mariah May for the AEW Women's World Championship. Nate, Toni Storm, 4-time AEW Women's World Champion. 3 different gimmicks, Nate. 3 gimmicks. World Champion. 3 gimmicks, man. So yeah, shout out to Toni. She got her title back. It's gonna be interesting to see with like how they pivot from this, because I mean the AEW Women's World Title has like legitimately been wrapped up in this Toni Mariah thing for like over a year at this point, and like I think it might be time to get some fresh faces in there. Like I know one name that Nate was talking about was Athena, and she's still the ROH Women's World Champion, and we have the All in Texas show coming up, and I know you had said on the Les podcast that you think it'd probably be a good idea for her to drop that belt like sometime before that. The prior pay-per-view before that, I think it's Super Card of Honor in April, so that maybe that's like enough time right there. But any thoughts about the AEW Grand Slam Australia card, fellas?
So here's the thing, Chris. I had forgot this damn show was on. not for any lack of appreciation for AEW, but again, man, like we busy, man. I work 50-60 hours a week. We trying to get Nefarious off the ground. I got things to do. I had to buy my tickets on Fandango to go see Captain America: Brave New World, only in theaters now. See it in IMAX.
Not Johnny Curtis, but yeah. Dirty Curtis.
But I had turned on to TNT. I was like, you know what? It's NBA Saturday night, man. Let me see what's on with the NBA Saturday night.
Yes.
Lo and behold, Ray, I was surprised because I didn't see LeBron James or Luka Doncic or Anthony Richardson or even Anthony Davis. I saw Timeless Toni Storm and Mariah May. I'm like, wait a minute, they don't look like NBA players. I'm somebody that's covered the MNBA for a long time, right?
The MNBA.
And they didn't look like any of my favorite MNBA players. And so I was like, oh, shoot, it is Grand Slam tonight. I don't know why, Ray, but for whatever reason, in my mind, I had situated Grand Slam as a pay-per-view. Right. And was thinking it was going to be on a Sunday. But it's like, no, this on free. I mean, it ain't free TV because I pay for the damn cable, but it's, free-ish. And so I'm like, let's see what's going on with this AEW. So I think I tuned in. When I turned it on, it was at the Harley Cameron Mercedes Moné match, which was a match that was way better than they had any right to be.
Yeah, man.
And like, I echo your sentiments about Harley, man. Like, whatever they give her, she finds a way to make it work. And so yeah, all props to her. Mercedes keeps doing her thing. Like Toni Storm, like I figured it was time, man. Like not that Mariah did a bad job with the belt, but it did feel like a holding pattern.
It was, bro.
Like we was waiting for this match, and like Tony Khan, come on, man. This ain't Texas, ain't no hold 'em. You got to lay your cards down, TK. And what I'm alluding to, Ray, eventually we need to start laying the groundwork for Marilyn Monroe versus Beyonce.
I know we need that. Yeah.
We need to start laying the groundwork, bro. Chris said he need that.
Well, it's funny because I loved this show last night. I didn't watch it live. I watched it today. There's a really shitty narrative that's going on around the internet. Some of this is spared by the black fans too, like that. Everyone that goes to AEW from WWE, they just don't have a good career, and that's not
true.
That's not even true, even if you look at it by percentage, because if you look at Mercedes, her career is doing fine. Athena, what she's doing in ROH is way better than anything she did on the WWE main roster.
That's facts.
It's even better than what she did on NXT. It's like it's hit or miss. Swerve is way better off.
Swerve is way better off, dog.
In WWE.
Shit, hey Chris, Ricochet doing good now.
Ricochet is hitting the side. What's his name? Samoa Joe. He didn't do bad on the WWE main roster.
You know what's crazy, Chris? I almost forgot Samoa Joe had his WWE run. It's like that's a sad state.
Right, yeah. And it was a decent run, but they didn't maximize him the way he was maximized in AEW. So I do want to shut down that bullshit, because it's not like everybody that goes to AEW, it's just, it's over for them, because there is hope for you in AEW. There's hope for you in WWE. It just depends, Not everybody gets what they think they're going to get when they go to the other company, right? Ricochet, he was just a guy that he had nothing to fucking lose, man. WWE, they were using him as fodder to feed to new guys.
Breaker. Yeah, he was getting his ass whooped by Braun Breaker.
That's what he was, right? The minute a wrestling company starts using you as fodder, if that's not what they hired you to do in the first place, that's a bad sign for what the company sees for you, right? So he needed to leave, right? Because they were basically telling him, look, man, this is what you are. I thought the show was pretty good. I heard they had like about 11,000 there, so it looked like a good show. I mean, it looked like they should have probably touted that number on TV.
Yeah.
I did think that they did like the Mercedes match. I do think AEW gets into these holding patterns where they're just kind of afraid to take risks. I understand that the story you are telling is Mercedes Moné is the champ and that's the story you want to tell.
Right.
I don't think there would have been anything horrible if they would have made that girl win and just had Mercedes beat her on Wednesday just to give something to the Australian fan base. Because they never do anything exciting in AEW as much as they should, right? I think
you talking about like that like striking while the iron is hot.
Right, yeah. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about, because they didn't do that with Powerhouse Hobbs, and they're not and I think I was getting into arguments with people that thought, girl had a chance of beating the Mercedes. I was like, what in the history of this company makes you think that? It's not where they are at. But I thought overall but if we're talking about just the show itself, I thought it was a very, very good show. That Kenny Omega match is gonna be people are gonna be looking at that match at the end of the year as match of the year candidate, as a match of the year candidate.
Kenny got two of those motherfuckers. He got the one with Gabe Kidd too at the Dome. That shit was
crazy. Yeah. So it's early in the year, so we got plenty of that.
He ain't lying. But you got anything, Ray Ting?
Real quick, I'm gonna just touch on Grand Slam and NXT real quick, but I'll start with Grand Slam. Yeah, I think I don't think you're alone in the confusion, brother Nate, because they started out as far as promoting Grand Slam as in the stadium, and then they didn't get enough tickets, and so they had to downsize it, and then people are thinking if it was going to be in a stadium, then it had to have been a pay-per-view, right? But then Tony Khan comes out a week away from the show and talking about it was always planned to be a TV show. And then we didn't know when it was going to air, if it was going to air live or if it was going to air taped and then after something, and then you put it after the skills challenge. So it was a whole bunch of confusion with that. But first off, Dave LaGreca, brother, just eat the L, brother. Just eat the L when you're talking about,
I don't know what the fuck he was on, bro. Like, first of all, if you thought somebody was, Brad, you got Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay in the same team. If you think they getting booed,
right?
That's not how. Like, and the thing on top of that, like I guess that he look at it like in like a basic value type of thing. Like it's like, oh man, the cow's gonna be in Australia, they're gonna cheer him, and I'm like, dog. These people, well, first of all, let me say this. Kyle has done enough great heel work to the point where the crowd will play along. Mm-hmm. You know, they'll play along with him being the bad guy, even though he's from Australia. And the motherfucker got cheered when he came out. Like they was happy to see Kyle, but they also understand that they have a role to play and they have to. Kyle's the bad guy in this situation. Right. And even beside that, you have Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay. You talking about popular, bro? Come on now. And like I remember one time I had even interviewed Shane Hayes about this, and I had asked him why him and Mikey Nichols weren't on the WWE Australia show back in 2018, and he gave me like the best insight about this, and he was just like, I would have loved to have been on the show. Like I would have loved to have been in front of my home country and my family and friends who wouldn't even have to travel far to come see me wrestle for the first time in a long time. But he was like, when you really think about it, these people that pay all this money to come to these shows, bro, they're not coming to just see like the fucking hometown people. They want to see like the big stars of your company. They want to see the big stars in AEW. Like they want to see the Kennys. They want to see the Wills. They want to see the Mox, the Colts. They want to see the Mercedes. They want to see, Tony's from Australia, but like, you know, she's primarily been based in the UK and the States for like the majority of her career. So they want to see the Tonys. They want to see the Mariahs. They want to see Jay White. Like, these people want to see the big names. They don't want to come there and just get fucking Australia all fucking day. Like they want to see the people that they see on TV. You know what I'm saying? So like, and I remember when he said that, I was like, that shit actually like makes a lot of sense. Like, of course you want to see the people from your home country or your home state, and you want to see them. But it's like, bro, where the fuck is the big names at that we trying to see? You know what I'm saying? So I mean, like, I mean again. Okay. But like on that point to what you were saying, Ray. Like it's like I don't know, bro. I think people, they just be like doing too fucking much sometimes. Like it's shit, but this shit do not be that deep. Like it's like motherfuckers screaming and yelling and shit about why would you book him in a heel, like and he's supposed to be like he's a heel, and why would you book him like that in his home country and all that stuff, and saying he was gonna get shit like. Bro, the nigga cow, the dude cow flat, the dude cow.
Yeah, one 10 demerits to Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff ass.
Yeah, that's how I know I'm getting tired. I'm starting to talk how I talk.
The code switching on us.
You see it? I was holding that code switch for so long, bro. That I was talking. But y'all know how we talk. We call anybody, like, you know what I'm saying. Well,
you already know
when we referring to people or whatever like that. But y'all, hey, take that out the. Take that out the
timestamp it right.
The dude Cal Fletcher. Lord have mercy. That shit about to eat me alive. When I
the neighbor.
The neighbor Kyle Fletcher. But he
Naysayer, please.
Naysayer,
no.
What was that Jonah on Family Guy? It was like, on South Park, when it was like, just fill in the word. What's the last word? What's the name of people who get on your nerves?
Yeah.
The dude, he was like, no. What did he say? He was like naggers. Or something like that. Shit's so stupid, bro. That shit is so. But I swear that is one of the most ignorant fucking shows of all time.
South Park.
Yeah, did y'all see that Kendrick about to make it like a spoof show about like South Park, like he about to clown him or whatever like that?
That's crazy.
Yeah, but yeah, Kyle Fletcher he got booed like as soon as the match happened. So yeah, that was that. But
you know what would have kept Kyle Fletcher from getting booed in his home country though, nephew?
What?
If he had rocked a shirt for my good friends over at Chop Tees, ChopThetees.com. Dickie Bird is your friendly neighbor. That man Dickie Bird is gonna let a naysayer know. ChopThetees.com is where you can find all of your post-wrestling merch, all of your Poison Rider merch, all of the Kings of Sport merch, soon to be Nefarious Media. Dickie Bird, I've been negligent in my duty. I need to send you the stuff for Nefarious Media so we can get some Nefarious merch rolling. But ChopThetees.com is where you can find all your post-wrestling needs. Shout out Dickie Bird and tell them your friendly neighbors here at the NWA Podcast sent you.
Hey, Nate, Chris, and Ray, man. I'm just realizing, bro. I just had my Hulk Hogan moment. I mean, my Booker T moment. My Booker T moment. I'm just realizing. Oh my God, bro. I just realized that shit.
And Nate is your sensational Sherry. Just patting on it. It'll be all right.
It's gonna be all right, nephew.
Man, John Away about to call me to the post office tomorrow, man. They like, oh.
Somebody about to go on administrative leave.
But so the next topic, man, we got some exes, fellas, from WWE and AEW. On the WWE side, we got release so Sonya Deville, her contract was just not renewed. Releases, we have Akam.
Crazy. What happened to the Pure Fusion Collective now?
Yeah, they got them out of there. But Sonya Deville contract wasn't renewed. We got Akam and Razar, who were a part of the Final Testament. Paul Ellering as well was a part of the Final Testament. Blair Davenport was released. Cedric Alexander was released. Luke Gallows, Carl Anderson, the two biggest, but I'm telling you, the finesse kings, Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson.
All-Stars.
But I'm telling them dudes get signed and make a shit ton of money.
They gonna show up on Impact next week.
Hey Nate, you know damn well they about to be back in Impact. The TNA, the Luke Gallows and Anderson fucking hilarious. But we got Isla Dawn got released. Giovanni Vinci, who I don't know what the fuck went wrong with him. And then we got Alexa Lopez, who's no longer with WWE. Before we get to the AEW stuff, any of those names caught y'all by surprise? I would say the one that caught me, not caught me by surprise, but the one that I'm most like confused about is Giovanni Vinci. I think I'm more that out of all these names, that's the one who I'm looking at. I can't wait for his post WWE interview because I genuinely want to know like what happened. Like he was in Imperium. And then he wasn't in Imperium,
right?
And then they took him on TV, and then they came back and he brought back his Giovanni Vinci gimmick, and it was like, okay, they about to give him a push, and then he got beat by Apollo Crews in 3 seconds, and I mean like 2 seconds, and then he lost again to Apollo Crews. I think he lost again to somebody else. I don't know what happened right there, but any of those names sort of jump off the screen to y'all when y'all first heard about it.
For me, Chris, I think Vinci's one that kind of jumped out to me. Blair Davenport, like what the hell did they do with Blair Davenport, man? Like I feel bad for the sister. Cedric did not surprise me at all whatsoever.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised about Cedric.
But the one that got me was like Isla. Like I was like, Isla?
She was in a fucking tag team with
and also like to me, Isla Dawn had kind of the ingredients of if you don't want to do the tag team anymore, repackage her, and she's got the charisma, she's got the look. Like you can make something out of Isla Dawn. But I guess they felt the juice wasn't worth the squeeze on that. And then Sonya Deville. How you gonna come up with a whole array, a whole stable? And she is the fulcrum, some would say, the fulcrum of this stable, and then just she gone. Like what why? Why do we do that?
Yeah, if I'm not surprised by any of these releases, I guess if I was gonna be somewhat surprised, it would be Sonya Deville just because of what you just said, Dave. I mean, look, man. I think I think Cedric Alexander is gonna be okay. Because I do think
We
that
hurt people.
the Hurt Syndicate do like him, you know. They talk about, every time I hear them talk about him on interviews and stuff like that, it's with fondness. So unless there's still some bad blood there about
that man, Chris talk about it. Talk about it, Chris.
If about with TK releasing Swole, I think he should be okay, you know. And now also this is a kind of industry where you really can't, like, when stuff happens to your significant others, whether it be your wife, husband, brother, sister, father, son, whatever, you have to let their business be their business and your business be your business, your relationship be your relationship, right? Because that I didn't like the way.
Hey, Chris, because how would you handle that situation if you were Cedric? Like, would you expect like some type of conversation with Tony about like some type of? I mean, like I think we kind of too late for an apology at this point, but
yeah, well, I mean, look, that ain't gonna happen.
Chris,
anyway.
You on that Timberland? It's too late.
Yeah.
It's too late.
But how would you handle that?
Well, Chris, it's not too late to apologize, because the way you can apologize to me for how you treated my wife is give me a little more on the front end.
Right? Yeah. I mean, the thing is
pain
like,
and suffering, dog.
Is I think
reparations.
Reparations.
I think if Tony Khan and Cedric talk, I don't think the subject of Swole would come up.
Right.
I think they would just kind of see where things are.
Unless TK is just oblivious, he's like, "Hey, so how's the family?" Like,
Imagine if he did that shit doing like how Swole.
Like, you know damn well how she is, Tony.
You know damn well, motherfucker. But yeah, but nah, I'm kind of with Chris thinking like I don't think that's going to get brought up. I think it'd just be more so strictly business. But I mean, if from Cedric's situation, like he was in WWE. Cedric was in WWE for 8 years, dog. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That you know what I'm saying? He did good. Cedric did good, man. But
yeah, he did.
But he did the best he could.
He did the best he could. Like again, I will beat this drum.
That man was a star at 205 Live.
And Nate, I'm trying to tell Cedric was the guy at 205. I'm talking about that show was banger after banger after banger. I love 205 Live. I will beat that drum until it can't be beat no more. That was one of the best professional wrestling shows that WWE, just in ring base, that WWE has produced outside of NXT. I fucking love 205 Live. But on the AEW, Ray, my bad, Ray. If you got anything to say about these recent departures from the WWE and where you expect some of these individuals to land, if you can just think about that off the top.
Yeah, I not really surprised. Like Nate said, I think the only one that really surprised me was Isla Dawn, and now it's like, what are you gonna do with Alba Fire? And I mean, you can't be very hopeful for what's about to happen to her. And then not listed here is your boy Duke Hudson.
Duke Hudson, yeah. Duke Hudson.
But he's doing like some great work as far as like
so he's talking about the videos he put out on man, them jumps nice.
So I'm really kind of interested to see where he goes with that.
You know what's kind of crazy though, Ray? Just thinking about the current climate of pro wrestling. Like there is a cheat code. There is one of my favorite little bits of animation in the history of animation, and Chris is old enough to know what I'm talking about. Like y'all probably seen it too, but you know, me and Chris was there in the trenches, coming home, you know, waking up on a Saturday morning, watching Flintstones, eating some cereal. One of my favorite parts of all the Flintstone episodes was at the end of the Flintstones, nephew, where they play the theme song again, and you know, Fred coming home. Fred, now you doing the Jetsons, Ray?
Oh shit, that's the Jetsons.
Yeah, that was the Jetsons, nephew. Flintstones was our Flintstones. Me, Flintstones.
Oh yeah, I forgot about them. My bad.
But the part at the end of the show where everybody going home, they came back from the movies. Fred, they had a little brontosaurus steak, whatever. They going in the house. The cat go in the house with him. Fred is like, nah, dog, you an outside cat.
Yeah.
And then the cat hop back through the window and throw Fred out. That's like one of my favorite gags ever in animation. There's a loophole now with these WWE releases. Because if I was to sign with TNA, who's to say you won't see me back on NXT 3 weeks from now,
exactly.
fam?
Yeah, exactly. I can see it. Hey, well, we got that. Now I want to ask you this. We got that Coach Santino Morello was on Adventures Day, and they was talking about collaborations. Do you think Tessa Blanchard gonna be on NXT?
Man, that's the test. That is the test right there. If Tessa Blanchard, I'm glad we're talking about Tessa in Black History Month. If Tessa Blanchard can overcome nephew, if she can make it back to the promised land, I think that'd be a big ask. Cause
it would.
She done already burnt that bridge, so it's like even using the Flintstones loophole, that might not work for Tessa.
Hey, Chris, let me ask you this real quick before we go over to the AEW side about the exits. Would you see? Would you make of Tessa Blanchard in ring return at TNA Genesis and the crowd started chanting "She's a racist"?
I mean, it's part of the course. I mean, the wrestling audience is way more sophisticated in 2025 than it was even like 10 years ago.
Right.
You know, so I mean, this kind of stuff is gonna happen. If
Tessa's like, no, they're saying she's the greatest. We're saying you're a racist, man.
Yeah. This is part of the course. If you hire like these people, like even like the Hulk Hogan stuff, you know? I mean, this is just what's gonna happen. And I think we live in an age where you need to do some kind of real like make good when you are caught up in these kind of
Tessa ain't doing that.
And if that's not gonna happen, well, I mean, I know she's not gonna apologize.
Yeah.
I mean, it's way too it's way too. We're past.
Yeah, we passed that point, Chris.
Yeah, but I mean,
we way past that point.
Like, I don't even know what she could do to like. I mean, show that she's not who everyone's saying she is. If TNA is insisted on hiring her, I just don't see
NXT like when to use
bringing her up. Yeah, I think like even with the Hogan stuff, I think that was more of a kind of testing the waters kind of thing. I don't
see they ain't bringing back.
Yeah. The Hogan thing was just messed up. I was listening to Undertaker. There's this clip of him going around where he's just having the time of his life watching Hogan get booed.
He's like, "Whoa, that could have been me, dog."
Yeah. And that's the thing too. I think the Undertaker's kind of like, I think he was saying that without saying that, you know, like because I saw him yesterday morning on Good Morning America. And he was talking about that LFG show that they're about to do.
He was on Get Up the other day too on ESPN. I was like, why you start my day off like this?
Right,
ESPN?
So I think like, and then I was also listening to Teddy Long talk about the whole Undertaker thing, and Teddy Long's pseudo defense of Undertaker is Undertaker. The Trump people called him and asked him if they could do his show. Undertaker, as I don't like the MAGA shit at all, but I don't think that he's got the level of toxicity to him that Hogan does.
Yeah, I don't think Chris, it was to that thing earlier we were talking about when he was like, he thinks politics is like entertainment and shit like that.
Which is sad, but it's still like I could deal with somebody like that. a little bit easier than I could Hogan or even a Tessa Blanchard, you know, like is like with Undertaker and like Chris Jericho, those types, I can deal with them if we're not talking about politics and shit like that. I think I could coexist with those guys. Hogan, just the presence of him is gonna drive me nuts, man. And that's probably how it would be with Tessa Blanchard too, you know.
Yeah, I feel you on that. So on the AEW front, fellas, and I want to go to our brother Ray Ting first for this, man. We gonna get Ray in first. Ray, of course, with Ricky Starks, man. Malachi Black and Miro are officially out with AEW. It was reported by the Wrestling Observer newsletter that the belief is that both Miro and Malachi will be back with WWE very soon. When as far as the state that creative has already been discussed for both men. Ray, what did you think about Malachi and Miro's exits from AEW? Both of them being finished with the company. What do you make of their runs? And also, what do you think WWE runs was going to look like for them this go around? Of course, Malachi was that was Triple H's ace in NXT for a while, and I think if you was one of those guys that was like in the trenches, well, one of those female talents as well, that was in the trenches with him in NXT, you probably gonna be okay. You know what I'm saying? You probably gonna get a sustained push, and but Rusev is the more interesting case, or Miro is the more interesting case. I'm curious to see what his presentation might be like under the new regime. But Ray, what you thinking, my guy?
Well, as far as their runs in TNA or
AEW,
AEW, I was thinking of TNT, but then I was like, that's not a wrestling company. But as far as the AEW runs, I think they're a bit underwhelming when you compare it to like their entrance or their debuts. Is like a lot of hype was placed on them because they were kind of like hot free agents coming out of WWE in both of their respective positions, especially when you go to Miro when he had like the Rusev Day stuff behind him. And, you know, as far as with Miro, the Redeemer character was like some great stuff, like him coming off the blocks with all the stuff with Kip Sabian wasn't really, the game over stuff wasn't really kind of clicking. But I love how he went to the Redeemer stuff. And then I think that stuff was just kind of pushing his trajectory forward. And then his stuff with the TNA title was just
TNT.
Why is he saying TNA?
You good, brother? You good?
TNT title.
Ray got Tessa on the brain.
No, I do not. Not at all.
Especially not in February.
Yeah, man. Those two things aren't correlated, bro.
That is 10 lashes, brother. 10 lashes.
Those things aren't correlated, Nate.
You took the words out of my mouth. Now.
Hold on, wait. 10 lashes is crazy.
I gotta call Dr. Umar.
Dr. Umar. 10 lashes.
I am not moose on these streets.
Damn.
Well, there goes a future guest.
There goes the moose interview.
Let him go.
You're doing the opposite of production right now.
Y'all got me when I said, hey, y'all have to listen. I backtracked that one. I ain't backtracking this one. I ain't. You got your own platform.
That man Ray said, look, if you don't like the NWA podcast, go somewhere else.
You can listen to something else. Like, no, right? That ain't what we doing.
I went back on that one. We need these nefarious subscriptions, but I'm going back on that.
Oh my goodness.
And real quick, good brother T. Anthony is joining us with a super chat. As always.
Shout out to T. Anthony for the super chat. We appreciate you, buddy. He said TNT, Tessa and Terry, diabolical.
Tessa and Terry, excellent promotion. We control our own narrative, brother.
I'm about to say, hey, Tessa and Terry, that's the real MAGA powers right there. That's
MAGA powers. For real. It'd be a return of Immortal 10-10-25. But yeah, I think Miro and I think
EC3 about to get paid from TNT.
I think with Miro, it's just the injuries were kind of took him off and took like his momentum off. In the case of Aleister Black, he was doing some great stuff, but I think they just had him pigeonhole with the House of Black and pigeonhole with the trio stuff for so long.
Shit, Malachi was Mr. I ain't taking no pins. That's the main time he was on. They was like, Malachi, you want to take a pin? He was like, nope. Well, cage match. Here we go. I ain't looking up at the lights, brother. But not to your point, Ray. In all seriousness, I think like what do you expect from these two guys in WWE under this current regime? Like any immediate expectations, especially considering the history that Malachi has with Paul Levesque.
I mean, I want to say that they're going to do some stuff with them, but you know who else NXT or WWE let go and then brought back? Karrion Kross. Not doing much with him. You know who else they let go and then brought back like weeks later? Samoa Joe. Did some stuff for a little bit, but then he didn't have anything for him. You know who else? Authors of Pain, who they just let go a second time. So I don't really have much faith right now.
Don't even start with Andrade.
I was saying Andrade,
Man lost his push and his woman. It's a cold game, brother.
When he did the kid reveal, I was like, oh damn. I was like, but we ain't gonna talk about that though. That's
that's my only comment on that story. Nephew, like,
right?
Stay strong.
But hey, now hold on real quick. Like, I know them being on the same brand gotta be. We ain't gotta talk about that.
I'm not even. Let's. What I will say though about
get us back on track.
Get us back on track, Chris.
I think with a lot of these guys, the Aleister Black, when he went to AEW, he came in very, very hot. He was in that feud with Cody Rhodes.
Yeah,
I love the stuff they did with Rosario Dawson and all that.
Yeah, cool.
I thought it was cool
stuff.
Like
a lifetime ago.
It just like there was some kind of miscommunique that happened. I don't know if it was just Aleister Black, Malachi Black not wanting to take those get pinned ever, or what was going on. But something happened, and I don't think he had the AEW career that he could have had.
Right.
Rusev Miro is a little different because I do when after the end of the day with his career, I think his AEW career was just fine for what it was. I don't think he was ever. I think when he was on TV, he was put in prominent roles. He was a TNT champion. He got promo time that other people didn't get. I think things started getting a little funky, like what you said, Ray, with the injuries. I don't know if CJ being on the roster really did a whole lot for him. And I had high hopes for both of them individually, and it just never really amounted to much. I think if Rusev goes back to WWE, the problem with him going back to WWE is there are too many guys there that fulfill his role. You know, you got Bronson Reed, Braun Strowman,
Braun Breaker,
Jacob
Fatu. It's like, where do you fit in amongst those? I think his best bet was staying in AEW because I think in AEW he is a more unique, like a more unique guy on that roster. In WWE, he's
But
bound
you like one of 8.
Yeah. You're bound to get lost in the shuffle, especially since it's not just that WWE already has guys that fulfill his role. They have guys that fulfill his role that they are very bullish on,
Yes.
like Jacob Fatu, Braun Breaker.
How about Chris Jacob? You can see it's clear as day. They getting him ready.
Right, yeah. So it's like I don't know where he's like. I see him going to WWE, getting fed to guys. Unfortunately, as far as
I see a one-off program with Cody.
Yeah, something like that. As far as Malachi Black, here's the thing. I think on NXT, when Triple H was doing the NXT booking, he was fine doing that. If he goes back to WWE and is on NXT, I could see him being fine.
Yeah.
I don't think WWE is in a headspace of doing any spooky shit at the moment. And I say that just looking at what they haven't done with the Wyatt Six. I just don't think that's where they are at the moment, man. Let's put it this way: if Aleister Black goes back to WWE and gets pushed, it's not gonna be as Aleister Black. I think, like, just judging from what they've done in the last couple of years, Triple H liked the Undertaker in that role, respects the Undertaker, but I just y'all tell me, because maybe I'm miscalculating.
So you saying unlike Kendrick, Triple H is not down for anything crazy, scary, spooky, or hilarious?
Right, yeah. Like, who are the spooky guys that they've had in WWE
that they actually get behind?
The thing about Malachi and his singles presentation, like, I mean, I wouldn't like classify it as like as spooky, but what I will say is that it's like, I think the better word is the dark and ominous. I don't know if I'm fucking saying the word right, but ominous. Yeah, there you go. I knew I wasn't tripping. That shit sounded so weird in my head, but then when I said it, but yeah, but Malachi's run when he was in NXT, like, Triple H, he did book him like really well. Yeah. Like he kept him real strong, and like it wasn't
a few black wrestlers he did push well.
Jesus Christ.
Tell me when I'm telling lies, nephew.
Hey, Nate, that was fucking crazy. That was crazy. I like just hit me like exactly what you referred to. I was like, Lord have mercy. But yeah. But like he did book him well, and it was like more so it was like less spooky stuff and more so just like, you know, behind the scenes, and like he was real like shadowy X, Y, and Z. But like it was more so just rooted in him being a good wrestler, a great wrestler, and then it got to that point in his run where they had him speaking on the mic for the first times, and like he just became a regular speaking on the mic. So I think it's just a matter of like finding out a way to fit him within this current mix of the company. Like honestly, bro, like if these dudes do sign, like just fucking wait until after WrestleMania, because it's like but you are literally like 2 months away. Like I don't think you can like be afford to like just shoehorn two guys, like even though they have equity in WWE, to just like shoehorn them back into television while you like literally building to WrestleMania. So it's like it's no point, especially if you don't have anything for them. And that's why I sort of give them the credit about Jordan Grace instead of calling her up to the main roster. It's like, nah, we on the road, we on the way to Mania. It's like NXT could get better use out of her right now, but they're
gonna put Aleister back in the box.
I will say this as far as these guys go. And this is at the risk of sounding like a conspiracy theorist. You can leave me out for this, Ray.
You want to implicate the rest of us in your theory, Chris?
Well, this is what I'm saying.
This about to be one of them clips that we see on.
I do think that Triple H and Tony Khan are kind of secretly
in cahoots, Chris,
working together.
Chris,
not like actually talking to each other, or
we going on Twitter.
I don't even think they know that they're working.
Yeah, now you can use a sound effect, Ray.
Right? Yeah, I don't even think they know they're working together. But when a guy like Andrade leaves WWE for not getting pushed, and then goes to AEW and leaves AEW for not getting pushed, and goes back to WWE and still doesn't get pushed, I think that there's a message being sent.
They sending a message, Chris,
to guys like
okay.
I think the message that they're sending is
like collusion, but they're not talking.
Yeah, it's unspoken collusion.
Unspoken collusion. Non-verbal cahoots, Ray.
Right.
Okay.
It's like, okay, Andrade,
hey, Nate, shut the fuck up, bro.
We like you in this mid-card spot. Andrade, we like you in this mid-card spot. You know, it's like that's where he's at. I don't think. I think if WWE released him tomorrow and he goes to AEW,
he's gonna be in the same damn.
He's
spot.
gonna be in the exact same spot he's in. And I'm afraid that some of these guys that think they're just gonna go to the other company,
non-verbal cahoots.
Right? Yeah.
Chris, at first when you started saying this theory, Chris, I was like, "Come on, Professor, we don't do crackpot conspiracy theories on this show." But the more you started talking, I was like, "Wait a minute," because the NFL. Non-verbal cahoots with Colin Kaepernick. They weren't talking to each other, but they all came to the same conclusion. Chris, you might. Woo, TK, Triple H, non-verbal cahoots. I'm with you, Chris. I'm standing in solidarity with you on your theory, Chris.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, what's going on with, like, I don't like, and we'll know how this really is once we see what they do with Rusev and Malachi Black. You know, I think those will be the telltale signs of.
But the crazy thing is, WWE released them. like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, they've been released by both companies, right?
Yeah, both. So shout out to T Anthony for the super chat. He said Aleister Black is going to return with that Tales of the Dark Father promo he was doing before he was released. Yeah, I'm definitely not trying to see that shit.
I'm not here for that.
He can keep that.
This is the thing with that too, though, and I'm glad you brought that up, T Anthony.
Tales from the Dark Father is crazy.
The thing with that,
that's the only black.
Like, if you look at the main roster guys in WWE and what they are, the main eventers. Yeah. If you're looking at Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, CM Punk,
Seth,
Drew
McIntyre, these are serious competitors, right? There's nothing cartoonish about them, right? I don't think they want to. I don't think they're gonna be dilly-dallying in any kind of cartoon fucking.
Like Seth's the closest to a cartoon, but even with Seth, it's to a point, and then he gets serious.
Right? Yeah. Like Seth is, because I always wax poetic about these guys from back in the day that their personalities were really dorky and gimmicks were really silly, but when it was go time, you took them serious as wrestlers. Like Mr. Perfect comes to mind, Ravishing Rick Rude comes to mind,
your boy Big Boss Man,
Kurt Angle, the Big Boss Man. It's like
fucking Ray Trailer.
You took these people seriously when it was time to be serious, right? They could be dorks, but you took him serious when it was time to be serious. And I just don't think that WWE knows how to do that anymore. Like, they don't know how to take a Chad Gable and have him be a dork, but then also have him be a serious main eventer.
Marriage here said, man, the WWE man, they say it sounds milky and sunburned when you name everybody.
Salute to Myron.
I mean, you know, look at the hearing. Look at who you was at for that hearing, man. That man supported somebody who trying to stop you from learning.
Sometimes you gotta have the right complexion for the connection.
Right, yeah. And
Nate, something wrong with you, dog. I'm
and I think the moral of the story with these wrestlers is that like don't just arbitrarily leave the company you're with to go to the other company thinking that the grass is going to be greener, because it's just more often than not it's usually just the same.
And they probably gonna try to make an example out of you in one way.
Yeah. They're trying to.
And then if you end up going back, then you know you're not getting treated any better, unless like there are certain exceptions, like a Cody. But like Cody had to build a damn company to get that response when he got back. CM Punk was a star up, and like neither one of these guys, and it's no shade to Russo or Malachi/Alistair. Like they were good, like, but they weren't at that star level.
Yeah, right. Even Drew McIntyre had to completely reinvent himself from the ground up.
Yeah.
To get respect when he went back there, right? So it's like once you leave one company and you're a mid-carder there, the other company automatically knows, okay, well, they weren't doing much with him in the other company anyway, so we could just kind of do the same thing with him here, and now he's got to put up with it. You know, that's what
come get this US IC title.
Right.
Exactly.
You know what that's called, Ray Williams?
Lucky enough to win one of those, you know.
You know what that's called, Ray Williams? Non-verbal cahoots.
Chris,
I'm with you on this now. You've opened my eyes, brother. You've enlightened me tonight, Professor.
He opened the third eye.
Look, it's open. I can see the non-verbal communication going on between these companies.
This man said non-verbal cahoots. Hey, bro, I swear I'd have heard you say some outlandish shit. That right there. That's the cake right there. That is prime Nate Milton right there. Non-verbal cahoots.
Like Chris, you have won me over with this theory, brother. Because I can see what you're saying, man.
He cooking. Well, but speaking of
cook on that one.
But speaking of cooking, man, some positive, great news coming up. And I want to throw this to my man Nate first. Nate, Chris Bey posted a video of him walking, man. Chris Bey, of course, he suffered an injury at the Post-Bound for Glory TV tapings. He was paralyzed. He underwent surgery to fuse his C5 and C6 and also a spinal cord fusion for the C6 and T1. He added that if it wasn't for TNA staff, he may not be alive today. Expressed all the gratitude for all the support. Was told it was likely he wouldn't walk again. And Bey said he couldn't respond to anybody or anything because he couldn't use his hands because, of course, he was paralyzed. He was at the rehab center, told he was able to go home on December 28th. There's a lot more details that he'll share soon. Chris has been out of his wheelchair for 3 weeks, and he knows that his body is still in pain, Nate, but he is not going to give up. There's a independent show for Chris by Future Stars of Wrestling. It's going to be a benefit show. Swerve Strickland is going to be among those in attendance. They're shouting out Chris Bey on Monday Night Raw. Adam Pearce just put out a video as well. Not like doing the T, but he just shouted out himself. I know Punk mentioned them, and there's been a lot of people. There was a droves of wrestlers that showed love to Chris Bey. But Nate, this is amazing news.
Yeah, obviously, nephew, we all were fans of this dude, like for what he can do in the ring. But at the end of the day, these are people, and this is entertainment. This is performance. But at the same time, like, there are real risks with this job. And so to see Chris, working and fighting just to, to get back to where he can live a life that is like the life he was accustomed to, man. It's inspiring. Like it's crazy because right around the time when Chris was posting this, I was watching. They got a new documentary out, Chris, on CNN called Superman, and it's basically the story of Christopher Reeve, like the Superman from the 80s. And talking about, Al, after he got paralyzed in the horse riding accident, how he went on to, live his life and raise his family and start advocacy for people that are going through things like this. And it's just like the science of it all. Where, God forbid if this happened 20 years ago, we might not be talking about Chris Bey taking these steps, but the advancements in medicine, which again, not to bring it back to the politics of it all, but this is why you need a functioning government so that people can get proper health care, so that people can, like our doctors can have the resources they need to have medical advancements. And so seeing this, man, it just makes me so happy for this brother, man. And, we all rooting for him. And Chris, you can speak to some of these things, as well. But just to see what he has overcome, and he's still got a long way to go. But just to see these first steps, Chris, it's a great thing for the brother, and we all got him in our prayers, man.
Right. Yeah. So Chris Bey is somebody that I personally know. I like him. I was trying to share the picture I got with him when I took it. I met him in Vegas with Andreas at his thing, and it was him and Marcus Vanderberg was there. All
Page 4 father himself.
Right. Yeah. So I was there and I met Chris Bey, talked to him. And when he got his injury, I reached out to him. I'm not sure if I donated to his GoFundMe or not, but just seeing him do that kind of walking and stuff is really good, because right now, like Nate said, I'm going through something similar at the moment, right? Where you just I'm learning how to like move and walk again, and some days are better than others, and it's just very, very frustrating. And you have to kind of keep going. And it's not even necessarily for yourself, but it's for the people around you that want to see you live life happily and thrive. Because I can tell y'all just my own personal experience. So I know other people are going through this too. I have had days where I just been completely miserable at my lack of mobility, right? Because it's just, I remember what I used to be, and I used to play basketball, and I used to surf, and I used to do all kinds of like fun stuff. And I'm not even like half of what Chris Bey is as an athlete, but there's little things that we take for granted, just like being able to walk to the fridge and get a can of soda without having to think twice about it, right? Or even like if you go out in public, you have to map where the bathroom is at because you want to like have easy access to it if you have to pee, stuff like that. So this is a journey that he's on. I think the kind of injury he's got, he's going to be able to rehab and come back better than he was. Right now, the main focus, this is the wrestling fans, what we want is for him to come back and wrestle and do what he used to do in the ring and marvel us and excite us in that fashion. But at the end of the day, what's the most important is him having a good quality of life, him being able to move his body fluidly, and him being able, if wrestling is over for him, he's able to move into another career without any issues, right?
Yeah,
right. Because that was another thing too with me is like I never expected to be in this position that I'm in, right? When I decided to get a master's degree and a PhD, I had no idea I was gonna be in this position of not being able to walk, right?
Mhm.
And it just so happens that the career I chose lends itself to me because I can move classes to Zoom when I want to move them to Zoom. You know, I can be at home doing stuff and I don't have to be on my feet, right? So hopefully like Chris Bey is thinking as far as like just what's next, and all wrestlers really, you know, thinking about what you're gonna do when all of this stuff is done, because it's not gonna last forever, right? There's a shelf life to all these physical things that we do. So yeah, just shout out to Chris Bey, man. Nice guy. He was one of the, because I didn't know who he was when I met him, you know. And then he told me, oh, I'm a wrestler and this and that. So then once I left, I started looking up stuff that he did, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then I just kind of kept in touch with him and you know, tried to get him on the show, but you know, those TNA lawyers and
they probably heard some stuff Ray said.
Right, yeah. You have to go through them to get him on. So hopefully you can make that happen one of these days.
Yeah. But yeah, shout out to Chris Bey, man. Ray, you want something you want to add, my brother?
No, just echoing what you guys said. Just shout out to him. It's good to see that he's walking around. Like Nate mentioned, is great with the modern marvel of science can do these days, and so just wish him the best. And like,
right, it is.
Just to reiterate what Chris said too, the miracle is that he's able to walk and be able to provide for himself and his family. Like the icing on the cake would be for him to come back and wrestle, but that's not needed right now. The best thing that he can do right now is just continue to get better and continue to provide for himself and his family and do his best to have a normal life. So
yeah, wish him all that's the same thing, man. Like, and I'm just glad to see him on his feet. Like that's that you all right. You all right, man. Like if you feel like wrestling, I mean, he said that he wants to make his comeback and stuff like that, and it like that. I think it's gonna be a long journey, but like I think if you stay determined, he'll.
And if that's what he needs at this point as a motivating factor, then God bless him.
And he's young enough to where his body
that too
can heal in the right way.
He's like 25, 26.
Yeah, he's super young
man.
In terms of wrestling and in terms of life.
Yeah, so I think he'll. But most importantly, I'm just glad to see him on his feet. Like said, I know that people were saying it was looking like real dire at first, and I remember he even noted himself that like if the TNA hadn't acted as fast as they did, what I'm saying, it might have been a grave situation. So
right. And shout out to TNA. This is what companies are supposed to do. So you don't want to give them too much praise for doing this, but you do want to shout it out because this is not what wrestling used to be in the past.
Well, we've seen even in this company, looking back at like the Jesse Sorensen incident, we saw an incident where they didn't handle it as well as they could have, and now to see the growth in this company, obviously it's something that you would hope all employers would do, but you got to tip the cap that you guys did what you're supposed to do, and now partly because of that, we're seeing this dude walk again. So it's a beautiful story. And again, all of us here at the NWA Podcast and at Post, man, want to just send shout out to that brother, thoughts and prayers, and keep fighting, my man.
Keep fighting, Chris. Keep fighting. Real quick before we move on, I do want to say this. I want to retract some past comments. Like the I ain't say nothing crazy, but I just want I don't want to be joking about people's divorce. So I apologize about the Charlotte and Andrade thing. Like I don't even minute whatever it is, don't matter. Like I don't want to be joking about nobody. Well, that's some serious shit that people be going through. So I would just want to apologize for that. Just want to make that clear. But we got some news right here, man. What happened?
Nephew.
We got a super chat. the T Anthony, shout out to that man T Anthony, Nonverbal Cahoots sounds like the name of that new group who just attacked Obafemi on NXT Vengeance Day. Nonverbal Cahoots.
Nonverbal, Chris. That is the most brilliant wrestling theory I've heard in a long time. Nonverbal Cahoots.
Shout out to Dr. Ealy, man. The ever so inspiring Dr. Ealy, man.
And shout out to Wild Women of Wrestling, which I got on in the background right now. Jeannie Buss, David McClain doing the damn thing. Our girl Sibley holding it down with the reporting. Come on now.
Hey, can someone check to see if who's winning out of Shaq's team and Barkley's?
Oh shit.
Oh, now you want to check
that is on tonight.
I forgot
I just
about
want to
that.
see who's winning. I'm not. Yeah.
You got money on it, Chris?
The game got to be over, right?
Yeah, it's over. Looks like Barkley's team won, maybe.
Shaq's it's like 3 different games.
Oh, did y'all hear
Shaq? Barkley had a team, Kenny had a team, and Candace Parker had a team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Shaq's team won.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Shaq's team won.
Yeah,
so,
even though LeBron didn't play tonight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
I wouldn't be playing in these bullshit All-Star games.
Chris said LeBron is like, hey man, me and Luka, that's the real All-Star game regular season.
Y'all see how they be treating Mac McClung? They be like, hey brother, let's get it.
Come up here and dunk, and then back to the G League.
Back to the G League. Hey bro, they be doing back dirty. Yeah, they be like, man, you. Hey, listen, man, we ain't got no spot for you on the roster, but you come do this dunk contest.
This might be the only instance of reverse racism ever actually recorded in history. Like, this might be the one specific allowed instance where I can see a white person being like, yo, that's reverse racism with Mac McClung.
Hey, but when you like really break it down. Hey, shout out to Mac McClung, man. He's saving the dunk contest, man. See you in 2026.
Say, man, you ain't getting no run in the real games, but once this dunk contest come around,
Mac McClung, he out here like, hey, I'm like 40% from 3, and I'm good from the free. Nah, brother, just
shut
jump
up and
over
dunk.
this.
Shut up and dunk. Hey, Nate, something wrong with you, dog.
Like, this is like, look, reverse racism is not a real thing, but if it were, this is a case of reverse racism.
Hey, shout out to Mac, man. Shout out to Mac. But we gotta. I just want to mention this.
Let's get the brother McDonald's deal like Angel Reese got.
Hey, but do you know he made more off the dunk contest than his entire career earnings?
That's crazy.
Wow. That's crazy. They was like,
give him a Kia too. Give him a car too.
Now he donated that, Ray.
Oh, he donated the car.
He donated the car. Donated the car.
Nice.
Okay,
shout out to Mac, man.
Good job, Mac. We appreciate
good job.
it, brother.
Good job, man. See you in 2026, February.
It's crazy though that the dunk contest is always in February because the All-Star game is always in February, and Mac McClung out here on these streets, just breaking barriers.
I saw Kevin Love tweeted about it. I don't know what the hell going on with Kevin
Love. Be on some stuff.
That man said we relying on a white dude doing Black History Month to carry the dunk contest. I'm like, bro, what? Like,
Kevin Love, right? He been stirring the pot lately.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Kevin Love at that point in his career, he don't get no more. He's like, man, I done got my money. Like, y'all ain't gonna do nothing to me. But I wanted to mention this, man. Earlier this month, February 11th, NJPW, the new beginning in Osaka. Ray, after 22 years in New Japan Pro Wrestling, Hiroki Goto is the IWGP World Heavyweight Champion. 22 years with this company, and this man finally got the big one. Shout out to Goto. It was a great moment. He was in his he's not from Osaka, but he's like from a nearby area, and like he got they was like full on Goto. Like, they was not really with Zach. They wanted Goto bad, and he got it. Another great match from that night, Yota Tsuji versus Gabe Kidd. Gabe Kidd is slowly becoming one of those big match wrestlers for me. And the match ended in a double knockout. Great match as well. Also, the Young Bucks, Matthew Jackson and Nicholas Jackson, lost the IWGP Tag Team title to Naito and Takahashi. The Bucks, these last 2 matches that the Bucks had in Japan, they look like the Bucks of old. Like these two motherfuckers literally got on the podcast and said that they were purposely phoning in their matches towards the back of the AEW run because they wanted to play into the EVP thing, which is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. And then and then just to come back to Japan and actually have fucking bangers, which I don't get. And they did the match they had with Naito and Roman was like actually really good. And I'm like, so the fact that y'all like actually went on the podcast and admitted that shit is like,
well, I mean, they've had good. I mean, the match of Private Party, they didn't phone that in. It seemed like a good match.
No. They was talking about like not that specific match, but more so like when they was like full on with the EVP shit. Like when that was like when they was like in the thick of that, like before like they wrapped up. That they said they like not fun, but they were just like they purposely scaled back. Because they wanted to like lean into like the whole we're better than
well, I mean that makes sense when you're a good guy and a bad guy, you do want to, especially if you're a high flying good guy, you want to that down when you turn into a bad guy.
That's fact. But I'm talking about like just hearing them like say that like in the way I was like okay,
we phoning it in, man. We was catching a check.
Big take, Bolton Oleg. Like that dude is next up. I like Oleg as well, and Takeshi is a fucking monster. We have the New Japan Cup coming up, which is going to be very great. I'm very much looking forward to that. And then we have Sakura Genesis on April 5th.
This court for the All-Star game is hideous, by the way.
What's that?
Yeah.
Like
is this still on? Or they doing like the post show, the re-show? Okay. So the next topic. This is for Dr. Ealy, Carmelo Hayes' position in WWE.
Let's get to it.
Last month we had this conversation, and I was very much on the train. And Ray was in line with me too. Like he's on TV every week. He's in segments every week. He is on TV every week. In all fairness, it's a lot of motherfuckers that ain't seen that on TV. He's on TV every week, but we had this conversation about what his trajectory is and where he'll be. And man, listen, I ain't gonna lie, Chris. You brother was right, and I'll say that I'll even add on and double down on your point and further shut down my own point. When you compare him to the other people that were a part of his NXT class, Chris, Braun Breaker is the Intercontinental Champion and clearly on his way to being World Heavyweight Champion, and Tiffany Stratton is the WWE Women's Champion. If we talking about people that's in that class, and Carmelo has not done anything yet, title wise, and not saying that means everything, but I mean Braun is Intercontinental, Tiffany's already at the top of the division, and Carmelo is just got to win over R-Truth on SmackDown.
And Tozawa, don't forget about that.
He beats Tozawa.
Yeah.
Beats Tozawa.
Man on a roll.
Here's the thing with I think that Melo is always going to be in a decent spot in WWE. I don't know if he's going to reach the heights he reached in NXT because first of all, I don't know what Triple H thinks of black wrestlers. I really don't.
I don't know, Chris.
Yeah, and I go back to him sitting behind
Alistair.
Linda McMahon. He looked real angry at that confirmation hearing for Linda also, man. Like he wanted to be anywhere else but there. But he was there front and center. I just don't know because I'm like I keep hearing these kind of things from wrestlers that don't give me hope for black talent in that company. The latest being Samantha Irvin. And she said that if Vince McMahon was still with the company, I'm paraphrasing, but something along the lines of he'd have more stuff for her.
Because that's exactly what she said. She said, she said she wanted to do like other stuff other than ring announcing. That wasn't always her goal. And she wanted to take on refereeing. She wanted to do a lot of different things. And she said exactly what you just said. You ain't even paraphrase. She said if Vince was still there, then he probably would have had her doing other stuff opposed to just being solely a ring announcer.
Right. So there is some kind of disconnect there. You don't want to ever just accuse somebody of being racist or a bigot, but it is kind of funny when you see like the talent on that roster and who's doing stuff and who's not doing stuff, you know? And it just really kind of discourages me as a fan for someone like a Carmelo Hayes, who I saw I had very high hopes for him in NXT. And even in WWE right now, I'm starting to second guess if he'll even get like one of those secondary titles, man. I'm hoping that he does. It just doesn't seem realistic to me, especially with the cachet they're putting on the secondary titles now, you know, like they're actually prepping the people that have the IC and US title. They're actually prepping them to be a level under the person that's on top, you know. That's what they used the IC belt for with Gunther, if you will.
That's a great point, Myron.
Chris Myron said that Vince is better for Black progress than you are. That's a big problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing too. If you even think that, that's just you should never, no booker should ever be considered worse with Black talent than Vince McMahon. That is a very big problem, man.
He said Chris Kane said you can't forget how MAGA H, how Triple H handled the HCH situation.
Yep.
Yeah. You can't forget this kind
that was
of stuff.
the impetus for the NWA podcast was that situation.
Yeah. And some of this stuff is his fault. Some of it is like wrestling fandom. If you even look at my man Jey Uso, what these bitch ass wrestling fans and comic book fans and people like that do, if it's a minority talent that they think is undeserving, they don't just dislike them. Sorry, I got something stuck. All right. They don't just dislike them. They go online and review bomb the fuck out of them to the point where you start thinking, people start second guessing their push. Like Jey Uso, the hate that I'm seeing this guy get online is absolutely ridiculous, man. This guy organically got over. It's not like, and it would be one thing if all they did this to was Jey Uso, and that was the only thing I had. They did this shit to Jinder Mahal. They did it to Kofi Kingston. They did it to Big E. They do this to every fucking minority talent. They do it to movies. Like if you go,
did you say they do it to movies, Chris?
Yes.
Did you say they do it to movies, Chris? Like the number one movie in the world right now, and these
100
ignorant motherfuckers.
Yeah, if you
saying it's worse than Ant-Man 3, which was one of the worst Marvel movies ever, how dare you?
Right. If you look at Black Panther, the first one, it got rave reviews from all the major critics. And then you go on IMDb, the movie's got like a 7 out of 10. You know? It's because of this toxic
damn
fan
Bosa
base.
brothers.
Yeah. It's this toxic fan base that does this stuff. It's like with the Jinder Mahal thing, like I was open. I remember you were too, Nate, if I'm not mistaken. We were both open to seeing what he could do. Yeah. But that dude failed out of the gate, and a lot of it was because of these fans online, just kind of the toxic fans just shitting on him every chance they got.
We're not saying Jinder's the best thing since sliced bread, but a lot of y'all didn't even give him a chance.
He didn't even get like
Can I chime in? Can I chime in on this real quick? The gender thing. People, and I know y'all know this is long time wrestling fans. You too, Ray. people have very select. And Ray, you could bring me out for this, but people have very like selective memory about these things, right? They be like, why would Jinder Mahal win the bro? People don't remember how fucking bad Randy Orton's title run was at that time. First of all, the title was getting flip-flopped out the ass. Right. Cena won it from AJ at that Royal Rumble. Bray Wyatt won the title at Elimination Chamber. Bray Wyatt lost the title to Randy the next month or 2 months later. And then Randy lost it to Jinder. First of all, Randy had the belt, I think, for like 2 months. And that shit was so boring. It was boring. Like, I remember that time. I was covering that show during that time when I used to work at E-Wrestling News. I remember this. That shit was boring. People were saying it was boring. People hated it because it was like he was nothing. You know what I'm saying? And then when Jinder Mahal won the title, and you finally get something exciting, even though again, listen, let me tell you, I was never like I thought that Jinder's run should have been done SummerSlam 2017 Brooklyn, and he should have lost it to Nakamura. But you know, whatever. But like it's people have very selective memory. Like about this shit, because Randy's title run was not good. Please do not think it was good. It was not entertaining. It was not fun. It was not anything. The shit was just there. Randy just had the belt. That's all that shit was.
I respected the choice to put the title on Jinder Mahal because one, he was a person of color. I don't think an Indian person. If you count, I don't count Khali.
This motherfucker's Canadian.
Yeah,
isn't Jinder Canadian?
Yeah, he's Canadian. He speaks Punjabi fluently.
It's Indian descent, obviously.
Yeah, so he represents the culture.
They was acting all evil. This motherfucking Jinder from Toronto.
Oh yeah, he was trained by Bad News Al.
Oh yeah,
Brown.
Yeah, he was a Crody.
Yeah, he was one of the pallbearers at his funeral too. So.
Nay, I want you to be serious for 5 minutes, bro. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
But yeah, so,
you say you don't count Khali though.
I count him. It's just I think like Jinder was. I think if he was given like a coat of paint, if he was given a better presentation, it's something that could have worked.
Right.
I think with like Jey Uso, he organically got over. At least with Jinder Mahal, you can say he didn't organically get over. I'll give you that.
Jinder was losing like shit before.
Yeah. Jey Uso actually did organically get over.
Yes.
And he did do what he was supposed to do. He was moving merch. And I wasn't expecting him to win the Royal Rumble. I was because it wasn't that I thought he had zero chance.
Right.
I just didn't think I thought they were going to go with one of the safe bets.
Yeah.
And I do like the fact that they went with Jey Uso. I just hope that they don't get like look at this toxic fandom that he's getting at the moment and then decide, oh, he didn't get over, and by looking at this toxic fandom, because
I'm about to say, Chris, look at the reactions he's been getting on Raw since he won the Rumble. Man,
he's gotten great reactions.
The people are literally clamoring for him to do this entrance, like so much so that they want him to do it twice on a weekly basis. Like Jay is over. Like my whole thing is like in terms of like the booking, it'll be like, well, you need to take a risk. They took a risk and they went with Jay, and I don't even think that's like it's that much of a risk. Like he's moving hella merch. He's one of the top guys in the company.
It's a calculated risk.
It's a calculated risk.
It's not like a risk that's like
out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's not quite Jinder Mahal, but it's still like
Chris, because I think to your point, to what you said, like I think it was more so like the field of talents in that Rumble, like the Romans and the Cenas and the Punks and the Rollins and these individuals who you thought was going to win the match, and then they went with Jay, and it was like a big shock. You know what I'm saying? I think that's more so. And
I think that's where the toxic fandom is coming from too. Is just like it's not one of the chosen ones, and there are people that think Jay doesn't deserve it. There's punditry out there, not all of them, because I haven't heard Meltzer and Keller say anything bad about it, but I'm not gonna name the ones that are talking shit. But it's like, but this is the kind of thing that always happens, man. It's like Big E was over and they shot all over his title reign, and it ended up being a lackluster reign. And they did the same thing with Kofi Kingston, and they do this with everybody black, except for Lashley, but everyone else black. This is just what they do to them, and not just black minorities too, because they're doing it with Jey Uso. I'm seeing it, and it's making me sick.
Yeah. So we got, but before we, matter of fact, let's go ahead and parlay that right into Mania 41 preview, fellas. We're gonna do an elimination chamber thing as well, but we gonna talk about the two matches that we do have confirmed for WrestleMania.
I'm gonna say we might have skipped something, nephew.
Yeah, no, we gonna go, but we just gonna talk about the two matches that's currently for WrestleMania, and then we're gonna circle back out the elimination chamber. But because I just want to talk, because Chris had made that point about Jey Uso, so we do have Jey versus Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship. I think Jey is going to get his crowning moment. Nate, what you think? And then we go to Chris, and then we go to Brother Ray.
Yeah, as much as we all love and respect that brother Slim Walton,
Slim Walt.
Salute to that man, Slim Walt. Like, to Chris's point, man, sometimes you got to ride the hot hand, even if it was not the original play that you were calling. And Jey is so hot right now. I'm not saying he has to have like a year-long title reign, but I do think you need to put the belt on him now, and then see where it goes from there. So yeah, unfortunately, Slim Walt, this about to be the end of your run, brother.
Yep. Will Jey become the world champion? Yeet. I yield my time.
I give you credit for the effort, Ray. I give you credit for the effort, if not the execution.
That was, man. Redo that yeet, man. What was that?
That was a little low key yeet.
That was one of those.
In the morning, man.
He hit a
It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Damn.
My yeets will be more energized.
That was an unseasoned yeet.
That was an old raisins in a potato salad ass yeet. Put some Lowry's on it, Ray.
So Chris, you think Jey getting the dub?
Yeah, I think so. I hope so. I think it's a long time coming for him.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they gave the slot to him and Gunther. Because the just everything from their past history, the company's past history, it really told you that they weren't getting in the main event scene. It just
hey Chris, what night they gonna be on?
Yeah, well, I think they need to be on. I do think they need to be on night 2, because
night 2.
I think so.
That's
not what this. I don't think that's what's gonna happen. But I think these when you say shit like the winner of the Royal Rumble is gonna main event WrestleMania,
right?
That's what needs to happen. You know, if it's night 1, I won't complain about it. But I think that when you say shit like this and then they're opening WrestleMania like Sheamus did, it's like, what do we have these stipulations for? It wouldn't even be so bad, but they've made a point of harping on the fact that the last match is the main event. You know, like back in the day, they used to just say there's gonna be 4 main events, which it'll be Undertaker versus Shawn Michaels, that's a main event. And then Batista versus Cena, that's a main event. And then those would be the main events listed. Now they go out of their way to tell you that the last match on these shows, because of CM Punk, because CM Punk's mindset was, hey, if I'm not the last match, I'm not the main event. So now this narrative permeates in WWE that if you are not the last match, you are not the main event. So unless they change the definition of what the main event is, Jey Uso and Gunther need to be main event night 2.
Over Cody?
By their own logic and
okay.
definitions. You know, that's what they need to be doing.
Right.
If not main event night 2, at least night 1. At least main event. I don't want to see them
opening match. Jey Uso is now in your sick pay.
Yeah, I don't want to see that shit. I want to see them main event.
Yeah, Nate time, bro. he gotta be
getting punchy.
Yeah.
Hey, bro. So next up, hey, Ray, I got to ask you this, man. We got. I do not mean any type of joke, Ray. Jesus, I mean this sincerely. No, what I'm saying, I'm talking about Tiffany and Charlotte. I ain't want Ray to think I was talking about his Core J love.
His Core J.
Yeah. Ray. So we got Tiffany Stratton versus Charlotte playing for the WWE Women's title. T. Anthony, shout out to T. Anthony for Super Chase and Andrew saying that wasn't a yeet but a yeast.
No.
That's crazy.
That wasn't much better, T. Anthony.
Yeah, T. Anthony.
We appreciate the super chat, though.
Give him the super chat back. Let him try.
Tomato.
Oh no! Well, the super, once you spend on the super chat, that money
non-refundable.
Yeah,
you sound like me, Andrew.
Yeah, I had me a Ray moment. Send the money back.
No, we can't get the money back, nephew.
Yeah, you use those super chats wisely, damn it.
Use them wisely and freely if you can.
Yeah.
Hey, bruh. So Ray, Tiffany's trying to defend the WWE Women's title against Charlotte Flair. Is about to be over for old Tiff, Ray? Is it curtains?
No, on the contrary, I think Tiffany time will continue to reign
on.
Tiffany time. He put a little extra on it.
Yeah, I know. I said her full government. But I think this actually, because the fans have been wanting to kind of cheer for her anyway, and so I think this will kind of provide as that significant win under her belt and kind of solidify her reign with Charlotte winning, because I mean Charlotte's done it all anyway, and so I mean of course we gotta have her chase after that mythical 17th reign, which is arbitrary and nobody really cares about because Ric Flair probably had like 18-22 reigns anyway. But anyway, I just think like Charlotte can always win the belt later on down the line, but I think if you really want to solidify Tiffy as a superstar, then you gotta have her win during WrestleMania. So I'm picking Tiff.
Chris?
I think Tiffy time is about to be done.
Chris sees the vision.
I think WWE they made a calculated risk with the Jey Uso stuff. It's a good choice. And I think it's gonna mean dividends for them. I don't think they're in the business of doing too many of these things. I think Tiffany is. I think with that match, they're gonna go back to what they know. They're gonna go for what they know, and I think it's gonna be Charlotte. Unfortunately, I would rather it be Tiffany, but I think it's gonna be Charlotte.
Well, Nate.
Yeah, Chris is well aware of the old saying, past is prologue. And what that means, Ray Williams, is what happened in the past is likely to occur in the future. And when you look historically at Charlotte Flair's run, she very rarely loses on pay-per-view. And she don't never, I mean ever, take the L at WrestleMania, except if it's a Rhea Ripley level character. Like that was the one exception to the rule because Rhea Ripley was so hot at the time. Tiffany is got some momentum behind her, but she ain't Rhea Ripley hot. This reminds me of one of my favorite arguments in the history of the NWA podcast when we were trying to figure out, like, is Big E like tribal chief hot so we can put the belt on him? And Chris is like, I don't even know what tribal chief hot means. But Tiffany is not tribal chief nor mommy hot at this point.
Well, who is though? And if you don't continue to put the rocket behind her, then she won't get there.
The rocket is not meant for her.
Yeah,
the rocket is meant for the lady they spent 3 months giving me these vignettes about, Ray Williams.
Right. Look.
I'm about to say, hey, Nate. I mean, like, unless you like those names that you mentioned, or unless you were Becky Lynch, they ain't putting.
Tiffany is not in that category. A win would put her closer to that category, but I don't think she's gonna get that win. Like, I think honestly, if it were me, I'd have Tiffany win and have Charlotte chase, and then ultimately Charlotte's gonna win because she's Charlotte Flair, and she's like Thanos. She is inevitable, Ray Williams. But no, I think they're gonna, like Chris said, they're giving you the wild card with Jey Uso. Like, it's the old thing in Hollywood: one for you, one for me. Right. They're giving us one for you with Jey Uso. They coming home with Charlotte though. Like this is our person, Tiffany. Like, you might be somebody that's hot right now, but Charlotte Flair is forever. Like that's who we link to. So I think Charlotte's gonna win.
And Charlotte Flair is like they want to bring her up to Ric Flair's number of title reigns. Hopefully
she's there. She's homegrown.
Right, yeah, and hopefully she doesn't get up to Ric Flair's number of marriages, but that's her business. I have to do it.
Now apologize.
Now I feel less bad.
I had to do it.
I was thinking it, but I wasn't gonna say it.
Yeah, but
hey, Nate, what do you say? Let's be nice.
Let's be nice, Chris. I mean,
I am not mad at Charlotte Flair at all. You do you, sister. You know, you get married as many times as you want to. Nobody says anything when Daddy Rick does it. You should be able to do the exact same thing. But
hey, hold on, real
make
quick.
Sure you sign that prenup, fam.
But this is a quick story about Charlotte. Let me get back to the point. I remember one time she did an interview with Steve Smith, right? The NFL player, that former NFL player, wide receiver, Steve Smith. And she talked about growing up in Charlotte, North Carolina, right? Mm-hmm. And she mentioned that she used to play and ride her bike on a plantation. Mm-hmm. That shit, but when she said that, the silence that just happened on this podcast was exactly the silence that happened on Steve Smith's dog. But I say, but this man, you could hear this man Steve Smith when she said it. He was like, "Oh, that shit." I was like, "Oh, like I was wondering how they were going to pivot from that conversation." But Charlotte just kept talking.
That's a common thing down south though. Like,
I know. I think that's why she said it without it being like I think it was just like a normal thing. But I'm like, that shit was crazy. Yeah, if y'all get a chance, please go listen to that podcast.
They used to take us on field trips to the plantation down here.
You serious?
Yeah,
you been that ass?
I've been, like in school. Like, they would take us on field trips to not only the plantation, but like, so Colonial Williamsburg is a wild thing, Ray Williams. So Colonial Williamsburg, they take us out there. They got like the replica ships and everything. But the craziest part to me, Chris, was, you've got your day players, you got your actors who are portraying like, I'm George Washington, ha ha ha. I'm Thomas Jefferson. And then you got the brothers playing slaves. And it's just like, a check is a check, Chris. That's what I ain't playing no damn slave. Like, this would have been like 1999. Like, I ain't playing no damn slave in 1999.
That's crazy.
Right, yeah. I mean,
unless it's like 12 years a slave and I'm getting like Hollywood money.
Nate, you were saying that as a kid, bro?
Yeah, like we would
go.
I
went on a field trip when I was in high school or whatever to the Dixie Stampede. I didn't know what the fuck that shit was, and then we go to, like, I just knew I was going on a field trip that day. And we go to Gatlinburg, Tennessee, to the Dixie Stampede. And it's a Civil War reenactment. And they have the North and the South and all these Confederate flags everywhere. You walk into the place. It's almost like an antebellum party almost. And everyone's like, it's like medieval times where you eat the chicken.
Slavery.
Yeah, except with the Civil War battle. And I was like, what kind of racist ass field trip did I
just eating a burger, watching the 34th Regiment take
right?
The
yeah, but yeah, those things are the norm. And then like there's like places I used to play when I was in Knoxville and in North Carolina where that used to be like former slave grounds and fertile land that was like where slaves used to pick.
Everybody talking about, oh, that was in the past. Plantations are still, they ain't leveled them and put a strip mall up. They ain't put a amusement park. They hadn't put a gas station there. The plantations are still out here, ladies and gentlemen. Wasn't that long ago.
That's crazy, bro. T Anthony, shout out to C Anthony for the super chat. Our guy, he said, nah, I'm just giving a super chat because that chat, damn.
Oh, with the yeast one?
Okay. I give it a but
you redeemed yourself.
T Anthony, you 0 for 2, brother.
Damn.
Hey, you know what, T Anthony? You should send another one, brother, and try again.
Yeah, to make up for it.
To make up for it.
I mean, that's a great idea, nephew.
Hey, thanks for the super.
Yeah, shout out to T Anthony.
That's why though, medieval times for the Civil War is and in like I thought the plantation was bad, but having people like we gonna reenact this Civil War battle, but have some burgers on the side.
Hey, have y'all been to medieval times before?
Yeah, I've been there several times. Yeah.
Medieval times, all right, man.
Yeah, medieval times is cool because we have no connection to that. Like we ain't got parents or grandparents that was around in medieval times. But if we went to slavery times, like that's a different story.
Yeah, medieval times it makes you want to do the safety dance with the
antebellum times is not as fun.
They give you that big ass piece of chicken and then they give you the what they give you the
that's what they give you that's what they give you at the Dixie Stampede. Also, they give you the chicken, the potato,
that's racist.
All the stuff you eat with your hands. Yeah,
they give you some slave food. That's come on.
They give you the chicken is like like a Cornish baked hen.
Oh, okay. So no, the way you were saying it, Chris, made it sound like they were serving like just scraps of chicken and
no. It was
you mean slave plate for man.
And the thing is, if you ever go to that thing, if you're black, I promise you will be the only black person at that thing because black people don't fuck with Civil War reenactments like that.
We do not.
Yeah, so that's what happened to me. It was me and this other girl from my class that we were the only black people at that trip. And we looked at each other.
Every time some shit happened, the other class, the white kids was looking at Chris.
Right, yeah. No, they were like in their element, man. I think, but like back in these days,
around for the Abraham Lincoln reenactment. Where you at, dog? Where you at, big dog?
Back in the 90s, they were letting kids wear Confederate flags to school.
They were
doing that shit. Yeah, it was a common thing.
There's only one good use of the Confederate flag in the history of the Confederate flag, and that's the General Lee from
Dukes of Hazzard. Yeah,
that's the only acceptable use.
And
Mac McClung should have dunked over the General Lee.
No, Black
would have been nuts.
That'd
have been nuts.
No.
But yeah, so we get. Hey, bro, I don't. How the fuck did we even get to this conversation?
Charlotte
Flair at the plantation.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, I love doing this podcast. But so we got Chris, you think Charlotte get a W?
Oh yeah, she's winning. They're not going to take too many risks like that.
Nate, what you thinking?
Yeah, Charlotte Flair all day. Sorry, Ray.
Charlotte Flair, yeah, I think Charlotte Flair winning too, man. Tippy time is up, Ray. Sorry, brother. And not we ain't trying to be jaded about it either. You know.
mean, I was the only one to pick the Eagles, so
Okay, Ray. Okay, Ray.
Okay, Ray. Okay.
Hey, I start changing my pick once I saw Mahomes' wife go on Twitter.
Fried chicken.
And then once I saw Trump say he thinks the Chiefs are gonna win, I was like, this is a bad omen, man. I said that to my wife. I was like, I don't think the Chiefs are winning this.
I was rooting for Mahomes, but then like between his wife and Trump, I was like,
but that Trump shit was like fucking Lord Voldemort curse. That's what that was. I don't know what the hell he was thinking. He put that bad juju. Did you see that fool Chris Jones go out his way to try to shake Trump's hand?
Yeah.
I was like, brother, what? Like, come on, man. Man, I bet free my people, bro. Please, Lord have mercy. Get us out, man, out this mindset. But moving on, fellas, we only got 3 more topics and then we done. We out of here. And this is just like a quick question, Chris. I actually want to go to you this first, man. Go to you for this first, and even to gauge if you still actually give a shit. But there are some developments, Chris, after we had 3 months. About who attacked Jade Cargill. They aired a new video, and it showed a bunch of and there was an ambulance, and you can see Nick Aldis, getting Jade into the stretcher, into the ambulance, and then along the way you can see Raquel Rodriguez and Liv Morgan walking the opposite way. And when the video was airing, Naomi looked very, very intensive, as if she was about to get caught. And then when she saw Liv and Raquel, she jumped up immediately and was like, I told you it was Liv and Raquel. People tried to say it was me. And I was like, So Chris, as we are, I'm pretty sure we'll have this solved before Mania. And it'll lead to some type of reveal. But as of right now, and especially Chris, I'm pretty sure you're probably thinking the same thing. If Liv and Raquel attacked Jade, they would probably be bragging about it. Mm-hmm. So, who attacked Jade Cargill, Chris?
I hope WWE doesn't get too creative with the peak to this storyline.
The swerve.
Yeah. Because they did it with DIY, and they did it with the New Day. They were like making you think that Kofi and Woods were gonna break up, but no, they just were bashing Big E. And same thing with DIY. We're staying together the whole time. I hope that it's just Naomi. She did it, and that's the end of the story, and they come up with something clever from this. I really don't love this storyline. I don't watch SmackDown or Raw because I care about what's going to happen with this. But for the sake of let's get through this together. Hopefully it's just Naomi and we can move on from it after that. But I just don't think that I have a sneaking suspicion that they have to do the extra swervy thing. So
like it's both of them.
Right.
Yeah. Like it's that they'll turn into a clique or something, right?
Like Scream. It's got to be 2 killers, not just one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Matthew Lillard and that other guy.
Brother Nate, who attacked Jade Cargill? Did we go to Ray?
It's crazy, nephew, that Ray Chris just brought up Matthew Lillard, right? Because one of Matthew Lillard's most famous roles was as Shaggy in the Scooby-Doo movies back in the day. And so before I went to go see Brave New World today, by the way, everybody that was speaking on this movie's downfall, it's a 4-day weekend. The first 3 days of the weekend, it's already made $190-something million. So it's going to pass 200 in 4 days. So, you know what I'm saying? I guess we were ready for a Black Captain America.
But nice wordplay.
But before I went to the movies, I was just, watching some TV, eating some lunch, flipping through the channels. I ordered that Angel Reese meal from McDonald's. I did. I had to support my niece Angel Reese. Even though it was really just a quarter pounder with cheese with barbecue sauce on it, I could have made that myself. But I'll give you a couple extra bucks, Angel. Solidarity. But I was flipping through the channels, and Cartoon Network was airing a particular movie, nephew. It was Scooby-Doo and the WWE Mystery. And Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Gang was solving crimes in WWE City. And the most jarring thing about it was like Vince McMahon is an actual character in this with his voice and everything. And I'm like, ooh, Daphne Velma, get away. Get away. You don't want nothing to do with this, brother. But the thing with Scooby-Doo is there's always a swerve, but it's a swerve that makes sense in every Scooby-Doo story. They leave enough clues, Chris, where if you were paying attention, it's like, oh, yeah, it was Old Man Farley that was behind the zombie mask, because the Old Man Farley has the motive and the opportunity to commit this crime. With the Naomi story with Jade Cargill, it's obviously Naomi. It's obviously Naomi, which is why I have the same fear Chris does, that they're going to be too clever by half, that they're going to be too cute, nephew. And it's either going to be Bianca and Naomi did this to Jade, or it's going to be somebody that we haven't even seen yet. Not Raquel and Liv, not Bianca and Naomi. It's going to be a third party altogether. And it's like, that makes no sense. You just threw that in there.
It's going to be Omos.
It's going to be Omos did it. Omos did it. If I can't be in the Rumble, nobody gets to be in the Rumble. Gotta teach you to fly me 17 hours across the damn ocean and not book me. But yeah, it'll be somebody like that has no connection to Jade or Naomi or Bianca. But I hope they just keep it simple. Like, keep it simple, man. Just make it Naomi and let's get this feud going.
Yeah, there you go. I can see that happening. Brother Ray?
Same. I think it's Naomi. Yeah, they don't need to be all convoluted. This doesn't need to be an episode of Law and Order where you got 8-9 red herrings. Just get to the point. Naomi did it, and now where are we going from here? So
I think I can see a point where like they fully come back as the big three. Like they reunite, and then like maybe at a PLE, after they get the win, you have like Bianca outside the ring and Naomi just take a shot at Jade for the shock value and all that. But my concern is, brother, after that turn, Naomi, you about to be looking up at the light, sister.
Yep.
It might be going down like that. That turn might be the peak, because it might be over after that. But it's going. I mean, I don't like. I think it could be. I think they might go both. I think they might go Jade and Naomi to do the turn. I'm gonna say that, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's just Naomi. But they're just considering, like y'all was saying, y'all talking about them. Like, we got super chat. Shout out, hey man, look at Jack, man. Hey, shout out to Jack.
Big up
open out on the website. That's my man right there. Shout out to the man Jack Wanon. That's the guy. He said, does Andrew know that Leon Slater is calling himself the youngest in charge too? Do you guys need to face off to see who keeps the title? Man, hey, Ray, what were we just talking about that, Ray? I was just talking to Ray about that. Leon Slater's still in my gimmick.
How old is Leon Slater is the question.
He damn sure younger than me. he damn sure younger than me. Leon.
But is he in charge though? Because technically, even if you're older, but you're in charge, then you are the youngest in charge.
Hey, Nate, that man got a contract with TNA. He in charge.
Okay, yeah.
He ain't even 21 yet, Nate.
Damn, yeah, he the youngest in charge. He the youngest. He can't even win this case.
But the thing is, ain't what's his name? Ain't Nick Wayne younger than him?
Yeah, I think Nick Wayne 19.
So maybe he's not truly. You can't just give yourself. You gotta actually be the youngest in charge.
You have to be bestowed.
Okay.
Andrew is the youngest in charge at post. So you got to be bestowed. Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Bestowed upon you.
That's how you rap for your people, right? Yeah, shout out to Ray. Shout out to that man. Shout out to that man, Jack Wanar, man. I appreciate you helping out on the site, my brother.
Yeah,
Jack, good dude.
that.
Shout out to Jack. But yeah, I think because of y'all had convinced me about them like trying to overdo it with the turn. So I think that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to do the double Naomi and Bianca. So next up,
I don't know how that's going to work because if Naomi and Bianca are the heels in this against Jade.
Who like they gonna boo Jade?
They gonna boo the hell out of Jade.
Yeah.
And typically, like I think you'd want, because if it's 2-on-1, that is supposed to build sympathy for Jade. But Bianca, like people love Bianca too.
People love Bianca. She the face, bro.
Yeah.
Right.
Y'all
So,
sound
yeah.
like Dave LaGreca. No.
Ooh. So next up, we got Michelle McCool going into the WWE Hall of Fame, man. She's joining Paul Triple H. I need to be at them confirmation hearings, Levesque. So she's gonna be with him. And you wanna know what's funny? The day before it got announced that Michelle was going to the Hall of Fame, she had did an interview, right, with Chris Van Vliet. And she said something that I was not expecting her to say, like, which is very, very unselfish thing to say. She said that I would rather go into the Hall of Fame with Layla as Cool opposed to going into the Hall of Fame by myself. And she was like, there would be no Michelle McCool if it wasn't for Layla. And honestly, bro, I think that is like a very, first of all, a self-aware thing to say, and a very unselfish thing to say, Nate. And I think that, and of course, you know, Layla, she jumped on Twitter and was very happy for Michelle. You know, that's her dog. She was like, appreciate you. I'm happy for you. But like I think I will say I think it does say a lot about Michelle that she was like, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, that's cool. It would be cool to go in solo, but like, Layla, being with Layla kind of put me on the map. So like, I feel like if I was to go in, it would have to be as Lay Cool and not just as me. So I mean, like, they
need to go in with the beautiful people as well.
Damn, speak on it, Chris.
Yeah, but what you think? What you think about Michelle McCool going to the Hall of Fame Day, and also her comments the day prior to the announcement about feeling like, you know, if she ever is going to go in, it should have been with Layla.
Yeah, I'm glad you added those comments for context, nephew, because, you know, full disclosure, my opinion before you made that comment was, you know, it's a little bit colored, no pun intended, based on who her husband is. And so I was like, they need to put Layla in if they're going to put her in. And then so to hear her say that, because to me, like, it'd be one thing if Michelle McCool had like a 5-year career before Layla, like when she was like killing it. And it's not to say that she wasn't good before Layla, but when you put the two of them together, that's when both of their careers were elevated. So yeah, like I think, you know, I'd love it if they like hold on, what, we gonna induct them together now, and course corrected, but they probably won't. But yeah, so
they I'm about to say, Nate, you know, they definitely about to call her out for that induction though. You know, introduce her.
Yeah.
They gonna call Layla.
Congratulations to Michelle. Now here's the more egregious Hall of Fame inductee. Your man Paul on these streets, man. I'm not saying Triple H is not a Hall of Famer. He is, and in fact, he is. He literally is already a Hall of Famer. The thing is, dog, you could have done this any year, Triple H. Like, you got literally the rest of your life with this company to induct yourself. I would have waited a little bit if I was him.
I will say that, and it's taking a lot for me to defend this motherfucker right now. But like, I will say this.
History Month, no less.
It's killing me. But he didn't do this.
Stop.
Come on.
You don't believe it, Ray?
Come on, Andrew.
What you mean?
Oh, it's a surprise at the
I'm kind of with Ray on this a little bit.
No,
I had
but
no
listen,
idea.
he said that, and Shawn Michaels said it too, that Nick Khan had been trying to get him to do this for a long time, and he was just like, nah. So they just like, we just gonna fucking do it without telling him. That's not hard for me to believe that they was trying to get him to do it for this long. And I think that he is aware enough to know that people already think he's like some asshole, right? And he kind of is. So I think that there's like some type of maybe some type of self-awareness there to be like, we shouldn't do this, and they were just like, nah, fuck it, we gonna do it anyway. So I mean, it's not hard for me to believe that they were just like, nah, we just gonna do it and catch them off guard.
I heard Undertaker tell this story too. Look, man, I think the Hall of Fame, the WWE Hall of Fame, is just a Hall of Fame that everybody that wrestled in that company should get in eventually, unless you just did something super egregious. You should get in, you know.
I mean, there are people that did things that are super egregious that are already in. Someone
Trump in that motherfucker.
Yeah, Trump.
Superfly.
Yeah, Sonny's in it. Like, you know, like, I mean,
we ain't gonna talk about Sonny.
Yeah,
that's it. That's.
I think if the talent is happy about the induction, and if Triple H did induct himself, which optically it looks like that. I mean, I gotta be honest.
Chris, what happened was I formed a search committee for the next Hall of
Fame. Yeah,
I looked in the mirror and there he was.
That's the story that Undertaker said too. You know, they said they surprised him with it. I'll take them at their word. It still doesn't stop the fact that he is in charge in that company, and he's getting into the Hall of Fame for a company that he's in charge of. And to me, this reminds me of.
You know, I'm about to say, hold on, wait, time out. I ain't never say this shit wasn't goofy.
Right. It reminds me of all of those. It reminds me of all of those golf tournaments that Trump wins at his country clubs that he's always having these country clubs. It reminds me of my man Victor Sweet in Four Brothers, and he's playing poker with the guys, and he's got a shitty hand, and the other guy has a good hand, but because Victor Sweet is a petty dude that kills people for no reason, he's like, you got me again, Victor. And
you're too good, boss.
Yeah, you're too good. And I think
always comes back to
this is what it looks like. I'm not saying Triple H did this, but it looks
optics.
It looks stupid as hell, man. It's
and it doesn't like. Why does it have to be now? Is my bigger question, because he deserves to get in. Like, I'm not saying that he doesn't, but it's like, what's the difference between 2025 and 2030? Like, because he ain't going nowhere. Not that we know of.
I mean, to me,
he trying to get in before they take his ass down in that lawsuit.
Well, I mean, it's okay. So we got Triple H, who is in charge. Shawn Michaels is already in the Hall of Fame, so we'll leave him out of the conversation. But if Shawn Michaels got into the Hall of Fame right now, it would look janky too. The Rock is on the board. He brags about it all the time. If next year he gets into the Hall of Fame, it's like, what does it mean when you are the manager in charge of the company and you're getting
like my boss giving himself Employee of the Month?
Right, yeah. And you're getting into the Hall of Fame of the company that you're in charge of. Like, come on, son.
Where's the Hall of Fame? I mean, where's WrestleMania again this year? Is it Vegas?
Vegas, yeah.
Vegas. I was trying to think who would be a good headliner. Like,
it's him.
It's Trips, right?
Again, the question: who would be a good headliner, nephew?
You talking about Nat? Like, if he wasn't going in?
Because I'm not saying Triple H is a good headliner. I'm saying Triple H is like, to me, Triple H should be like the number 2 inductee. Like, you the semi-main inductee, dog.
Shit, I'm trying to think who should
like, is there anybody that hasn't gotten in yet?
Hey Nate, I ain't gonna lie. I'm surprised that Victoria ain't get in. But if I'm thinking about if I'm thinking about other names, it's probably probably Demolition. They getting inducted.
Yeah,
this year.
I think Demolition.
I think Demolition gonna get in.
Sid Justice probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Posthumously,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
I can see Sid. I can see Sid for sure.
Batista.
Put some respect on the Glamour Girls name WWE Hall of Fame committee, which is Triple H.
Yeah.
Put Lilani Kai and Judy Martin up in the joint, man.
They I would put them in the Hall of Fame. Seriously.
Still with us.
Yeah.
You wanna know who I think might get the nod this year? William Regal.
Yeah, I can see Regal.
I can see
Anthony saying Cena.
I don't think Cena going in yet.
Cena, yeah.
I don't think yet. Not yet.
Not while he's still active.
But wait, first of all,
Quote,
if Cena going in, Cena's the headline.
Yeah.
Like, it ain't
Yeah.
It ain't no way.
I mean, the way they used to do it was two headliners, right? Like when it was Hogan and Roddy Piper, those two were the ones on TV, and then everybody else was like off television when they got their inductions.
So far, Ray's really like the only active Hall of Famer. Like I don't think I would. I'd wait until Cena's finally out to put Cena in.
I'm trying to think who else could go. I think I know they said that it was a report that next year's Super Bowl. I mean, next year's WrestleMania is going to be in New Orleans, and I think one of the people that's going to go. I think Jazz.
Starkly Richardson.
Jazz.
I think in New Orleans, Jazz going in. She
getting what? Hardcore Holly. You know,
Bob Holly.
You think
Bob? They got Coco Beware in there, and
hey, we ain't slandering Coco in February.
Well, I'm not slandering Bob Holly. I'm for him. Shit.
What do you think? Because somebody that I'm thinking about is like somebody that because I used to love it when the person, like, I think Jazz is a good call, nephew. Like the city that you're in, the person has a connection to that city. So like, who is New Orleans wrestling?
New Orleans.
Does Lil Wayne get inducted next year?
Like it would be like Sherry Martell or something, but she's
Sherry's already in.
She passed.
Shirley, she already in.
Like
is Junkyard Dog in?
He's already in, yeah.
Okay, Junkyard.
He got in.
Batista could have a formal induction.
Yeah. And what's his name? Like the only reason why I said
they not. I don't think they're going to induct China.
Unfortunately,
I don't think it's going to happen, bro.
Honestly, if Triple H, like, that should have been the deal on the table. When you go in, China go in, man.
Because they inducted her. I think she was a part of DX.
Part of DX,
yeah.
But
I mean, it's not. I don't think it's unusual. She might go in, you know.
You know what's so crazy to me is like I remember the excuse that was given was like, well, you know, when they search her up, you know, I don't want to see their things.
That was stupid, yeah, because all those wrestlers have all that kind of shit.
I'm like when people look you up and find out.
Like let me ask you, Hunter, what do people find when they look up your father-in-law, dog?
Exactly.
Quite perplexing.
Moment of silence.
Some non-verbal cahoots going on, brother.
Ooh.
But I hope, I would love to see Jazz get in, man. She's earned it.
And I say, Nate, and to your point, it being in New Orleans too, like that's perfect. That's perfect. So hopefully Jazz get in. And Nate, Jazz just made her in-ring return to TNA too. Just came back.
Have Teddy do the induction.
That would be hilarious. No, you want to know who I think should induct her? Paul Heyman.
Oh,
I think Paul should induct. What wasn't Jazz like the first?
She was in ECW,
yeah. She was like the first woman that he bought the ECW, right? Or like not the first, but like the first, like that was like
in terms of like wrestler.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, straight up wrestler. Yeah, I think so.
So yeah, that'd be nice if he did that. So, but the last thing before we get out of here, fellas.
Lash LaRue.
Lash LaRue.
Look, hey, Chris be having like the most random names.
The legend, Lash LaRue. That's where Lash Legend got her name from. Is paying tribute to Lash LaRue, the Raging Cajun.
Then next year they gonna put in motherfucking Heidenreich. That's what we need to put in. John Heidenreich. Let's get
Heidenreich. Yeah.
Oh, and don't you got a story about Heidenreich?
I told that story on the first episode of Bushby and Thompson's Wrestling Adventures, where Heidenreich tried to take me out on the town here in Newport News, and I was like, "Nah, brother." He asked me, he asked me, Ray, do I know where the weed and women are? And I was like, even if I had that information, I do not want to disclose it to you, John Heidenreich.
That sounds like straight trouble right there.
But if it was Rey Mysterio, then booyaka booyaka. We would have been on the town that night.
But when you think about like the people, like the potential like headliners for like the whole, you got like a couple. You got Batista, you got Cena, you got Punk, you got Rock.
The New Orleans WrestleMania, is that going to be like in April?
Yes, next year.
Okay, because I was thinking too, like when they on the years that they don't, like if they want to go to a city that's colder, I don't see why they just couldn't push WrestleMania to May that month. You know, I don't think it'd be that big a deal.
This upcoming WrestleMania kind of late. It's on the 19th.
Yeah. And that's the thing, because I don't. Did I go to the WrestleMania in New Orleans? One of them. I think I might have went to one of them, and it wasn't that cold.
What was that? That was the 2018, Chris.
I think it was a 2018 one.
Yeah.
It was before Wale Mania and all that stuff.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we got the last thing before we get out of here, fellas. We have Elimination Chamber.
Shit,
Toronto.
maybe Big E goes in New Orleans.
I would actually really like that. I ain't gonna lie. I would like for Big E, especially like I thought he was coming back. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he's coming back, bro. But I mean, Big E got it popping right now on Netflix and all that.
Yeah,
stuff. He doing
his post wrestling career gonna be off the chain. But yeah, like if he's not coming back, like I would say, like New Orleans, Big E WrestleMania. Like unless you're going to Florida anytime in the next couple of years, so you could do it in his home state, I would do it in New Orleans.
Yeah. Hey, Lord, hey, bro, what the fuck gonna happen when they do the WrestleMania in Saudi? Like who the fuck is going in for that? They probably not even gonna do no Hall of Fame. But we got a Elimination Chamber March 1st from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, from the Rogers Center. 55,000 people in attendance. Will be in attendance, maybe around that number.
Possibly some members of the Post family.
Possibly. You know, Post gonna be deep out there, man. Post gonna be deep. I don't know why the fuck I said it 3 times. But Post gonna be deep out there. But we got y'all know I stutter when I get excited. Wrestling don't think they get me like this. But we got a tag team match. We have Nia Jax, Nate. Nia Jax, Nate. One more time, Nia Jax, Nate. Candice LeRae.
Yes.
Versus the WWE Women's Champion Tiffany Stratton and Trish Stratus. Brother Nate, who you got? Chris, who you got? Ray, who you got? Nate first.
You know,
Nate,
the older you get, nephew, you can recognize a setup
Ray,
a mile away.
Serious, Ray.
You can recognize a setup a mile away. So, you know, we bring the magnanimous queen and her loyal subject to Toronto to play an away game against Tiffany Stratton and Trish Stratus. Come on now. Like, I can see through the malarkey. I can see the nonverbal cahoots that's going on right now. Y'all conspiring and plotting against the queen. That's okay. You know, y'all gonna have your little fun. Trish Stratus gonna get the pin, but she ain't gonna pin Nia Jax. She gonna pin Candice because Nia Jax ain't looking up at the lights for nobody, ladies and gentlemen.
Candice definitely about to be Chris.
Yeah, I think Trish and Tiffy are winning. Trish is one of the most beautiful women ever in wrestling. And she's like, I'm just saying, man.
That's verifiable.
She is like aging very, very gracefully.
Like fine wine.
Yeah, she
no
is so.
Milk at all.
That's how you age when you're not racist.
That is true.
She's doing that yoga shit too. When I was doing yoga, I was doing her yoga. I wasn't doing DDP.
You wasn't doing the DDP yoga?
Nah, I was just like, if I'm gonna be doing yoga, I don't need this toxic masculinity with my yoga. give me the stuff that these women.
I remember when DDP yoga was like YRG. Yoga for regular
for
guys.
Real guys. Like, come the fuck on, man. I do think DDP yoga is a way better name than yoga for real guys. Like, stupid, man. You what? Like yoga,
none of that feminine yoga, brother.
right? Yeah, it's like yoga is
Nate,
I don't know why I made him sound like Terry.
right. It's just like no matter what you do with an exercise program, it's always gonna attract women first, just because women just that they're like hands-on people, you know. They
more
like
about their bodies than men.
they do they do the surveys and stuff in the magazines and stuff like that. It's not like you if you're doing yoga for real guys, it's not gonna last for long because guys don't do shit like they don't like following directions. It's just
you can't tell me what to do, Diamond Dallas Page.
Right? Yeah.
Hey, Nate, you are so unserious, though. Hey, bro, but hey, Chris, you got Tiffany and Trish winning.
Yeah.
Ray team, who you got, brother?
We could probably make this a clean sweep.
You trying to sweep my queen away, Ray?
Nah, never.
Is that what you saying, brother?
Never. She may have lost the belt, but she didn't lose the crown, brother.
Never.
That poison pixie, however, she's looking up at the lights for that. So yeah, Tiffy and Trish, yeah, they getting the dub.
Hey, bro, this man is a fool, yeah. But yeah, I got Tiffy and Trish. I think that I ain't gonna lie, Nate. I think Trish want to put over Nia bad. Like I'm talking about the way she be bumping for Nia.
Yeah.
Like she you could
like a Trish Nia match would be fun. Like I'd be down with it.
Trish is sick in the head, bro. Like she loves getting like ragdolled by like bigger wrestlers. Like she like enjoys that. I remember I heard her say that on the podcast. She was like, "Oh, I can't wait to come back. So like I get thrown around by Nia and Raquel." That's like, but she like Trish is sick, bro. She enjoys that. Like you can tell she like really enjoys like the selling.
Like that damn cage match with her and Becky, that still still holds up.
Right. I think the yoga helps with that kind of stuff too, like getting ragdolled like that, you know.
Yeah. So yeah, we got that happening, and then we have the Elimination Chamber match. The winner will be facing either Rhea Ripley or Io Sky for the WWE Women's World Champ. T. Anthony says, "Snow Money's never, Nia Jax forever." Quoting Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar
Thank
Johnson.
you, brother. No lashes for you.
No. So the winner of this match, fellas. So it is to be mentioned that Rhea Ripley is going to be defending the Women's World Championship against Io Sky the night after the Monday after Elimination Chamber. So we will see how this all play out. But the winner will be challenging. We'll get a shot at the title at WrestleMania 41. We have Liv Morgan versus Bianca Belair versus Alexa Bliss versus Bayley versus Naomi versus the winner of Raquel Rodriguez and Roxanne Perez. I think that Bianca and Naomi are going to show up on Raw and they're going to cost Raquel her match, and Roxanne's going to get in the chamber. And then who's going to win? I think Liv's winning the chamber. It's going to be a 3-way Liv, Io, and Rhea at WrestleMania.
Interesting.
That's what I think. Ray, we go to you first, my brother.
I also think Roxanne's going to win the final spot. In terms of who's going to win the opportunity, I don't know, man. I think Alexa is pretty hot right now. You could have some dissension, a little bit of dissension between Bianca and Naomi. Maybe this will be when Jay returns. I don't know, but you know what? I'm gonna go with a wild card. I'll go with Alexa.
Ooh, different. Chris?
Yeah, I'd probably go with I'm thinking Bianca maybe.
Okay.
But the thing is, I do think they're good. I think the reason why I'm hesitant about going Bianca is I do think they kind of want to save that Bianca Rhea match
yeah,
for sometime in the future.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to hold on to that for a little while. I don't know if you guys remember this, but like WWE held on to Randy Orton versus John Cena for years before they just start
And
giving.
then they gave it to us every year.
Yeah, they gave it to you every single week and day, you know. but they did a good job of keeping them separate for a while, you know.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like if I think Bianca's winning whichever match she's in, so maybe it's not her. Maybe it is Bailey. You know.
Yes, we got Nate. Who you got, brother?
So when you analyze the positioning on the poster,
oh, here we go. First thing
you have to realize, Chris, is there is an empty space to the left of Bailey, but to the northern extremity of Liv Morgan and Alexa Bliss. Now, if you inverse that, brother, but no, like I honestly, if this were happening a month back, like if this were happening in January, I would say this would be an opportunity to elevate somebody like Roxanne, where you've got a few months to tell her story. But being that it like the turnaround from here to Mania is so brief, you got to go with one of the established names. I'd love for it to be Bianca because to me, Bianca and Rhea is the money match out there. But it's too early. Plus, Bianca and Naomi are involved in the greatest mystery since Who Framed Roger Rabbit. So then we're left with Bailey. I don't think so. Like unfortunately, like I love Bailey. Like we all love Bailey.
Yeah, man.
Bailey's just like this is not Bailey the performer, but Bailey the character is kind of
not hot right now.
Yeah, she's not.
So then that leaves us with Liv or Alexa. I'd like to see it be Alexa Bliss, but then that dynamic gets a little wonky with babyface.
Nate,
so I'd go with Liv.
You know damn well Alexa about to be in the Y6 again.
Yeah. But I'm going with Liv, and yeah, I do think we get that three-way with Liv, Io, and Rhea Ripley. So yeah, that's my pick.
And then we got the next up, Ray. Can you pull up the graphic, my brother? We got the men's elimination chamber match. We have and the winner will be facing Cody. Cody Rhodes for the undisputed WWE title. We got John Cena, CM Punk, Drew McIntyre, Logan Paul, who is 3-0 against Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio is too fucking nice. We got and then we got Damian Priest, and then the sixth slot, the fifth. What's that? Yeah, the sixth slot will be determined. Will be filled by either. Hold on, shout out to T Anthony. He's T Anthony for the super chat. I feel like that if Bianca wins the elimination chamber, she almost has to win at Mania. They have been making her WrestleMania streak seem important. Yeah, but I think Bianca is she like 5-0 at WrestleMania?
Yes,
she hasn't lost yet. So, shout out to Megan, man. Megan in the chat.
Is that Mean Muggin?
Yeah, Mean Muggin. Shout out to that man in the chat. He said Bianca nor Rhea are running out of time. Save that match. Bailey Roxy should be a one-on-one match coming out of Toronto. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, we got. I think Liv's going to win the elimination chamber because I mean I think like that. I think that match is like 100% opening the show. So you know that. I mean it's the obvious way to go, but like I mean I think sometimes the obvious way ain't always bad. And I mean you get a three-way out of it anyway. You'll get a Mania match, and you know you get those three in the mix. But yeah, we got John Cena, we got CM Punk, we got Drew McIntyre, we have Logan Paul, we got Damian Priest, and that final spot will be filled by either Seth freaking Rollins, Finn Balor. I think that Seth is going to beat Finn.
Yeah.
And then we have that field right there with Seth Rollins included. If I'm going, who is going to challenge Cody for the undisputed WWE title at Mania? I'm going with Cena.
Okay.
I'm going with Cena. Ray?
I agree on both fronts. Seth wins the last spot. I'm thinking CM Punk and Seth are probably going to split off and either do one-on-one at Mania or have that three-way with Roman at Mania.
Ooh.
I think Drew and your guy Priest are gonna break off, have their one-on-one at Mania. Kind of leaves the odd man out with Logan Paul. I don't care. Yeah, Cena. I got Cena.
Chris.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Cena. I do have to say this though, because I've been listening to Pollock and Way for the last. I haven't really listened to every show they've done, but they've been acting like it's the most impossible thing to do is to turn Cena heel. I don't think Cena's gonna turn a heel, but I don't think it's that hard to do. I think if you overthink it, it is hard to do. But I think the problem in wrestling is never the fact that bad guys get cheered. The problem is always that bad guys fight wrestlers who are dorks. That you are automatically going to cheer the bad guy over. If you put Cena in the ring with the right person and Cena's doing heel shit and it's a baby face that people like, the Cena would get booed. You know, it's like with the AEW has this issue with the Hurt Business. Everybody they fight, they get cheered against, but everybody they fight are dorks. You know, if you do a good feud with Lashley and Swerve, you can get people to cheer Swerve and boo Lashley. It's just everybody that the Hurt Business are fighting are dorks. So I don't think Cena, like, again, I don't think that's the story they want to tell with Cena, is turning him heel. But I don't think it's this big
impossible task.
Yeah, I don't think it's this Mount Everest thing if you turn him heel. I think that's bullshit.
I don't think it is either.
But yeah, I think Cena wins, and it's Cena versus Cody.
Hey, Chris, who you think wins?
I think Cena wins this match because I believe the online rumors. I heard that I don't know if it was Sean Ross Sapp or somebody else. They said that the match they were kickballing was Roman Reigns versus CM Punk versus Seth Rollins, and that seems realistic to me.
Yeah, it does. So. Hey, Chris, but Chris, I meant the Cena Cody match.
Oh, the Cena Cody match. I see. This is the thing I would do. I'd have Cena win and turn heel. That's what I would do. But I do see if they go with that match, I actually see Cena winning that match.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
Brother Nate, cap us off.
Yeah, first of all, shame on WWE for the disrespect and not even putting John Cena on the poster man. After all this man has done to your company, after all this man has meant to your company. But yeah, I'm going with Cena. So this is the logical outcome if Cena lost the Rumble, because we had to put some type of impediment in his path. Then this is his last shot. So yeah, Cena wins the Chamber. I think you got all the other matches except for Logan's match already laid out with Drew and Priest, and then with the three-way that we were kind of kicking around on the Kings of Sport a few weeks ago with Roman, Seth, and Punk.
Hey,
so like I think to me those are all money matches.
Nate, Chris, and Ray. Let me ask y'all this: which one is main event night 2? Cena versus Cody or Roman, Punk, and Seth? And do you think that they would have that match at that triple threat? With Roman and Punk, I don't think that's going anywhere but last.
So see, to me, so this is where we go back to the Jey Uso of it all.
Yeah,
because to me, I think if we've got 3 matches that all are worthy of main event spots, Cody Cena closes out the entire show. If that's what we're getting, that closes out the entire show.
Yeah,
especially if Cena's winning. Now, the question becomes on night 1, the people's main event, who gets the people's main event? Is it Jay
People's main event.
or is it the three-way? And I'm leaning towards Jay, but I could see them putting the three-way last on night one as well.
Yeah, Chris.
I think it should be Jay and Gunther, but yeah, I could see them doing something like that. And I also want to say this before, because while it's on my head, the Cena putting him in the elimination chamber and him just strong arming his way in the elimination chamber is so not like, if you're giving a sports presentation, the easiest way to get him in the elimination chamber would not have been this bullshit. Oh, Cena's been so loyal, because that's not how sports work. You know, the Lakers have been so loyal to the NBA you don't just get in the championship. You got to win it. What they could have did with Cena, and this is what annoys me, he earned his way in the elimination chamber because he was the second to last guy to get eliminated. Why couldn't you just fucking say that? Yeah. Like, why are you doing this shit? But anyway, I digress. Yeah, I think that I do think if there's, I think it should be Gunther and Jay. I think just this is the year to do it if you're gonna do it. You know,
Brother Ray.
I think night one main event is going to be Jay versus Gunther. Contrary to what I said last week, you guys have changed my mind. So yeah, I don't think it will be curtain jerker Jay Uso is
it's just me, Us. Match one.
But
curtain jerker Jay Uso is now in your city.
But I do think you could have that triple threat as the opening match for night two.
Yeah. Opener. You think Roman Reigns is opening?
Well, I will say this. Roman Reigns did say a long time ago in an interview, he said that if he's wrestling on a card, he's either going to be the first match or the last match on the card. So, I mean, that would be something that's a part of one of his rules. You know, he says he's not doing any middle matches, only the first match or the last match.
But what was this? Was this pre Tribal Chief?
This was probably pre Tribal Chief. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
That man said long gone. Roman big. He's strong.
Well, not only do you have Roman, but you got the Muffin Man up in his joint.
You got Punk in there too. Like I don't. Yeah. Like, but see, this is the thing where I don't think you're wrong though, because like if Cena's winning, that's the main.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think you're wrong either. So Ray, you thinking Cena Cody main events?
I think Cena Cody main events night two.
Now, I was about to say, Ray, and you putting that triple threat over the world championship. That's not, you know.
But at least you have the world championship like isolated so that you don't have to think about anything else.
That's a nice way of spinning it, right? Hey Jay, you gonna have an opening match, baby, all to you.
Yeah, no, because this is the bullshit right here, though. Because Cena got thrown out of the ring by Jay Uso.
Right.
So if you're just going by the sheer sports logic of it all, Jay Uso needs to be night two. That's just stop. That's just the end of it. It should be Jay Uso versus Gunther night two.
Right.
Because he earned it. Because he threw this Fruity Pebbles jerk out of the ring.
Damn. Not the Fruity Pebbles.
See, the thing is, like, I ain't gonna lie. Cena in a main event in 2025 is like, because I mean, like, bro, like it's cool and all, but at the end of the day, bro, you gotta wrestle, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's cool and like, but you gotta put on a match, and like, Cena is literally filming a fucking movie right now. Like, he's not even training.
Right.
So it's
And I think what with Cena too is you do need to get him some good wins going into WrestleMania.
Yeah.
I don't know how you get him those wins, but you do, because I mean our last memory of him at WrestleMania was losing to Austin Theory. You know,
time for that win, get that win back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I think Cena's gonna win, and I'm gonna go for the WrestleManias. I'm gonna go Jay Gunther night 1 main, and then Cody Cena night 2 main, and then that'll be that. And I think that triple threat will probably go like semi main event. They'll just bill it as a double main event.
Yeah. I mean, it would, and it would make sense for the purpose of storytelling. Like if you have the triple threat immediately preceding the Jey Uso Slim Walk match, if Roman wins that triple threat, Roman's walking back, you can do the deal where you see Roman shoot behind the curtains while Jay's walking out. Had that little moment like, yeah, I'm the tribal chief, but I acknowledge you, Jey Uso. Go ahead and do this.
Yeah, I see that too. But fellas, that concludes the NWA podcast. It's my 5 hours. It is 2:00 in the morning. I am tired.
How many people still up with us, Ray?
We got 38 people, 38
That's actually impressive.
38 pairs of eyeballs. Now 39.
That's probably Hans's ass joining late at the last minute. Or Martin Bushby going to work.
Yeah,
probably.
Bushby. Shout out to Martin.
Bushby.
But brother Nate, sign us off, man.
We did it, ladies and gentlemen. The Black History Month edition of the NWA podcast is in the books. Happy Black History Month. History is something to be celebrated. History is something to be learned from. So celebrate Black history while it's still an official thing. And even if it becomes a no longer official thing, we still going to celebrate Black history here on the Nubian Wrestling Advocate. So let's go around the horn one last time. First of all, to the self-proclaimed alleged youngest in charge, even though we gave him the title, so it ain't self-proclaimed. But to the post-wrestling youngest in charge, nephew, what you got going on for the people, man?
You can check me out, Twitter, Instagram, AD Thompson __. Check out the archives from the interviews on the YouTube channel, and they can check out my written work over at postwrestling.com. And you can also catch your boy making his debut very soon on Nefarious Media, and go check out the Nefarious Media IG page, please.
Yeah, Ray been throwing up some clips on that Nefarious IG page. Y'all want to check that out?
Ray Williams.
Speaking of Ray Williams, no, he's not jaded at all. There's no correlation at all to that joke. But Ray Williams, what you got going on for the people? Let them know where they can find you, and be sure next month to have that sound ready so we can have a little ray of hope every now and then, brother.
We'll do. Well, of course, you can always find me at the Nefarious Media Network on the flagship Kings of Sport podcast. You can also find myself with my partner in crime, the maestro herself, Chi-Chi Okafor, with Styles Break Fights podcast, which should be coming out not this coming Monday, but next Monday. So keep an eye out if you're an MMA fan. We're going to be chatting up. I believe it was UFC 212 that emanated about a week and a half ago, which featured Chi-Chi's countryman, Dricus du Plessis, defending his middleweight championship, UFC middleweight championship, against Sean Strickland in the rematch of a championship fight that they had last year where DDP won the belt. So keep your eyes out for that episode coming out again next week, not this Monday. This Monday will be the Avengers Initiative, but next Monday will be Styles Break Fights. So as far as my socials, Mondo Dondo 1 at Twitter /X, at Instagram, and also Two-Way Ray at Blue Sky.
Yeah, Ray Williams and Chinyere Okafor gonna give you the lowdown on this man Dricus du Plessis out here. Maybe he'll start his own DDP yoga on these streets for the people, for a new generation. Chris, speaking of generations, this man Chris gave y'all some generational insight on what's going on in our country tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So, Kris, any final words, anything you want to promote before we get out of here, brother?
Yeah, just check me out on Kings of Sport, the Nefarious Media Network. And I'm having issues with my book publisher at the moment. We're probably looking at another publisher soon. So if the book doesn't come out when it's supposed to, that's the reason why. I'm at the point, Nate, Ray, and Andrew, where I just don't give a fuck anymore. It's like things will happen when they're supposed to happen, you know.
True.
Like I'm not really rushing anything. Like I've cultivated a good life for myself and my wife. We are doing well with the podcast, you know. Hopefully you know, we can have another post reunion soon and all that stuff. But I'm happy with my lot in life. Even with all the fuckery, I'm happy with my lot in life. So, a publisher will come when it's supposed to come. If me and this guy can't like reach some kind of agreement, that's just like I said, I'm so over all the bullshit. So, you know, I got so much other stuff going on. But yeah, KM Easy does it on the Blue Sky. And thanks people for sharing us on Blue Sky tonight as well. I'm also still on Twitter for the time being. And I'm trying to use the meta platforms for good, because I don't like what Meta's turned into, but if I'm gonna be on that motherfucker, it's gonna be passing knowledge. So just, you know, Google my name and you'll find me, right?
Okay, that's that good brother Kris Ealy. As for me, first of all, shout out to the Homo sapiens. Keep the faith. We will see our hero return one of these days. Salute to Lash Legend, who has done the unthinkable and turned Kris Ealy's mind around. It's a beautiful thing. You love to see it. Black history in the making. As for me, multitude of places you can find me. Besides right here at Post Wrestling with the NWA Podcast, check out the aforementioned Nefarious Media Network tomorrow afternoon / early evening. Brittany Monet, myself, and Jennifer Smith will assemble for episode 4 or 5, I can't remember, of the Avengers Initiative, our Marvel podcast, where we'll be talking about all the latest MCU news, but especially we're going to be showing some love to this man on these streets, ladies and gentlemen, Sam Wilson. Sam Wilson, not Captain Falcon, not Captain DEI, not Black Captain America, even though he is Black Captain America, but Captain America, ladies and gentlemen, Sam Wilson in this movie, Captain America, Brave New World, with Harrison Ford. And you know, again, no spoilers, but I just want to say, Kris, it was a good escape this afternoon at the movie theaters, man, to escape a world where we have a raving lunatic rage monster as a president, and seeing how people in the world react to him, and a lot of times being left up to people of color to save the day, and going to see a movie about a raving, angry, lunatic rage monster president, and the way the world reacts to that man, and seeing a group of mostly people of color try to fight and save the country and save the world. It was so unrealistic, brother. I couldn't believe it. The parallels, it's like, what's going on here? This is too far-fetched, even for you, Kevin Feige. But no, Captain America, Brave New World, like, don't believe a lot of these reviews out here, man, because it feels like a concerted effort almost, Kris. Like I'm not trying to get into the conspiracy theories or even the nonverbal cahoots, if you will, but it feels like a lot of these people have tried to downplay this movie. And is it the greatest movie of all time? No, but it's a fun movie. I think Anthony Mackie and Harrison Ford and Carl Lumbly do the damn thing in the movie. It's like, for the people out there like, oh, this is worse than Thor Love and Thunder, or worse than Thor The Dark World, or worse than the Ant-Man 3, like, no, they're selling you wolf tickets. Like, it's right. A solid movie, man. And again, like, I hope that this movie continues to make money because I want this to shut people up, man. To shut people up about like, oh, don't nobody want to see a black Captain America. Anthony Mackie can't lead a damn movie, so I want to continue to see this movie prove people wrong. So hopefully the box office. Again, I hate that we're at the point, Ray, where we got a pocket watch on these damn movies that we don't make any money from, just because we want to see them make more of these movies. But like, if this movie flopped, Sam wouldn't be getting another damn leading movie. So I'm hoping that it succeeds just for that. So yeah, check out the Avengers Initiative tomorrow to hear more of my thoughts and spoilery thoughts, because we're going to get into the spoilers about how I felt about Brave New World. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the week after that on Nefarious Media, Styles Break Fights, the SPF podcast is back with Ray and Chinyere. For everything else, follow me on Twitter at @8 MOZAIK. Check me out on IG, Black Nate, BLAQUE_8. Follow Nefarious Media on all these platforms. And again, man, we would love if you would support Nefarious Media through financial means, through your hard-earned money, because we're trying to do something. We're trying to do our part. We're trying to do our part in the fight that we're all involved in now. And as we enter this brave new world called America, Ray Williams.
Indeed.
We ain't even got no adamantium or nothing like that. We just got microphones, Chris. And nephew, I hope nephew is just going to sleep, like his lights is out and his mic is off. I hope the ghost of J. Edgar Hoover ain't rolling up on the youngest in charge. Be safe out there, nephew. Be safe, brother. But yeah. Finally, we want to thank John Pollock and Wei Ting, the proprietors of Post Wrestling, who allow us to do this show each and every month. Salute to them brothers, man. Some of the best in the business. Salute to Righteous Reg, the good brother from Grapsody, who blessed us with an amazing theme song. And shout out to Austin James for the NWA Podcast cover art. So that's going to do it for this episode. For the nephew, for two-way Ray Williams, for the Professor Kris Ealy, I am the Godfather Nate Milton. Enjoy the rest of Black History Month, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted. Hit the button, Ray.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest is pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin'